nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like it's somebody to be so beautiful. Yeah, it's only a dream.
The lows, gazy. Gazy, oh the lows, what is up? कैसन बा सब लोग कैसन बा? आ गया, रुक जाओ, ठीक है ठीक है।
BBL showed why they're not the dark horses here, but a favorite on this stage just 24 hours ago against Fnatic. But we haven't seen Team Heretics play just yet. Playoffs, they've been flawless so far this stage. And as much as I say BBL the favorite, you know, Heretics is going to be a very different map pool here. Millie, there were a few things that you said just now.
Icebox, Ascent, and
अच्छा
Haven.
बाप की नींद हो गई, कौन सी
to
नींद?
do his thing on. So yeah, a bit of a surprise here. I thought that Heretics were going to ban Icebox. Letting it through is very concerning, as last time they played each other, BBL won like 13-3 or something. It was like a smash.
35, yeah, it was definitely not.
You know why they do this when they let things through.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's a trap, but then with champs so close, the ban corrode.
By Emerth versus Yampian team.
But if this is their trap, then fair enough.
They haven't made champs yet, Billy. They
You
have to win
They
first.
haven't made champs, but we're kind of thinking about this, you know, like what do Team Heretics
Original
decide to play? And
lineup
of
का
course,
क्या
leaving
हुआ?
Icebox
अभी गाना गा
open,
रही है वो।
even though it is going to be leaving the pool for champs, like shows that they are still committed to this playoff stage, I
जीत
think.
गए
The other
कल,
thing is I
मत
thought
करो
BBL were
यार,
gonna ban
मत करो।
and they've left it
जिसकी
third.
लूली की कसम खाई थी वो है ही नहीं चैट में, डर लग रहा है मेरे को।
Heretics are the best Haven team in the world at this point, and to leave it, like not ban it through the entire series, like you need to have something up your sleeve to beat Heretics on this map, and nobody has had that trick up their sleeve so far.
So what I'm hearing is you think Heretics
क्या
have
बोला?
a
Vote for
nice
BBL?
little advantage in this map pool.
Depending how Icebox goes,
Yeah.
yes after that.
Okay.
I
आपने
think
खाया
BBL gave
खाना
Heretics a
रात
choice
को?
of Sunset or Haven at the end, so I
चिकन
think
बन
BBL
रहा
are
है
comfortable with
मेरे यहाँ
whichever,
पे
no matter
डिनर में,
what. I
हेलो।
know that Team Heretics, of course, have been
नॉनवेज
dominant
खा
on
के तो
Haven so
जमाना हो
far
गया भाई
throughout
मेरे
this
को।
year, so I'm intrigued to see what they come up with. But I think for me, one of the big surprising things as well was Team Heretics banning corrode, considering I don't think that that's something that BBL would have even picked into coming into today. It almost feels like a bit of a wasted ban.
And for me, actually,
कल
after
Fnatic
what you said,
जीती?
Minnie, I do think it's a little
2-0.
bit risky to
Easy
give
था Fnatic
Heretics
के
the
लिए।
choice between Sunset and Haven.
Yeah.
You know, you take away one of those.
Yeah, I think that
Bad
the
heavy
interesting
थक
thing
गया
is
भाई
they have
आज।
very similar map pools. So like the Haven,
इतना
Ascent,
planning
and
किया ना,
Sunset
इतना
are
planning
maps that
जफान्स का।
they both like.
इधर जाएंगे,
But
उधर
overall,
जाएंगे।
you're gonna favor Heretics on a few of those. So it's
ये करेंगे,
if
वो
BBL are able to come out
करेंगे।
and win today on those maps, that is like a statement, to be honest.
Yeah, we might even win champs at that point as a region, because you know how negative Nancy I've been so far about our chances. But let's talk about this first map. I think there's so much to talk about with all three maps. But let's start with Icebox. The comps that BBL have brought out and changed, and the ideas they've had yesterday, Billy, were absolutely fantastic. So are you expecting something different on Icebox, or maybe this is one of the areas they don't need to change?
I don't think so. I
Team
think that
Captain
Icebox has looked good. Granted, they did only play it that one
26,
time throughout this
27th
stage,
को जा रहा हूँ मैं।
but I think we've said it before, it's a map where 11 can be unleashed on the Jet, so we know that that's something that's kind of comfortable for them as a team. And I think as well, because they beat Team Heretics so dominantly the last time that they played Icebox, I don't see any reason for them to continuously make changes across multiple maps. I think Ascent is a question for me.
Roaming,
Do they stick with the
heavy
initiator
shopping,
that they ran yesterday, or do they go back to that
सब
chamber
कुछ
vibe
एकदम
that they
heavy
ran
heavy होने वाला है।
of the regular season?
Well, let's take a look at
पता नहीं
Icebox
भाई,
Agent
पता नहीं
Select.
भाई।
Of course, BBL, they've played this map a lot compared to Heretics this stage, and so far there is nothing weird.
Unless Heretics lock in this
Yep.
mini boo pick here, because Wu is on Jet, like not mini boo.
Surely he does the Omen thing, no? Does he do the Omen thing?
Omen would make
Does he
sense,
do
but
the
why
Omen
is he
thing?
अभी
hovering?
इस टूर्नामेंट में क्या
Why
नहीं,
does Crashing
चैंप्स
follow
में
race?
होगा।
That's
They
more
hate us.
ridiculous. We know that that's not ever happening.
Yeah,
I've got a feeling this is real.
You
डेली
think this
व्लॉग
is real?
आएगा
Okay,
कि
we'll
एक ही
find
पूरा
out in just a
ये
moment.
सब मत
It
करो
is real.
कुछ ना कुछ आएगा ना
Alright.
I quite like this.
कुछ ना
I mean,
कुछ आएगा,
Heretics are
रुको।
always good when they bring something new,
देखने दो।
and they've had some weeks to cook. And Euro and
Hello,
Icebox is something that
very
people
Jan,
are
love
used to,
you.
and so they're going to have some tech here.
Yeah, I think as well that we have said that Team Heretics leaning into that double duelist has been a strength for them throughout this stage. So yeah,
कौन
BBL
कौन
are
जा
going to
रहे
have to
हैं?
fight for
मैं,
them to get picked into this map.
No, I
Pinky,
love it
Anki,
when things
Mortal,
get weird
and
on
a
Icebox, and I
surprise.
can't wait to see what your casters for this series think about this. Over to you, Hazza and Cairo.
और राइट की भी टीम आने वाली
Belief
है
is everything for BBL. It was the belief that they could break into the playoffs after a step back that they could stay there. And now the belief that with this international lineup, they'll follow in the footsteps of the same path that those in front of them did 1 year ago.
The thing is though, Hazza, with Heretics, they need to go on and win here to qualify for champions for BBL. They have to exercise the worst demon of all. Team
सरप्राइज कौन है ये
Heretics,
वो
a
तो
team
बाद
that
में
they
पता
have
चलेगा
not
यार
beat all year. And well,
या
they
फिर
start on
Mortal
a
Bike
map
से
that they were able to beat Heretics on last time out.
That's exactly it. A string of 2-0s up until the first group game, the initial setback that I spoke of, which now lands us in the third upper bracket semi-final between these two teams in
पता है मैं कैसे पता है
2025. BBL beginning on the defense as they did, registering an 11-1 half last time out. And a lot of those rounds.
ड्रोन मत मार वो लोग तेरे को मार के जाएंगे एमर्स है मैं बोल रहा हूँ
Trying to channel something here, but caught by Miniboo, and almost immediately Heretics.
मेरा आवाज आया था ल्यून भाई को
Two players making
मैग्नम
their way
भाई
through
पिक मत करो
the
वो लोग
east
मार
side
के
of the map, and it's
जाएंगे
only Magnum here all alone. Sure, Yampi's getting close to support him. All the bodies of Heretics
ठीक आ रहा
are
है
starting to combine their forces here.
कौन याद
Looks
कर रहा
like
है
where the execute is going to come through, and Yampi gets caught out by
सीधा
Benji.
एक टैप उसने मारा एक
Magnum
टैप
had a
इसने मारा
lights out series against his former club yesterday, but you're asking so much of him here. 5
Bye-bye,
players on the
Magnum.
other side,
Huh?
looking to take the timing. Spots the first, takes the second, and hang around a little
Lineup
longer.
बोलते
Heretics would have liked. Rotation is late from Profek. All eyes on Social
मार
as it
सकते हैं
stands. Once the lineup gets it, and it's a
बोला
1
ना
versus 1.
It's against Profek as well, a player who's been so good all year.
And out he comes from the rafters! BBL able to undo the impossible in the
5v3?
middle round.
Screams all round for BBL, and it was a
क्या
round
मारा
where, let's
भाई।
be honest, they had no chance, no right of winning. The entries from Heretics were spot on, but BBL, as they always do,
Miniboo
push
बेचारा।
the envelope. Let's go! And it's through individuals that win that round.
अरे बैठो बैठो कर रहा है
Double
परफेक्ट
from everyone asked.
अरे खड़े तुम लोग ही हो रहे हो
Under the
हेलो
microscope and succeeding. The initial threat of Levin was handled brilliantly by Heretics through Miniboo specifically, who makes up this 1-2 punch, the double duelist, which we've seen them play on
लाइनअप कर
multiple
रहा था रे
maps.
अर्शित वो
Coming into Icebox, that was the question. Were we going to see it in the
Leon,
Veto? We
नहीं,
know that the
नहीं,
2 weeks following
नहीं,
that defeat
हाँ।
to BBL on this one,
नहीं नहीं
that it was the insta-ban that Corrode then pivoted later on.
Levin's only got a marshal here, and there's 4 bodies heading his way.
कितना मारेगा
Side does
3
feel
मारेगा
very
लग रहा है
empty except for him, but it's Levin. The stature comes
11 नहीं है
through the
ल्यून
kills and the shooting, but that flick is a little bit too
चल है
much. The shock dart onto Reans, it's not the spike plant
अरे
denied, all life
almost
taken.
Miniboo's picked up the marshal, so yeah,
Oh
let's not count this round out just yet.
my,
A brilliant shot to
my.
Profek.
Absolutely, flank was considered for just a moment, but there
Hey,
doesn't feel
Killjoy
like
का
too
timing
much
insane
time
हो
to make this
सकता
a
है।
reality for BBL. Yampi reloading gives away the Q. 2 players pushed up on him.
Yeah, and he's already got the
Second.
first, yeah, doesn't
Oh.
realise, and Rienz is going to be able to pick up that bulldog. The trade's
बोला है,
working
Killjoy का
through
timing
for
सही
BBL
था।
at the moment. And well, Sociable straight on to the spike. Boo denies it. And with 41 points of health, all he wants to do is try and play
Oh shit
upset. Doesn't want to allow Magnum to fully defuse, and he needs to be
Oh.
careful. Or it's going to be a Team Heretics eco on the second round.
Such a big Red Bull clutch. And Boo, the face of the resistance again.
पिरामिड में डबल ड्रिल इज बेटर है या सिंगल डिपेंड करता है यार तुम लोग को अगर फास्ट खेलना है एकदम बूम बम
But the
तो
bigger
डबल
picture
ड्रिल
is, it's another anti-ego
अगर
round
स्लो
lost by
खेलना है
BBL, the
एक ही
third
ड्रिलिस्ट को
now.
सपोर्ट करना है तो
In the
डबल ही
last
नहीं
couple of days, we saw it be a problem against Fnatic.
और अगर कुछ टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स चाहिए तो आप पर्सनली मेरे को कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप लेके व्हाट्सएप में पूछ सकते हो.
24 hours ago, you're asking a lot for them to come into this game and repeat the same kind of effort. But if you can't convert from those situations,
भाई क्लासिक से भी ऐसा क्लीन राउंड जीतते तो दिमाग हटता रहेगा ना बे.
Still see BBL looking to try and test the limits.
Love you all, bye. Love you.
Attacking line, Magnum all the way down tube.
मतलब आप कास्ट दोस्त लोने से रिप्लाई दोगे? ग्रुप में मैसेज करेगा रिप्लाई आएगा. Personal DMs are
overload the space when they have the information. We know BBL very aggressive, proactive.
भाई मेरा रिएक्शन टाइम बढ़ गया है बे. फ्लैश डॉज करने का.
Out of A.
Blind waste पैसा
transition, so all focus on the players on site, and well, Profek has one. It's not eased up the pressure all too much. Still though, biding their time, not happy to execute just yet.
They have the option to
escape
towards the A side of the map if they really want to. BBL now have all three players towards the side. That shot, unluckily, doesn't take out Miniboo, but he only has a Marshall, so that's not really one of the main players that you want to find.
30 seconds
now Heretics
left.
do elect to take up that A site option. Lots of ground still to cover with the time back wearing thin. Resource they're starting to run out of. BBL making the same move.
BT Pro Max
won the foot race. Still has a shot here to interrupt.
Yeah, that he does, but that Molly's going to deny him any further space. Shot in, but won't be able to get that classic out in time. Benji's done well to protect the spike, and Team Heretics do well to get out of the
Heads above the waterline for now. If you're Heretics, the majority
of the guns reserved from previous round as we head into the rival.
Sort of building up on this idea of Heretics heading towards champions as the favorite team.
आप बनोगे 3 साल के लिए, उसके बाद आप बनोगे कास्ट
they'll have to consider later on. Icebox will be removed for Abyss, and that makes you.
क्या आज 5 main होगा? नहीं, आज heavy watch party होगी.
Opportunity heading into that event with the current pool that we're setting up for.
I would agree. I mean, Heretics are starting to go from strength to strength like every week, right? And the fact that, I mean, a lot of people were starting to regard Heretics and EMEA as the best. I mean, you could argue that
reaction benchmark हो जाए मेरा 220 है मतलब.
Maybe we get to find out who actually is the best in the upper bracket final, depending on who wins the next couple of matches. But as for now, for me, Heretics probably have the best map pool in the region at the moment.
Even with Corrode being that initial ban that we'd seen from them, it's not a huge difficulty, I suppose, right? You had the slightly weaker half on the attack there, as many teams troubleshooting it did. But yeah, I would like to see more of that waylay in the future. It was a nice idea that they brought to the table there, but at least back into Icebox now we head. Much remodeling has been done. But it was always
2 लाख के अंदर एक अच्छा पीसी बिल्ड रेकमेंड करो 1,90,000 का, उसके बाद आप 5 महीने का हेवी मेंबरशिप ले सकते हो.
Our first rifle versus rifle round, the one where we get a good glimpse of how the rest of this match is going to go. Sociable looks to deny any more info on that B long. This is
a key area of the map that we'll have to keep focusing on throughout the game. B long. BBL like to get this line control later into the round to give themselves a little bit more presence, and the same can be said for 11 on pipes right now. These are the extremities they're constantly looking to try and challenge, and with this proactive reclear, the drone used by Yampi, sorry, to gut that one out. BBL should have the read that Heretics are going for the A-pop.
5 bodies ready for 11 up high. He's going to be the first to try and take that challenge of a gunfight. Heretics last time the pattern was towards where 11 is looking, but this time they're up close and personal. A close quarters engagement where 11 sees the barrel, doesn't capitalise. Too many bodies to try and hit, but it's Profek and Magnum who come out on top. Still, we end up evening out at a 2-on-2.
Back into the retake. Those 2 players involved in the B mid round now have to make their reprisal. Shotgun delay for a little bit longer from Yampi, and it's a very reserved plant that Heretics end up with. Benji still
दो
on
बदाम
two
दो
mollies,
है लेकिन Yampi जिंदा है.
To try and come back in with, but instead Yampi's rifle's good
Igel
enough.
versus
Who
Igel.
now knows exactly where the silver player is, but doesn't know about the second. That's why he's worried about screens, but the spam is good enough, and so is Yampi. BBL will even out the round count.
W पे.
An
कैसे
important
अपग्रेड
round for
करूं
them
काश
to win
बस मैं
to
लिंक पे क्लिक
keep
करके यार.
themselves in this one, not let it get too far
बात
adrift.
है तो मैं काश कैसे बनूंगा बंक्स पे. अरे बनूं के ट्राई करके देखो. यश भाई देखो तो वन गिफ्टेड मिली जान टुडे. रोहित भाई टैग करके छुपा दो यश भाई को.
Put a bit of focus on him there,
भाई
perhaps
देख के
not
खेलने
finding
का
that
मन
one
तो
punch.
करता है यार सेम इनके तरह.
The 2 versus 2, I'm surprised that Benji plays such an aggressive off angle when there was utility
नेक्स्ट
available.
मैच
but
टेक्निकली क्यूट है.
That's the choice that you make, and against BBL, a double-edged sword always.
Yeah,
Huh?
I mean, you know that they want to take the engagements. Think about how they played against Fnatic yesterday. They were playing at a different level of aggression, it felt.
अब नाम कैसा है?
Now coming into the
क्या
next round, the
बेशरम है
follow-up,
बे.
a big swing in terms of economy for both. There are
ये
ults
कौन
in
सा
play.
डायरेक्ट फैन है बे?
Tactics have the Euro
नाम
ult and
इसका
also the
फोटो
Hunter's
उसका?
Fury, so they should be looking to try and combine this if possible. But Mini
भाई
Boo's
मैं
only
डायरेक्ट
just
फैन
spotted
से
his
कन्वर्ट
first
कर रहा हूँ बे.
target. It's a little late.
हेवी सेल्समैन.
Should end up a true 5v5 retake.
Hunter's Fury
W
ripped straight
ult है,
away.
W
Not going to be
ult है.
used to try and deny a lockdown.
W counter ult है.
Body's being hit. Magnum gets the next. It's still an advantage towards BBL, and it continues to be.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ पूरा गेम और ये और 100 अल्ट सुनाई दिया है. शॉट बे पहला
Okay.
शॉट क्रेजी दिखाई
And
दिया.
that makes things interesting 2-on-2.
रेगा की
Not
सस्ती
wanting to
यूपीआई.
overdo for a moment, but Heretics piled
Thank you for
ults
the
into that
membership.
round. A couple more missed shots from Miniboo. A little unfortunate the start to this game for him.
पिंकी दी पीछे कैसे बैठी है?
However,
कैसे बैठी है
BBL
मतलब
played
क्या?
for the straight up flood. Now here, I wonder what the reaction is. It looks like
ऐसे
they're gonna
बैठी है.
split up
ऐसे
and search for
बैठी है.
Heretics, who
भाई
are
गुस्सा
currently
मत दिलाओ.
slowly
अभी
making their way
नॉर्मल
towards
पिंकी
B.
नहीं है. जापानी
I
पिंकी.
think with the
जापानी.
way that Heretics are moving towards
ठीक है,
this B
बकचोदी
side,
ना
it's
करो.
allowed BBL to get there first,
वरना
right?
इससे लैंग्वेज
And
में गाली
Yampi
पड़ेगी
does
ना.
have that info dart, and time's getting low.
30 seconds left.
Commanding position from Levin as well, regardless of which site it ends up being. He's
बराबर
ready
की
for
नहीं.
the flank, but of course we know now it is B. With Heretics arriving on spot, Yampi knows it. The information makes its way back to Levin, who's approaching from behind as quickly as his legs may carry him. The recon has denied the spike
तोड़ भी नहीं
plant.
सकता
Still
रे
Levin
बेचारा.
undetected. Rian's committing to it out in the
Recon.
open, Turk on Turk. The peak taken by Levin.
बाप
And that's
रे
the round
भाई.
win for BBL.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से
Really
बीबीएल
big
जीतेगा
from
भाई.
Yampi
अच्छा
to
खेल रहा है.
deny the initial spike plan
अब
on
बाबी
B.
को
A
लेके
nice one
SYD
from
आओ.
BBL
बना
on
लेंगे
A.
काश दोस्त.
The
SYD
calls a little bit.
हाँ?
The calls good, but I mean the play chaotic.
इसलिए बोलते हैं.
Watch
अगर
out
ज़्यादा
in
करो
the
लेकिन
end.
बराबर करो. इतनी SYD है.
Yeah, here's still so much work done by the Yankers. It was another utility mistiming, although this time
SYD पता क्या है?
Miniboo the one unfavored and loses from that position.
Maybe shoot 3D next time, Riaz. Good support, almost.
Yampi's showing him how it's done. Perhaps that
Hashtag OP.
unclaimed throne of best in EMEA is one that he'd like to.
रस भाई देखो टुडे कैसे मालिक और मालकिन सब बढ़िया.
Conversation point though is the ultimates, and that's where we need to look at. Both sides have a Viper's Pit and a lockdown. Obviously, the lockdown being the biggest counter to that Viper's Pit as Heretics try to brute force their way through B. But where's Miniboo? He's all the way in at Snowman.
Yeah, TP lineup into the back line, now sending another
crazy
one towards
aimer
Yellow.
तो
He's
है
back with
बे.
the rest of his team.
Wood
Like
किधर
a
है
thief
बे?
in the night, BBL
Spike
have
planted.
had one of their biggest assets
Wood
to these
किधर है?
retakes taken away.
YouTube से पहले
Opec's
सेल्स
still
जॉब
alive,
करते थे
and
क्या?
of course there are ults to fall back on here, but Heretics want to use some of their
कुछ भी
own.
बेच सकता हूँ.
Yeah, it
मेरे
looks
पास
like
Rolex
Magnum's
है
trying to
बेचने
get
के लिए
it
बता.
very quickly, and he's done it. And BBL have got a couple of picks off the back of it. Yampi on the flank just misses out on
What?
re-end. What is going on?
Everyone's detained.
And now only one player onto the spike. Prophet caught out, and the other two come online. Levin with the blades drops into the back line, catches players off guard, but
भाई
who's
कैसे
there and
जीते
wins
ये
the round.
TH? अगर वहाँ पे 100
Absolute
मरता,
chaos on the B side.
अगर वहाँ पे 100 मरता,
Benji investing his own lockdown as he
भाई
attempted to
लोग
do
कैसे
so only a
fight
round
ले रहे
prior.
बे?
And with a mixed investment, the
Huh?
BBL buy is broken. It's cut so fine. But when we look at the micro play here from Miniboo and just how every individual on Heretics can be the playmaker,
अगर वहाँ पे 100
that's
मरता ना,
ultimately what's
अगर
won it for them. And taking a step back with this being BBL's pick and already seeing that Heretics are at the races today where they weren't previously, do start to get a little bit concerned.
Look at BBL once again.
भाई मेरा वाला flash है बे.
The protagonist in this round is Champy.
Play मेरा वाला नहीं था.
And no way out is what goes to clear him out. Levin's there for the
Play
trade.
मेरा वाला नहीं था.
Still keep that advantage.
हाँ? Where are you going?
Something that they improved on massively from series to series against Heretics was being able to build on those advantages, and in this round, coming in with next to nothing, hoping that Profex pick could guide Heretics into the A stack. They have obliged up until now. Profex still hanging around in the garage, and Rians will be the first to clear him with this drone.
Deploying drone.
Prophet needs to be careful, deny the information, which he does so successfully.
जाना नहीं,
That's five
shotgun
bits
का
of
आवाज है,
utility
जाना नहीं.
that hasn't found the value for Heretics. They're going to try and go for a different approach and in behind enemy lines through mid.
BBL with an opportunity to recover some of this weaponry in the meantime, though, on the A site as Heretics are making their way over towards B. Profek barking like a caged dog as the drone spots him, and still signposting a lot of authority on B long. In the meantime, Rians has found himself in a whole host of trouble.
So much space. Oh, wait a minute.
Step.
Magnum held and Rian's there. Spike will go down, an opportunity to take more space for Heretics, but Levin's there to get the trade, and now 3 versus 2 in favour of BBL.
Numbers and that positioning that I was talking about. Profek still safeguarding long.
Well, still Benji in towards Kitchen, looking to be the one that's going to be a win condition. Pooh found out and under pressure, can't keep himself alive, and now it's up to Benji fishing. A player who historically has been good for a clutch, comes up once again. Only Levin to try and deny. He's at crouch, waiting for the player to peek him, but tries to get the spiked half at least. Benji needs to peek out. Levin knows this, waiting for the opportunity for the fight. Time for Levin. There certainly is.
And I never thought there would be. But BBL have a pay safe card through.
Actually, में वो नेट भी डाल देते तो शायद से.
Taking a couple swings at it, I felt like the plan wasn't the best for the situation, but the bigger picture is BBL setting up this round for success. Profet doing so well to keep hold of the V-long space. It's a bold and valiant attempt from Benji, but a sigh of relief in the end.
And I think as well, coming into this first map, what BBL needed was Levin to have a great first map, right? Yesterday, really lackluster on that road. Icebox, he looks absolutely brilliant. Team Heretics start the same opening on towards the A side, and there's bodies here for BBL.
It was night and day from the rookie.
Like I said
at the start, mirroring very much of the same story Heretics had for themselves last year, minus the international appearances, already, Mini Boot
supporting
has
whom?
found an opening kill towards A. A freeze, a pause in play, not something you see too often between these two. It's been very entertaining up until this point, and now you're thinking about the mid-rounding for BBL, and Yampi's position on B as he should be looking to clear out the space and does.
Technically, किसका map है BBL?
Waiting for their chance, and well, footsteps being given away, and the utility now coming in, but there's players sitting in key corners. Sociable's just burning away in the molly, hoping that he doesn't get cleared, and I think he's just going to die here. He is! Didn't try to move, but Levin's got 2 of his own, and it's just Sheriffs left on this site as Profek and Yampi try to pick up the round. Undetected. Profit through the back of sight, Benji peeks out, manages to keep away from Profek's crosshair and does a 1 versus 3 for the captain now. And he knows there's too many angles to try and approach.
So many players to clear out. Benji's wrapped around.
And sees the head, wins it out. I don't think the players are in the right spot here. From the long angles, yeah, sure, reveal, but Yampi has a spot in which he can sit in comfortably. The shot good, and Rian Sheriff bends up. We go all even once again.
Another eco round! Heretics
Remember
had a
जीतने
hero
के
right
बाद
in the hands
क्या
of
होता
Mini,
है
but that was
पैसिफिक
the
चैलेंज
key
में
in their
स्लॉट मिलता है क्या
ignition.
रिमेंबर
The
जीतने के
one
बाद
that got it
खुशी मिलती है भाई
started. Fantastic flick, and People will look at this from Sociable and call it into question, but sometimes that's the play you have to make. He's hoping that the duration of the molly, it does kill you fully if you sit in it the whole time, funnily enough. He's hoping that he gets the element of surprise on a play. It's unfortunate, it does look silly, but that was the rationale.
Aimers.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that one to us, Hazard.
No worries. I advise anyone watching at home, you do not molly yourself. But Levin with Blades and Sociable having an opening pick untraded. This is starting to head in a very similar direction.
It's the Sheriff's had a buff, because it feels like it. Levin's Blades have missed the first couple of shots here. Heretics still look to slow roll their way through the round. Benji Fishy deposited on the other side of the map to the main push.
Gun here.
Yumpy finding himself on the opposite extremity to the bulk of the Heretics forces, so his information tool's valuable. Expired here, and this is the re-engage. Levin. Blade's already taken offline, Woot with his first in the Jet head-to-head. BBL still with precious stocks on B and precious Killjoy utility. Towards A.
The thing is though, BBL trying to deny that push and burn through a lot of their own utility. So now it's really just the KG setup on A to deny and delay Team Heretics.
30 seconds left.
First volley already opened, the second to follow it. Rian's shock darting the site to make any further clearance, but we've hit the 20-second mark and now time starts to become a bit more of an issue. BBL looking to dissuade this one with their number 2 clean as you like, but still more required. 10 seconds now. Magnum in backside. Entrenched in this position with Sociable in support. Needs the quick trade on Boo as it's a 1v1. Has the time to stick the plant. Sociable wants to deny. He can't. Pulls off. And Sociable with 3 in the end, and Boo felt like he had time to find the firefight, which he loses.
I can't believe BBL managing to win these. I can't believe both teams have been able to win these rounds. Boo left in a difficult decision.
Yampy.
BBL.
The aura guy.
I was worried with the amount of utility that they used on that B side of the map, but it feels like two professional boxers just being able to dance around each other in the ring.
So another pay safe card 50. Certainly getting their money's worth here. And
take flight.
From that situation too, the discipline shown by Sociable to overcommit.
Yield as well, right?
W.
W. Benji will get caught, but with the double duelist, you'd be expecting Heretics to have maybe a bit of faster pace.
Gonna give it a go towards B at the very least. Woot, the equalizer. 4-on-4 as it stands, but BBL very quick to take up position.
To
make the most. They stand. 2 bodies sightwards. Yumpy has his reveal again. This time it is broken.
Ooh, vulnerable.
Must be Mara, must
like
be
BBL
Mara.
have got a shooting gallery to work with. Mini Boo left to try and collect the spike as well. Next engagement goes Profec's way and BBL's.
Finally, order restored.
Show me where to go.
BBL with a 6th and an advantage on the half, but it pales in comparison to what we saw the last time these two faced. And Heretics should be feeling confident in the side switch. They've already done a decent job, but there is a foundation, one which needs to be built upon, and for that reason, the coaching staff checking in with the rest of their team first time out of the game is on the attack side.
Yeah, I mean, around about this time.
रुक जा भाई, टीम्स कॉल आ रहा है, मीट ज्वाइन करना है.
It's just the first.
पागल है क्या?
A lot of players who are playing well in the server, and the big one right now is obviously Prophet.
Had to be him, the little professor, as he is known, taking his name from his father and doing him amongst everyone else in the BBL community very proud. It's these kind of games though, where you want to see a step up, and that's what we finally got in the Fnatic game yesterday as well. It's hard for me to say that he was absent in the previous matches between the two teams, because that isn't the case. But it was him and then who else? Now we're getting Levin involved. Series from Magnum yesterday. Yumpy, Sociable, all of the names
balance
need
of
to be
life.
firing on every single cylinder.
And this is what we were talking about yesterday in the Fnatic game about BBL. They need
member बनने महीना हो गया है, आज तक शॉट आउट
And
मिला नहीं है तो अपग्रेड
they
करने
want
का
to
ना
make
रे
it all the way to champs.
अपग्रेड में तो
Heretics,
शॉट आउट है
the team that they haven't beat this year. And we know that. BBL were able to win Icebox against Heretics last time. Can they do it once again to at least put themselves into a good position?
डिनर में क्या है
to
हेल्दी
win out
रोटी
the
सब्जी
series? Your root ult is up in
बटर
this
गार्लिक
round
नान के
for
साथ
Mini Boot.
हेल्दी
Heretics revisions and current meta read in vogue. BBL a little more tried and tested, but falling back on this double controller. They have lines of defense, the first
भाई
of them
ब्लाइंड
perfect.
अच्छा था
Succeeding. Mini Boot
लेकिन
still
वो खुद ब्लाइंड था
having the best of times opening this A site. Not against
Nah.
perfect, that is. Yeah.
मैं रात को आज
Still
एने है ना
worrying about where BBL could be. Conditions
कहाँ
that
से
they
अपग्रेड
are
का
in
ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है
corners
पेमेंट ना हो रहा है बार बार
always
रिफंड आ रहा है
pushing
बैंक से
that
एक्सक्यूज
envelope.
मी
But it's long lines of sight they've opted for this time. Next player up should be Wu. We saw a similar outcome in the previous round when Heretics went 5 versus 4. This one attempting to be opened up with a set piece from the timeout, and now BBL start to investigate themselves. Free fire through the jail, but it's sociable!
Oh my god bro
3
W
players
पे
removed
by
and sent their
W
marching
blind था
orders.
by W
BBL set
यार
up for the 7th into the next rifle. I said it was going to be Wu. It has to.
आज NAB बाप मैप है मैप नहीं रे
I
मैच
don't
रे
think he's got any ways of escape realistically here to save that rifle. You look
मस्त
at
क्लियर किया
the
अभी
economy for Heretics. It's completely broken after this. 4 players on 0
I got the spike.
and Wu on 50. That's literally the
अगर
least
कोई कर
amount of money
सकता है,
I think I've ever seen.
तो
the team
कोई नहीं
have.
क्योंकि टाइम
Every
नहीं है
single
समझ रहे
credit
बकचोदी
spent.
ना करो 7-4
Ults to fall back on, right? We didn't see those invested. It will have been one of the major talking points of the timeout, and Wu is within 2 players.
बना लो भाई montage बना लो
near him, and there just isn't enough
बना लो
time.
montage
That's from the
Last
blades
round in the
up
half.
from as well,
We lose everything after
which allows for him to chuck a rifle across to another player and bring out some.
चैट लाइक करो यार 2000 लोग देख रहे हैं
Yeah, it was a nice idea here from Heretics to start things up. You're looking at the maps that we've got coming up in the Veto as well, especially Haven if we go
एक्चुअल
the
में W blind
distance.
था
A lot of their attack is built off of those micro plays, the synergy that they've created between this lineup now, which has spent so much time together. But
भाई
this is the
7-5
final
करना पड़ेगा वरना
opportunity
लग गया
to make
हैशटैग के
a
साथ
dent to
अटैकिंग
lead
मैप
the
है
fifth
ये
round
अटैकिंग है ना
on BBL's record.
डिफरेंट ये
and
मिडिल
here are
मैप
the
है
ults.
मिडिल मैप
Straightforward.
सब लोग A
Trying to
साइड
get
मिडिल में
through,
लड़ते
and
हैं
it's,
मिडिल मैप
obviously the
पे और
Euro to clear things out.
ट्रेड हुआ
Trade still
बड़ी
fall
ट्रेड
through.
हुआ
It's still equal on both sides. And it looks like Heretics have managed to rescue a Guardian there, so the weaponry not looking too bad for the attack. Look at the tools BBL have. It's both of those controllers and the Sentinel still alive.
मैं वॉल डाउन करता फ्री
Toxins up. You expect the lockdown here. You want to fight it. Prophet sticking around, looking to take early lines of sight, but time now getting low. Maybe stuck around too long. Is Prophet's now going to get caught offline? Is able to at least get his opposite number. So no more smoke screen and sociable towards the backlines. In behind, up on belt. Yep, here he goes. Swings out.
भाई क्या
Bench is
रीड
aware of
बे
it. And now so are Heretics. Pushed into Magnum. A great series yesterday and a great
शॉट बे
which he's up to.
भाई उसका क्या रीड था
For BBL and a considerable lead into the second half. Magnum knows what it means to make it to international events, so he shoulders the weight of the Heretics push. Their last chance on the half goes amiss. And while BBL's lead may not be as commanding as it had been before, it's nothing to turn your nose up at.
चैट टीएच
But
को
let's hear Yampi's thoughts on what it means for him to lead BBL all
Retake
the
cheat,
way
excuse
to
me.
Champions Paris.
मेंबरशिप कैसे लो इनसिफिशिएंट बैलेंस आ रहा है फाफा को बोलो ये चीज
Qualifying for champs would be a big step for me. I think last year when I missed, it was the first year I missed the international things, and I think I didn't appreciate it enough the previous years.
हेलो मेरे
because
जान
I
के
was
बेटा
in
अगर
champs
तेरे को
for
मेरी
3
आवाज आ
years
रही
in
है
a
तो
row, and it
उसका
kind
क्या
of felt the
करने का वो
norm,
बता
and
दे
missing it
क्योंकि
last year
दिन
kind of
कम
made me
है
appreciate
और बहुत सारा शूट
the
करना
journey
पेंडिंग है
towards the
बहुत
champs.
सारा
What do you need to do before the champs and to qualify there, and what it actually takes to be a top team and qualify there. And that's, I think, what's been a really big thing for me this year. That I kind of realized that it's not always granted and you shouldn't take.
यार मेरे को चप्पल लेके जाओ यार
That's why I try to enjoy every play of game.
ये सब के लिए डिफेंसिव मैप मैप है बस एसेंट के लिए अटैकिंग मैप है लव यू यार 2030 में हर घर मेंबरशिप योजना आने वाला है यूज कर इसे अरे अब की बार 500 पार मेंबरशिप का तो
This is someone who's always had a competitive mindset from
who will qualify as per
in his younger
think
years, fitting so well with the coaching staff of PAL, his rugby background.
PH can come back.
He's driven more than anyone to want to take them there and knows exactly what that means.
Yeah, and while it is so close, it can feel so far, right? Yeah. You lose here today, you have to go into that lower bracket and essentially play for the top 4 that BBL are looking for, and that is going to eventually lead up to maybe playing against them, all your vitalities, who are your direct rivals for that champion spot.
For BBL, it's been when and if, but never
Language
is right on the edge of top 4. Those qualification spots, be it Bangkok, Toronto, and now Paris. This will finally plunge them into the top cut. Onto the attack side, another pistol could be everything, but Woot is right under their nose and swiftly removed. Rian's the only one in the feed right now. One of those few sheriffs that Heretics do have.
Yeah, the BBL swarm hasn't stopped, and Magnum just standing up for the next engagement.
Backs off. BBL move into post. Still Boot late to arrive, and Captain on the other side has stuck the dart to the chest. One of the retaking players.
No utility for the defense either, so this is just straight up gunfight.
And BBL really just want to get right in and amongst it, puff their chest and show a bit of swagger in this situation. Lined up towards spawn side. It's ill-advised. Benji at the double. Sheriff finding value. Yampi in striking range with a couple of these targets. He's got all 3 and out of the hat. BBL
by mood mein be.
And well, if BBL can stop losing anti-eco rounds, they'll find double digits off the back of this win. It's a big if. I mean, that's the thing right now. BBL moving in towards.
कोई है लेकिन chat में
I personally feel like they've reached another level.
Scientific reasons के लिए कोई Paris के आसपास कोई है क्या?
Maybe the macro aspect, but certainly like the micro, right? How you combine with each other, and the trades have just been sublime.
Feels so simple to say, but it's that stage confidence that takes time to build. Yampi the only player that went positive when they faced kickoff. That's definitely a silver lining. Woot getting one there, but as I was saying, everyone else requiring those repetitions, but you're seeing it now.
And I think this is a big thing from the head coach of PAL, right, and what he's been able to implement since then. I mean, you think of the improvements since he's taken the reins, was able to actually win a map off Heretics, and I mean, arguably you could say, could have won the series. You think of that sunset, 13-11 and how close it got.
Just going through the motions here as Heretics have one pistol on Rians, and actually, that has pushed the boat out. Minimal returns here for BBL, just a couple rifle save, but Yampi has the Hunter's Fury coming into the rifle, and to finish the discussion that you were having there, I completely agree. We had some really close series between these two in the past, but BBL have just never been able to deliver that final bullet.
एक रीजन से कितने टीम क्वालीफाई हुए चैंप्स के लिए 4
and from seeing how Heretics are feeling about their Ascent, especially
ये राउंड भी जीत सकते हैं रे BBL यहाँ पे का अल्ट भी है bro.
There is a long way to go
guns
for
भी
now.
है
But into this one, the ult online, as I said, for BBL, and looking to maybe make a play off it immediately.
Yeah, and they've also bought into this round. This is looking like it could be pretty dangerous one for Heretics. They need to be careful, and look at how aggressive Heretics right now are being up B long as the push comes in.
It's Levin to lead the line as he so often does. 2 smokes floats through, sociable by his side. Profek in behind, but a little too late to undo the damage. Tag Woot middle in the meantime, but BBL stalled out of this A push.
Yeah, need to try and recover the round. A player down, sure, Woot's taking a bit of damage.
Hello?
All the way down to 33 points of health, but Heretics have the information that they need, and Woot up close and personal and
जमकिन चैंप्स का वीजा का क्या सीन है? मिसम भाई मैं एक्चुअली कल जा रहा हूँ एमबीसी में बात करने, तो मैं बात करके बताता हूँ.
The Killjoy utility, so a step out into the snow pile will not go undetected.
turret being destroyed, allowed Magnum all the way up into kitchen. He's going to get a plant all the way up, right?
30 seconds left.
And this is a difficult one to try and get on to.
The
lines of sight that BBL will be able to control. And the fact that they have that extra map space of Snowman, Yampy needs to be careful against the judge.
It's all a game of chance. One body shot from Yampy would be enough, and it looks like he's going to full clear garage the opposite way around here. As Woot is resolute. Oh, the reload! His positioning favours in the end. Profek with work to do and getting his hands dirty. Profek! What guilt! And Heretic's chances evaporate before our very eyes.
Oh no!
So much work from Woot done there. Felt unfortunate for Yampy, but Profek has done his job.
Ace.
And he'll get an ace for his troubles.
And that was the buy round for Heretics as well. BBL carried through that by Profek. And after the initial push being denied by Heretics and doing so well there.
It's one of the differences that you see as well with having Profek on the Viper here instead of the Omen. It's sociable given the license to get aggressive and have that partnership with Levin rather than Profek, which we're expecting on later maps. And when he's there as your closer, incredibly effective.
Right here. Champs ka stage or Pacific ka final.
Streak of rounds now built up by BBL, staring down Heretics in similar fashion to when they played here last.
Brute forcing their way through, but is that the right idea? Because Heretics, once again, managed to find themselves just ahead of BBL.
Clearance from Yampy in the site, but as you say, there's an advantage in numbers here for Heretics, and players' bodies are close.
And well, the fight's not going their way either. BBL maybe a little bit too disrespectful.
Plant
to Los
Niños.
But it couldn't be Profek once again. 5 points of health. One sheriff shot would be enough. And they know exactly where he is.
Missed shots do a disservice as Rian's revealing Profek for multiple times in the round. But yeah, just as BBL were on course to best their effort last time around, even after the 11-1 half of a 13-5 scoreline against Heretics, it looks like back on track. But Profek, surely not. That's the first. Trigger discipline. How many more does he want? He's not going to get it.
20 seconds left. Rian's looking to try and support Woot here. He's only got a sheriff. Remember, one bullet is enough.
You're still doubting
the fact that this is winnable. Profek actually is.
Just breaks all conventions. Someone we want to see against international. Great opposition. Pace safeguard thrifty for Heretics though. Still continuing to prove that they can be deadly round on round.
What do you think will win champ? PRX, baby.
After that one with BBL down to a mixed investment of their own, it makes you wonder, how many more of these until we start to call into the question the potential for a comeback? Because the Heretics of the past, when they went behind, they stayed behind. But one big change we've noticed from their group stage so far in stage 2 is that the mental fortitude feels a lot stronger. There's just something different about this team.
Yeah, and I think the big one is maturity, right? The fact that they're able to play off one another, the fact that they're able to pick each other up from bad performances. Remember where the spike is, this is just 2 players on the hunt for kills at the moment. And Miniboo has identified
do have to hang on for just a sec. You remember the game that we've been watching, right?
Yeah, but come on. Heretics, there's no way that they're going to allow BBL to win this round.
Well, let's find out together. As we can see, Magnum making moves towards B, and Profek certainly giving off some sound. Footfall towards middle. Miniboo here again.
One enemy remaining.
God.
Yeah, here's the next one gone. Magnum did win half of all clutches attempted yesterday.
team ko kaisa PRX by
itna 4 attempts, I suppose. But yeah, those 2 clutches huge in influencing the direction of a series. This one would just feel more like a backbreaker. And I tell you what, Magnum, be an ace if he can do it. Get the plant in here. Not on the lockdown just yet. They're going to peek him. Oh, Magnum! Gave us half a chance, but 4 will not be enough.
भाई डैमेज प्रो मैक्स दिया वो लोग को,
you know, mini arrhythmia, but yeah, well played by Heretics all in. Mini Boo just looks brilliant. And with that being said, we look towards the next rifle rounds, right? 11-6, the scoreline, starting to get closer. And with an 11-7 equal, you look at it being within 3 rounds after this rifle round win. And Woot's even got his
भाई language काहे लोडिंग दे रहे भाई भाई सदी तेरी कौन
The Heretics.
तेरी तो
Sociable has an answer here.
क्या मारा बे
As the op
वो
removed.
क्या मारा बे
This is what you expect.
भाई अंजुम दिया बे अंजुम
to be on an aggressive line and with a TP out towards Snowman, but that's going to expire soon.
First half wasn't the best depiction of his abilities, but here Hudson's chances a little better. The TP is left late, gambled on the angle, punished by Levin. Now BBL in a position of serious authority.
That lockdown's going to earmark the space for BBL to move into.
I have to say though, 2 shots and a Hunter's Fury on Rians. Might want to give this a go at least in delaying, because BBL aren't the quickest in the uptake.
And you know Riens has the lineups as well. And well, that's exactly what BBL have done. Tapped the spike, got out. Levin has been forfeited though in the meantime. And it's starting to get low. And there's not a whole lot of utility here for BBL when you look at the belts.
Has Sociable been heard? That's the question. Oh, Benji overlooks it, but the flick
फिर भी
makes
मारा
up for the
उसने
whole
चलते
situation, and now it's a
चलते
3-on-3.
This is getting worrying. Having to deposit the Viper's pit as well. BBL are pushing everything to this.
Magnum in the corner, does find one back, but he's estranged, out on an island, trying to shovel his way out of trouble, and puts Benji in the sand
भाई
instead.
मैंने SLL के 8000 वाली मेंबरशिप कर ली
Heretics
तो मैं क्या करूं
their final chance before match point. Rian's trying to do so much in this situation, but it is rigged from the start. Magnum at the triple, and with that, BBL move on to match point on their pick.
They knew that this was an important round to win. That's why all the ultimates were pushed to the middle of the field. And well, on top of that, Yampy is actually one off his Hunter's Fury. It seems like Heretics have seen enough here. Trevor and Neil want to introduce themselves for one last time in Icebox and give some semblance of a comeback here.
Heretics, when you look towards champions and what it is, what it means to be at those events and to make it all the way to the very top, you have to be thinking about still performing even when you're not having your best game. And right now, looking at the score sheets, everyone's sort of on par. It's just a couple of details maybe missing that.
भाई उसका सिंपल है भाई पर्क्स 8000 वाली मेंबरशिप लोगे तो नेक्स्ट वीडियो में तुम्हारा कमेंट मैं पढ़ूंगा ये क्या है
तूने मंगाया वो
यम दिख रहा है मैंने मंगाया नहीं भाई मैंने बनाया है ब्रो आई ईट हेल्दी होममेड स्टफ प्लीज मेरा ऑडियंस को इन्फ्लुएंस ना करे
Be setting the pacing of the game, right? We've seen that all throughout this map. How Heretics find themselves comfortable for the next couple of rounds, able to get by this one. It's another question entirely. They have plenty more maps to be comfortable on, like your Ascents, like your Havens. We know that they're good on that. Icebox just seems like a problem Heretics can't solve at the moment.
चिकन चिली खाने वाला बंदा पहली बार आलू चिली खा रहा है
Current problem may not be such an issue later on, but as it stands, BBL in this position looking to drive it home. It was a pace change which they threatened through mid, not an area of the map that we've seen them explore all too much up until now, but Heretics, these few weeks of practice that they've had to build Icebox back into the pool still feels like an issue in the veto process between these two. With the amount of times we've seen it crop up in their head-to-head.
This is now starting to look like a fair few bodies towards this side of the map. You saw Boo starting to move
Puranpuri
over
का
just
खा
for
रहे
a
हो भाई,
second,
Puranpuri
but
sexy लगता है मेरे को.
BBL are scaling, and as much as we talk about a pace change, you can go for that quick injection through mid at the start, but now we're about to hit the 30-second mark, and Heretics still have bodies in backside.
Well, they do. Levin is the
30
one
seconds
leading
left.
the charge. The dash
Lune
about
mara.
to expire, and Updraft instead and gets a kill for it.
Mara,
Yampy doing
Lune
even
mara.
better. BBL look to be on the final
clean
charge
execute,
to
bhai.
win out Icebox. The first
kuch
map
nahi kar
against
paye, bhai.
Heretics, like they did in the last series
Chalo,
when they
Raki.
played against them, but not as if there was some resistance. But it's futile. BBL know exactly what it takes to win out against Heretics on Icebox.
सुरेश भाई मेरी जान के टोटे.
Lockdown in play though, makes things interesting.
आओ हमारे WhatsApp ग्रुप में आओ. Thank you for the 6th member of cast those membership. Yeah.
Show up, but doesn't hear. BBL win map number 1.
As they did the last time these two faced, their first map win in all 4 meetings that we'd seen in VCT. They've done it again.
WW.
But now with a couple
Mod
more
Suresh bhai connect
opportunities
करो.
to take down their second
Cast
top 3
those
team
premium group
in the last
of
48 hours
WhatsApp
or
में join
so
कर दें.
would be the absolute difference maker on that push towards Paris. We'll have to see if they can on the other side of this break.
70 की 6th है.
Let's go! Nice, Martin! Good stop. Come on, boys. Valky.
अजी कोई गाली दे रहा है.
Let's go.
ओए. भाई मेरे को ये खा के मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों याद आया, लेकिन जब मैं कॉलेज में था ना, मेरा एक फेवरेट स्पॉट होता था अंडा मसाला खाने को. एक अंडे का ग्रेवी था और उसके साथ ना 2 परोठा आता था और वो इतना स्पाइसी और इतना मस्त होता था ना, इतना मस्त, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट हर दिन में सेम चीज जाता था, सेम चीज मंगाता था. और एक बार तो ऐसा हो गया कि मैं जब एंटर किया सीधा प्लेट ला के रख दिया. खाओ भाई. सोचो. अच्छा उस दिन मेरे को दूसरा कुछ खाने का मूड नहीं हो, वरना गाली देता था. बाप था. ग्रीन गिवे होता नहीं रे, रेड रे. कहा था एसएस कॉलेज के सामने एक पीछे से एक गली जाते हैं वहां पे. अभी बंद हो गया रहेगा शायद. तो मैं आपको इंस्टा पे डीएम कर दूंगा कल. जय बात. क्या चीज डीएम करोगे लेकिन? इंस्टा डीएम नहीं, व्हाट्सएप पे है तो डायरेक्ट. अपना नंबर. ठीक है सुरेश भाई. डन है. गेमिंग टुडे भाई गाना सकते आज भाई हैवी वॉच पार्टी भाई. 2-0 हो सकता तो थोड़ा गेमिंग हो सकता. है चिली है गान चल रही है. How to take membership? Exclamation mark join baby. Ramsa ji, excuse me. ना. भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये हरमन मिलर गेमिंग, ये जो चेयर है भाई, ये घड़ी नहीं है एकदम बाप वाली हरमन मिलर, नहीं?
Dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line.
What are you doing? Aloo chili.
Yeah, cut the check and
भाई मिर्ची गाड़ी में लगी.
Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing.
Copyright, डरते क्या?
Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup.
Just let us qualify for champs बोला. आप Ascent 3 हो अभी? दोस्ती के लिए भाई.
BBL proving that they might just be the real deal here with a dominant start on Icebox. I am your hosting, so I've got Billy and Minnie here with me once again now. Billy, we love shenanigans, but did you expect 5 thrifties?
It's fun to say, yeah. Like, it's BBL. I feel like we're so used to seeing thrifties from them at this
point.
Bye!
Thanks for the membership!
It's absolutely ridiculous. And the worst part is we had 3 50s back to back to back. I think it was so funny, like, watching the players in these moments especially. I think that whenever we have moments like that... I had to let that play out. I think moments like that you do see like teams being a bit more creative. But yeah, I just found it really amusing that we ended up having 3 back-to-back.
How to join your community for playoff picks?
And like the pressure on BBL to win this game was there, but I think it was kind of obvious why they chose this map. And a bit of a question mark on why Heretics decided to ban Corrode over this map after seeing what they came up with, which was not that much.
Yeah, you cannot underestimate BBL. And the thing is, Miniboo is the only player in the world right now that plays Yoru on Icebox. Minnie, were you convinced by it? Why do you think they did this?
I think it was mostly a trap idea. Like, they played it a bit more gimmicky than, say, it was like a gimmick pick.
Liquid का match अभी भी हो सकता है, क्या पता नेट क्लियर करके आ जाए.
So in the first time we saw something quite nice. So we play it out. We saw the TP going to be used going all the way up to Snowman. It's going to be comboed nicely with a drone coming out of B main here. And so the drone's going to tag someone, and it allowed for like a crunch to happen on B long. So Miniboo TP's behind, Omen's tagged, and just a nice kill. And now because he's Yoru, he can put the TP down, flash the and just get out. And I was like, beautiful. Like,
do it again.
Maybe there's some beautiful tech going on here. Maybe there's a reason why they're playing Yoru. But then on the flip side, it looked mostly more like rounds like this, where like the A main control, he's just going to put the TP down into like the corner and try and flash for himself, and then TP, and then just die. And that was more like, I think, what we saw most of. So I wasn't too impressed with the cooking with the Euro.
They need more layers, right?
As we game के बाद 5 man.
The good news is, as we go to Ascent, Mini, it's where the tech, the cooking, the cheese is pretty good for them.
Yeah, I would. The way I'd frame it was, this was a cheese pick in this moment, but for Haven and Ascent, Yoru is not a cheese pick. Like, it's more standard. They've got the ideas ready. They're not trying to catch off their opponent. They're just going to play a standard, honest game.
Yeah, and BBL, Billy, pretty much did the opposite. We're going to talk about standard on Ascent. Tell me what you liked about the triple initiator.
The triple initiator, I think yesterday going into it, I said on their defense, I'm expecting them to have a lot of trap plays set up, which was nice, and kind of just keep one body in the extremities. We did see a lot of that. I think the attack, when we saw them play in stage 1, great. Looked a bit messy. People were getting caught off guard a lot of the time when again playing for those extremities and solos a lot of the time. However, those issues seem to be fixed yesterday. I don't want to read too much into it because that composition was clearly a direct anti towards what Fnatic were running. Coming up against Team Heretics, going for that double duelist kind of style, I'm intrigued to see if they're going to be able to get away with having the amount of extremity control that they had against Fnatic yesterday, because Heretics are going to be fighting for these with the double duelist that they have.
Well, actually, the last time I think they played, it was the double duelist versus that triple initiator, and Heretics on the defense especially, it was Wu just on that defense, and he wasn't even fighting too much. It was just being quite passive with the operator and finding angles after the initiators use utility, and finding those timings, which Fnatic weren't able to do. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether BBL's attack has improved, or Fnatic just weren't amazing yesterday, and Heretics going to be able to punish.
Me, you want like cope, full cope. But Mini, what did you?
Mobile player against same server, Valo PC?
3 is better than 2.
मतलब सिंगापुर मुंबई वो सब servers mostly same रहेगा but cross platform नहीं रहेगा.
In terms of composition in general, I'm a bit more curious about it. I'm not like the hottest on it. I think that Heretics will do a better job than Fnatic at showing where the holes potentially are. And I think, for me personally, I think the composition should struggle more on that defense, not having that sentinel anchor.
They've got to show us that that wasn't a one and done, right? It turns out that wasn't one and done. It wasn't a one and done. I'm looking at
new bundle is trash.
But yeah, the Tejo, you don't see that often every day, and the trap plays with the Tejo, oh, you know, they had one prepared.
Next year आएगा वाला mobile आना तो चाहिए.
It just looked great.
It looked very good. It did look strong. I can't deny that.
मैं तो chance bundle के लिए
It's going to be a statement if they win this Ascent, and Heretics have their back to the wall right here, and it's going to be interesting to see how Heretics deal with the pressure of playoffs.
I think BBL also have a lot of pressure on them as well, though, because I think if you're looking at them, if they do want to win this series today, they have to win a set. Because when we do get to Haven, that is when it gets really difficult for them. If Heretics do manage to win this one, not only do they have the momentum going into that last map, but it's a map that they've been dominant all year.
Yeah, someone once famous, he said if you win your opponent's map pick, you're more likely to win the match. But here for Heretics, they have to win. And if they do manage to force a map 3, Hazard and Cairo, they have a great chance of locking in champs.
कितना ignore करता रहे मैंने करता रहे ignore. Is there any advantage of running Valorant mobile now? Like Valo PC also launched late.
That's what they'll be hoping, but it's a long road up until that point, of course. I think this map decides a lot of things in my mind. Whether BBL have fully overcome the skeletons in their closet, this team Heretics, which they've been yet to beat so far this year in VCT, or whether they go down into that third and final map, which will be even more grueling, I'm sure, than what we have up ahead here.
Yeah, I mean, one map away from basically securing the spot in the top 4, but it is 2 of the best maps that Heretics have in their pool. So the comp built to beat Fnatic, but can it go on to beat Heretics as well? So we start off in B main with a quick pop and Benji under pressure.
So such a strong sight for Heretics. BBL immediately sending it towards this side of the map, though. Rian's to follow things up. He's on the other side of the door here. Sheriff in hand, missed shots, uncharacteristic. BBL trampling the players on site, quick punish, but Rian's keeps them in it.
And spike down now, and there's so many bodies here for Heretics to work with.
BBL in post, you expect them to fight on the front foot. Here they have to. Do a quick side step from stairs, dodging the paranoia, and it's all on boot. 2 versus 1. His position revealed, and BBL yet to miss a beat. Another pistol round, 3 for 3 this series now.
And that's a great start to be having. And I
call उठाने बोलो भाभी को. पंकज, मॉडल भाई का कॉल उठा. क्या कर रहे? इतनी बड़ी यूट्यूबर बन गई है तो. भगवान का कॉल आ रहा है, उठा. भगवान बोल दिया. मॉडल भाई गाली दूं मैं बीवी को, बताओ. गाली दूं मैं? आप कुछ भी बोलो. बंग भाई फेक मॉडल है क्या? मेंबरशिप भी नहीं है इसके पास. हाय हाय हाय.
Against Turkish teams in VCT, by the way, has never lost to either BBL or FUT. Coming out of the Challengers League from 2023. Another fun stat for you, Nilzinho. It's been over a year since he lost to a Scottish coach. If we're talking regional matchups, the last time Masters Madrid against Drew Spark, of course, on Ascent. But stats aside, Heretics are damn good here, and they do have bodies towards B if you're
that model by OP ready रखना. कभी-कभी 50 गिफ्ट भी देते हैं.
Yeah, I mean, there is always that opportunity. There's a
भाई सारा बुलेट डॉज कर रहा है वो.
It's like walking on glass.
भाई सारा बुलेट डॉज कर रहे हैं भाई.
I'm missing so many shots, and yeah, this is not like them at all.
I mean, sure, the only weapon there was Mini Boot. The marshal in his hands, I should say. Yeah. And so many players drop low on BBL side. They'll do a good job getting these out of the round.
भाई कोई मर ही नहीं रहा है
tell you
BBL
what,
में.
it's flawless. I find that surprising, to be fair, with the amount of damage done.
कैसे?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fact that BBL get all 5 through, they can
I'm by the advantage.
Well played nonetheless. Makes the bonus round much more interesting now, as BBL basically are flush with rifles. Sure, they're not all Phantoms or Vandals, a couple of Bulldogs in the mix, but they'll take it against
Membership कमी group है क्या? ज़्यादा membership कमी
but
group
against the
है.
Team Heretics that aren't flush themselves.
Yeah, Ninzo flawless, meaning that only rebuy is on the armor, and another quick B hit, still going for this.
Yeah, they're
Arre,
really
kya
taking
reveal?
Heretics off guard here. And they are so unsettled, Levin, all the way on stairs, still not found.
भाई
And the
क्या
trade's
लड़ रहे हैं
looking
भाई.
so
नसीब
good,
बू टाइम
but
पे है
Blue
भाई.
comes out to rescue the round
भाई
for
बू
Heretics.
टाइम पे है भाई.
I can't believe what I'm seeing, but Heretics do a good job in the end of shutting down BBL, deciding if it isn't broke, no problem in trying to fix
बंद भाई
something.
breakup हो गया है. Don't know what to do.
Using
घर
all
वाले
of
से
this
बात करो.
initiation
Don't know
power
what to
that we
do.
have, and something
Breakup हो
that
गया
needs to be consistently addressed in differences of
Party
these
करो, pizza खाओ.
compositions is Yampi's KO, and how good those knife placements had been.
That's flash!
If he can take offline Benji's
हाँ,
setups,
but
then the
actually वो
possibility
flash
of
नहीं
these
रहता
quick
था ना. Lean का
executions
2
is
kill था.
always a threat. And it's back to A this time.
That's the way. This is a site that they look to manipulate Fnatic with on the attack, but Heretics much more savvy and able to stop the push straight away.
Now we get
Language
this different
side.
look from Heretics in terms of how they want to fight B main. It's the deep
Mortal by
camp
चले गए
from
भाई.
Benji.
Celebrity
Doesn't
लोग.
look like he's gone for the one-way lineup which he has. It's the more regressed version of it. Fight back from Heretics, but it's onto
भाई मेरे
BBL's
को ऐसे
doorstep.
क्यों
They
लग
kept
रहा
the
है ये लोग
space
एक
and
दूसरे
they
को
hold
blind
on
दे
to
रहे
it.
हैं.
And now it's just Boo all alone, and he's been found. Has 2 TPs, sure, but
क्या
he has no line
blind
of
दिया
sight to
भाई
make
कईयों ने.
that
क्या
attempt.
blind दिया भाई कईयों
BBL
ने.
open up A.
Benji taking his trap,
Ah!
packing up his stuff and getting ready to sit in Boathouse for the next 45 seconds. It's a really well-called
Yeah,
round from
clean,
BBL in the
man.
sense that they play around with that conditioning. The tape that
Clean.
we've seen from this version of the triple initiator which they played previously, the last time these teams faced on Ascent, it was the Fnatic comp that they'd been running previously that we saw from BBL.
And the fact that they
Live
have 2
message?
comps
कौन सा
that
live
have
message?
both won
वो
and
Nightbot
had a
का
good
message
look,
पढ़ो.
it is a real problem for coaches, right? Because you then begin to think, right, well, was that triple initiator just
Question
showing
is
to
timeout अभी आएगा
upset
कि next round?
Fnatic and what they
तो
showed?
जो एक
Or
round team
is
जीता
there
ना,
a
वो भी
possibility that they
technically BBL
could
को
come out
जीतना
with
था.
the chamber, the double senti composition that Fnatic like to run as well? So it's a conundrum which Neil and Webber would have thought about.
कैसे
Also
रोके
an
इनिशिएटर
area
को?
where they have
Realize
an
अपना वाला काम
advantage,
counter
though.
कर
I
सकते
don't
हैं?
think we can ignore the fact
More
that
pro
Heretics
timing
do
spam
have
मार
much
सकते
more
हो.
time to prepare coming into this game than the last time they went against each other at the beginning of the group stage. That was a concern for
plant
me
खेल सकते हो.
for BBL, but we know how much momentum can play a factor in Valorant. We've seen it at the international events. We're perhaps seeing it now with this run from them at the very least.
डबल ब्लाइंड करके मार सकते हो.
To find out if that checks out the same for GX later on. As it stands,
Janil
BBL into
भाई
another gun round.
नाम मान
Couple
रे.
of residuals from Heretics. The big difference there was
मेरे को याद है मेरा
Russian
सेकंड
met by
मेंबर हुआ
BBL.
करता था. इतना नहीं चाहिए.
मैं भी खाऊंगी ना.
this time it doesn't look as if they're
अरे
going to
नीचे
throw
तीखा
caution to the
वाला है.
wind.
ये रेड वाला ले.
Discard any guns early.
मैं इधर.
अरे ये अलग
Onto
है,
the
वो
side they
अलग है, वो
go, and
लहसुन वाला है.
Minpoop,
क्या बोल
he's
रही है?
tossed out.
There is
So with that
मिर्ची और
allows
लहसुन
the
को.
spike to go down as easy.
Janil भाई
as
thank you
possible.
for the
Those two
card.
rifles
दो
still
membership
are
upgrade मेरी
available
जान. ये
for
दूसरा
Team
member था
Heretics
जिसने
with
upgrade
two
किया है
players
भाई.
on a full
मेरे को
belt
याद है.
utility.
BBL won't want
Second
to
time,
overstay
मेरे को याद
their
है.
welcome, but they do play
W.
expansive Valorant.
सेकंड वाला अपग्रेड करेगा. सेवेंथ कैसे होएगा भाई?
Deep
सेकंड ही
towards
रहेगा ना.
B main
अपग्रेड
just
किया
in
उसने.
case, but re-ends makes
सेकंड
the
मेंबर
first
था. Janil भाई love you
impact
मेरी
on
जान
towards the
करे.
BBL
Love
numbers. It's
you.
Profit that goes.
Still fighting this BBL. Oh,
WhatsApp
even
ग्रुप पे आ जाओ.
invested
WhatsApp
on the
ग्रुप पे आ
round.
जाओ.
Yeah, need to be careful. As well, Team Heretics close to the
Jet
site,
Mara.
Sociable still not identified. Finally is, and both remaining players have a gun to work with. Oh, Yampy can't quite get onto the second, and Mr. Reliable shows up once again. That'll be the second round for Heretics.
And such a big round for Heretics to win, where they were massively unfavoured, but BBL's push is their undoing, I feel. in terms of what the setup looked like. Sure, you get all of that control, but
members
again, utility fantastic to counteract this push that we saw from both Magnum and Levin. And as things start to fall apart,
Nice! Wait, do we have time?
there is no second layer. And yeah, no, you're right, Benji. Don't worry, mate. It is 2 rounds to 3.
Well, there's also the possibility of using the KO ultimate, and that's why you're seeing there's that one Cypher trap on B with Benji playing really far back, not one to get caught out by the null command.
Not seen this too often. It's got a trap on both sides of the map and playing from spawn.
Protect the president.
Not wanting to get caught at all, but as expected, Yampi rips the ult and BBL feigning the possibility of A before they go through the middle of the map and quick trade.
W
to get out of market, and both players towards the spawn side. That's Benji and Rienz.
Very similar situation to what we saw in the previous round. The difference being this time, Wu is flanking from main. And the aggressive control held by Yampi is towards market instead. He has now been cut from position. Profek in the meantime trying to disrupt, but caught by Wu. And now there are further problems for BBL.
There's still an ultimate to be used, and it's been ripped straight away.
Going for the fight, in towards spawn, out into the cage, Levin let loose. Benji dropped and Wu is low. For main, he must hold up his end of the bargain. Yampi still the wedge between the lines of offense as the attack continues its push up against Wu. He will be taken down and escorted out of the round in the end. BBL made good of the situation despite the setbacks.
Yeah, maintain the 2-round lead as well, or at least retain it. And Heretics, the economy for both sides, just a little bit worrying. You always need to keep note of it. Ultimate's being used, and now ultimate advantage towards Heretics here in the next coming rounds.
Nice, Elias, insane.
From the preparation that Heretics would have had coming into this as well. They know that BBL did like those direct executions with the ult, and you kind of saw it there. They played around with the idea. Let's fake it a bit towards A before we then actually repath into B. And to give you all a reminder of what the stakes are in terms of championship points, Heretics sat just underneath Fnatic. A win for them today will confirm their attendance in Paris. Be more of the same later on, but for BBL a little bit further adrift, tied with Vitality, who wait in the lower bracket. So of course, that makes this one even more important, because you don't want to have to face up against your main opponents in this chase towards the business end. This is the best opportunity that they will get to secure themselves a placement.
Yeah, 100%. And stat on your screen, BBL the highest 5v4 win rate of VCT EMEA, winning 81% of 5v4s. And the thing that's interesting about me, the Duelist Levin has also got the highest first kill per round percentage, right? So, I mean, it's a perfect combination.
It's a hefty toll that you can pay with Levin sometimes. The desk addressed it though. The Jet is where he looks best, and with 3 initiators at his back, he is the locomotive which powers this train of players right now. We're all the way up the guts through market. Mini Boo, double wallbang will remove him from the situation, and the spike is still being ferried over towards the B site. But with Magnum in the meantime finding a kill, we are held at a pause for just a moment. Only Benji here on B now. BBL feeling a little more comfortable to play chase.
Yeah, but we know his sheriff's good. We've seen an ace from it before.
An ace against BBL, no less, but that was on Sunset, and that was a different day, a different story. BBL building up this early lead with little issue against the Ecos. That was where they struggled on Icebox. Who's got to pull a worldie out of nowhere to stop the same happening here.
Yeah, with a Marshall as well. You have to take a moment to get ready for the next shot. And BBL giving nothing away to the captain of Heretics.
Absolutely not. Nice first shot from Boo. It's just a consolation. Magnum once again finding himself in the feed. The amount of this guy be able to generate from his group stage performance, settling into the squad, filling the shoes of back from kickoff onwards. It's been a real sight to behold. But now crunch time for Heretics. The next round is the right
$50 सुपर करो देखो चैट ओपी करेंगे अपने आप अंदर से ठंडा हो जाएगा
only echo Weber's thoughts there because these kinds of mistakes will not be left unpunished.
Come back to that comment in a second because right now BBL are starting the run once again. Direct route one into the set. Heretics cannot live on the side. The utility that they're using. It's not allowing any safe spaces, but at least Boo gets one back onto level.
A team which looked so comfortable playing retake against GX, but BBL a different beast entirely.
Thank you for the re-membership of Cars Dost मेरी जान के दोटे.
Here is Mini Boo, the statement of
third वाला था ये re-membership पे भाई upgrade नहीं देखो ना एक बार नाम देखो ना third वाला है भाई.
Blinding one of the players and Heretics overpowering the site, leaving
love you Kunal bhai, love you.
Potentially without any value, and that's exactly the case. The set retake from Heretics works.
ये लोग का पता है
not willing to completely concede the site control.
दरवाजा खुला है.
Holding on to enough of it to make that retake of feasibility and then drawing on some of their strengths again.
Yeah, and I mean, I think as well, I just wanted to touch on what Weber was saying, right? If we continue on like this, we don't deserve to win. And I mean, this is something that the last game they played in group stage, we prepare to lose every game, but all hope for the best, right? And that's because they're humble. The players know exactly what type of opponent they could potentially be going up against, especially against a team like BBL.
The kind of humbling that you only get by making it to multiple international finals and falling short. I hate to say it, but that is the reality. These Heretics players have molded, bonded, stronger together through the tough times to finally start to see a sprinkle of success this year. And yeah, that execution from BBL in the previous round was still a warning. You saw on the replay the Nightfall, how instantly effective those salvos can be from Sociable. But here, Levin removed first. Yampi's closed the gap.
Out a shot, taking the players off guard. Wow! You know just how good he is. How Heretics can be once they play off one another. BBL, their own tricks are starting not to work. They're becoming ineffective, and Heretics know exactly how to deal with them now.
Going through the gears, getting back into the series. This is almost what you expected, I think. Seeing Icebox in the Veto, you wondered how much could they possibly have improved in the time that they spent on it. Any result there would be a positive, and kind of now moving into Ascent, into Haven. The drop-off caught us off guard at the start, but rounds are starting to be collected. This was the half invest from BBL. But at a certain point, you start to get concerned, because this is also their attack side, and one of the real benefits to having so much power, so much utility to just send at these sites. Brienne's on cleanup duty, and we are within one.
Yeah, I guess I agree to some extent, right? I understand the point you're coming from, but there is equal strength in the defense side as well. In terms of, like, how you're able to retake the utility of air.
जल्दी मनाओ मेंबरशिप लूंगा भाई मत कर भाई मेरे लाइफ में जो तेरे नाम वाले बंदे ना सारे के सारे दल्ले 5 निकले मेरे लाइफ में सारे दल्ले सारे mark all send all दल्ले
Woot to be set up in B main to start
मैंने
here,
मेंबरशिप
but
गिफ्ट
all 5
किया
players from BBL
आया क्यों नहीं
for
पैसा हटाओ तो फिर रिफंड मिल जाएगा
Typical
वो पे करने बाद वही पेज पे रुकने का और फट से YouTube खोल देना
is early info for Heretics. They have a complete
तो रिफंड आ जाएगा
on that left hand side.
तब तक एक और कर
finding
सकते
the opening pick, it's only going to increase their chances here.
Yeah, and it could also increase the pace of BBL as they look to hit in towards A. Levin caught out by a trap, and there's bodies here for Heretics when they want to retake. Ultimate used straight away, the Hunter's Fury, and it's even got value.
Oh, second tag onto Levin's huge.
is massive. Spike going down now though, and that could be the goal button press for Heretics. But no, wait a second, they're waiting to see what Wood gets.
And waiting to see what exactly it is BBL are going to do, because you expect them to go knocking, and here they are at the door.
Yeah, that they are, door broken, ready to go. Bodies lying in wait, crosshairs ready. Wood though gets caught off guard, in towards the site, it leaves Sociable. Sure he has the ultimate available, but he won't be able to use it. It will be all equal after that.
This is now where the stylistic matchup starts to become worrying for BBL if they're so easily able to attain control of the site when Heretics give us that forfeiture, because their retakes have looked brilliant. We've seen it all stage long. Slight missees here from Magnum.
Yeah, we not bad.
The most of difference, because we are about to see a timeout from BBL for good reason, a reconsideration of the game plan.
Kunal bhai ka pakad ke ekdam OP kar do, chupa de do Kunal bhai ko. Love you Kunal bhai.
Only a couple rounds left to make good of this half now.
Yeah, I'm wondering as well, like, when we think of BBL and how they're able to default, how that would look, but let's have a look at Team Heretics here and the historical placements as well.
Yeah, the big talking point, and the desk addressed it to, was the difference between a group stage for Heretics and a playoff stage, and what that win percentage looks like. For this year, it's very straightforward, 100% throughout groups. But into the playoffs is where you see that additional stress, additional pressure. For many, a match against BBL on the surface wouldn't seem like a big deal, but we know how they've completely reinvented themselves this year. And for Heretics, at the end of the gauntlet, they want to lift the VCT EMEA trophy. If anything is to give you that little bit of extra confidence heading directly into champs with momentum at your backs, that would be it.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that's eluded them for the longest time, as well as a VCT international trophy. Yet to achieve it.
And, you even think all the way back to kick-off last year. Magnum, the one to deny them that first chip potentially. So look, what a different world we could be living in if that one hadn't gone KC's way. But timeout concluded, BBL back in A main. Not expanding upon those ambitions initially.
इतना तो TH को read आना चाहिए कि वो लोग बीच जाएंगे क्योंकि BBL है.
Couple of stingers in the mix, but I think the big thing
is the fact that फिर भी read नहीं आएगा ना कि ये लोग बीच जाने वाले, मेरा हो गया भाई.
I mean, it seems like using an ult on an equal round shouldn't be advisable, but you never know the position that BBL can find themselves in. That's a big space-taking ultimate. Potentially one that could buy.
आपका हुक्म और हम ना करें. Give them a chance. Love you.
Conversation that we had with BBL playing against LIQ for the first time. The debut of this composition, as Levin is trying to play the fake towards B.
यहाँ से A जाने का planning था. B fake करके.
Fizzles away, and Benji collects the info on the A push.
Yeah, and that's the harsh point about this. The fact that Levin is used as a potential red herring. Instead though, BBL have found an avenue that Yampi could potentially work with through short.
Problem is, the players on side, with BBL now moving away from this one, time continues to dwindle.
इतना sexy business है, नजर ना लगे. एक 20 डब्बे भेजो ना gift में, क्या ये एक डब्बा भेजा? सिर्फ मेरे को लेने जोरों मिला है.
Swiftly been removed.
हो जाए 30 box opening.
From Heretics, then that's 2 bodies.
Till I get golden anime Luffy ka 14.
And everybody just looking towards the short push out, where Boo will be the one to knock them down. 6-5, the scoreline. Heretics take the lead.
And carrying on from what I was saying about that liquid game, when you have so many tools, so many assets at your disposal, you have to be sparing in how you choose to use them. We've seen them in a round like this before. Invest a Nightfall, for example.
Run back, thank you for the 200 yaar.
There's been a lesson to learn from the stage so far. It's playing to those win conditions. And now, a couple of balls back up. So you can see BBL getting ready to take the A control again.
Kunal bhai coming up huge with the 10 gifted chances जिसको भी मिला है tag करके एकदम छुपा देके thanks बोल दो.
In terms of the ultis as well, as they've got 3 up and available. One of those being the KO ultimate, which obviously could take down the whole of the Cypher setup.
W करके W देके hard देके एकदम छुपा दो.
Haven't really interacted with too much of that
ये राउंड तो BBL हार नहीं सकता. KO ult, fade ult, ले side खाली, short खाली, trip तोड़ो, back side ult ult मार दो, post plant ult मार दो.
The suppression denying
there is
up
no
to their knees
way.
in utility, but still Heretics thriving. BBL finally respond through the rafters. Breaks for a 3-on-3.
Yeah, but Heretics still taking their time with coming back into this one. They want everybody to be ready to go. And short where they look lost. Drone used. No more ults for them to fall back on here. BBL, the knife was the heads up in towards short, but there's nobody looking in that direction from BBL right now. The door's been broken and still Magnum facing the wrong way. Yampi remaining resolute towards Jen, but where's their... Whoa! He steps out of the shadows! Draws 3 kills and the blades to boot. The half concludes. Even yet again. You ask where he is and he will announce himself. He know exactly how good Levy can be. Half that goes back and forth, but it's still a map that always favours Heretics. Let's see if they've got what it takes to finish out this map for BBL.
Lius Sociable duo best duo. Lius नहीं है वो, Liun है Godspeed भाई. इसलिए बोलता हूँ सब कुछ ज़्यादा करो लेकिन बराबर लिखो. Liun है वो, Liun. Lius नहीं है.
Designed to win.
Godspeed भाई का ट्विटर यूज़र क्या है? Godspeed भाई _ Mumbai server. कितने लोगों को 6 मेंबर बनाओगे? उम्र हो गई है, छोड़ दो. For the WhatsApp link, love you. करो यार, सही है यार. Love you, bye, love you.
And looking towards that second half, Heretics are going to have to pull on some of their best, right? And here's two right here. Rien's and Rien's the most valuable player from the group stage and Wook tied second
yes, sir.
best in terms of most valuable, and you can see it in the statistics as well.
Bro, आपकी गेमिंग क्लिप बनाकर अपलोड कर सकता हूँ.
And he hopes that's not going to be changing today.
क्योंकि लोग बोलेंगे खुद का चैनल का खुद ही अपलोड नहीं कर रहे, दूसरे लोग कर रहे, shame on you करके मेरे पे तू करेंगे यार.
To shine massively, and you've already seen that between both him and Miniboo. Wondering if it then takes that next step up heading into the second half. Looking at the score sheets, just checking in very quickly. 11
करने के बाद रात को नींद कैसे आती है, इसलिए तो नहीं सो पाता हूँ
against Heretics.
It's the sacrifice I make
talking point
for the greater good.
The face of their Turkish resistance.
1 2 3 jump. लेकिन इस शॉट वालों का आवाज आ गया है. ये रहा प्यारा smoke.
Look to
W suppress.
A, but that knife was enough to delay. So was the smoke. So find themselves at an impasse in the round. Heretics at the same time, they decide, hey, right, we're gonna deposit a couple players here and look to go and reclear mids.
3 ace shot 2 aim है. ये मेरा वाला कॉल है. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि लोग बिना रेस का कर रहे हैं.
Of this line, 3 players on either side of this. BBL with the investment of util, but Benji plays in front. 2 quick headshots. Magnum and Levin needing more of the same and getting it done to a certain extent. Still sociable close by. They know of this Heretics. The reload a risk, but a little bit of bait perhaps. Still no plant. Discipline from Sociable.
Oh shit.
Unbelievable though. Biding his time, looking for an opportunity to find a kill here, and Heretics will be thinking much the same. They're waiting for this push to come in, but blindsided by it, Sociable strikes. Magnum trying to creep out of trouble and will just about get away.
Now look at the time, we're 20 seconds left, having to use the paranoia to get a safe space, which will work out for the utility to come straight back in as used.
Minibu still one more flash to potentially set up his brother. Between the two of them, so much work to still be done. And Minibu is down to 5 HP. His contribution so far in this map overshadowed by BBL and maybe by Sociable here. Every single pistol so far going to the black and gold. Sociable stepping up. And even from a deficit, BBL can take it home.
Yeah, they regain the lead. BBL, sure you could argue it should have been a lot more. Kenji opens up the round brilliantly between Magnum and Sociable to bring this back to a working possibility. They do so well. Oh my god.
Not maybe the hesitation, but lack of direction there from Heretics when they get to the 3v3.
Hello?
Wu was waiting for the peak. He knew Sociable was going to turn up at some point. But, like I say, direction. Hoping for a kill which never came. And his position now. Just pistols. BBL won an anti-eco previously. Who would have thought? Did they do it again?
Nah, there's no possibility.
Hashtag BBL
know the problems
LFTW.
that they were having with their anti-ecos, and they've shored up for the past few times that they've had to
BBL
play.
FTW. Sorry.
You were really, wishing for the best for Heretics. You'd be thinking about Benji and his sheriff perhaps, and also that was a nice set piece opening from Minibu, and those jokes are starting to feel a little bit too personal now as BBL are dropping one at a time. It's another 3v2, a Heretics advantage on the A side. They waste no time getting the spike down.
That set piece is something that Heretics have done time and time again. Bodies are low here. It's Rien's Bulldog that'll worry about the most.
Set up. Sociable maybe thinking about going around it. No step given. Has the stun which works through walls.
That he does, and looks to play on Levin here.
Oh, Levin set up. Stun on the Gen player. Levin sort of overlooked. He's still beneath him, and all of a sudden, there you have it. Sociable cleans up. I thought he was already dead, but it took a little too long. But BBL in the end, though, it is the anti-eco, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, they lose everything right, and most of the players that were there, I mean, everybody caught up. So it will have to just be, it will just have to be the Bulldog heading in towards the next one. Again though, like as I was saying, the fact that Sociable's left scratching his head as to where one of the players is. That set piece has been done time and time again. I just want to highlight that in terms of the preparation for this map and how the BBL have missed it.
It's strange. How getting closer and closer to what would be a historic win for him, and yet he gets redder and redder in the face. Heretics with rifles. I mean, the buy has almost completely flipped from the previous round, and you're seeing BBL dip their toes towards middle, just feel out this position. Minibu, they'll be looking to try and uproot, and they have done so, but it is at the cost of utility.
No charges left.
A lot of which is regenerative in this composition, but one of the differences from the last time they played it is the salvo. Sociable will not be getting those back.
Cage triggered.
He will not, and thank God he doesn't, to be honest. Still though, time ticking away, and Heretics starting to finally make inroads towards where they want to go. In terms of where that spike's going, another question entirely. It could be through A short.
Yeah, it's looking like A. Late arrival from Boo in main. But the issue is the BBL can bunker up on these sites, and you're seeing the rotation from Sociable.
Bye, boss.
We'll have to find out.
I've seen this before in terms of BBL being able to make these equal rounds get close and make Heretics uncomfortable. Lovely flick on towards Levin on dice, but still trying to roll the dice of BBL. And unfortunately, Hell cleared out. So that spike will go down without any issue.
Spike planted.
Heretics. Man advantage. A site post plant. Seen it a few times already.
Guns गिराया तो बस
But this one, the best chance that they've
है.
had.
दो guns गिराया तो बस
In terms of that util for BBL, a little bit left in the reserves.
There.
Yeah, but it's a key phrase that you used there, a little bit, right? Not a lot. Whoa! No way!
No way.
Magnum's done it. Brought it into the realms of possibility. It's just his sheriff that's done it alone, but Minibu bats it away. tries to get an angle on towards the Euro and finds it.
Position
it's
of
just
Boo.
up against Boo. That paranoia will hit onto the spike. Magnum goes. What was that?
Yeah.
The best effort that Magnum could possibly have made, still not quite enough. Boo is there at the end of the day as you expect him to be, nothing getting past. But I said it was the best opportunity they had, if that's what it's gonna take to get one gun through.
Actual में जीत सकते थे फिर Magnum ने
I'm
क्या मारा
speechless. This collateral is a slap in the face.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Not even
The
close.
paranoia's moving so slowly. Why does Magnum not just get off the spike and...
No, I think he has to get half there. He's sort of the timing of it all.
Yeah, I guess.
Question it as much as you like. We're right back in the saddle. And for
By
Heretics,
Euro
it's
मतलब
Mini
pre-info
Moose ult this time,
insight.
weaving through
हमेशा.
heaven, revealing Profek.
There it is, but he's jumped onto the site, not been found. Yampi somehow gets Woot, and it's a Nightfall straight back in.
Cheeky positioning from Profek, does bail from the situation in the end. Even odds or skewed in BBL's favour if you look at the track record up until
सब लोग
now.
साइड में अटके हुए हैं.
It's still a big swing round, and Sociable somehow found a position in which to work with. The paranoia was good,
यार,
but it's
वो
still allowed Mini
blinded
Brew to
था
find
रे,
four,
फिर भी
and
उसने
just one more for an
किया.
ace. A classic in which he tries to attempt it, and well, it'll be Benji to
यार
finish up the
blinded था
round.
रे,
He
फिर
had
भी
them
उसने
at
सेकंड
8
गेस
to
किया
8.
खुद को.
But this is just
इतना
chaotic.
अच्छा
It
इनपुट
is.
दे रहा था उसका टीम उसको.
This massively favours Heretics though, not just because they're winning the rounds, but the
अभी तो
context in
points
which
भी
they're
आएगा.
being won. BBL left with no money after this one. Profek second guessing the potential of a player there, and with
बस मैं आज मेरे ले ली
It's
HOD ने
a
आपका
clearing
नाम
mini
लेने
boom.
बिना काम भी नहीं है.
Yeah,
कैसे
it's a
समझाएगा
mistake
भाई?
which they
HOD
are made
members
to
लोग का
rue
बात
at the
सुनते
end.
हैं.
And I genuinely, every time I see a
That's
coach
good.
cam, you would think their team had lost, but it's the other way around because the Valorant we're seeing is choice at best.
Yeah, it's definitely.
जेट खेलने का मन कर रहा है.
Okay,
And that's from the blades out.
just another reason to get
हमारा
excited.
भाई.
Yeah.
If you're tuned in right now,
भाई ये लोग को
no
वन
reason
टैप
to
जिसने
press
लगता है
pause
ना.
on an eco round because anything is possible, and BBL are throwing ults at this. They're throwing Levin and a flash in hand. It's a perfect setup, but he's missed every damn shot.
Couldn't have asked for
भाई
anything
इतना
better, but with that being
sexy
said,
दिया था
Yampi's managed
blind
to
रे.
rescue
कितना sexy.
a rifle, a phantom. There is some chip here. 2 players brought down to 15.
कैसे बे
Them shit.
हार्ड वाला
He's gonna
शॉट
need
मार
another
रहा है
collab, though.
easily.
Still wouldn't doubt him to get it.
And even to that end, he's caught the better side of the timing here. Walking up cat.
Yeah, but there's still
Going to be top mid ready for
possible,
Heretics.
yeah.
Here's the players moving. That's the rotation. BBL in a strong position here, despite the weapons.
There was pings from the
Possible
attack
hai.
side towards this position though, and I think Heretics are aware.
Oh, that's the step from Magnum, but
Ah,
nobody's turned their head.
nice.
Still no response. Yampy no knife yet. He's just going to go ahead and break the trap, but they're ready for them on site, ready to receive BBL.
Yeah, that they are, but remember, with Heretics popping out, it's the time that's the big
Veto.
issue. They don't have time to clear these corners! And that will allow BBL a thrifty round!
A pay safe card, thrifty, but it's the rifle in the hands of Yampy that's won it for them.
कैसे
Reconnected. A bit of return on interest from this Sheriff here, setting up Levin. And honestly, should have had a little bit more.
खेल तो रहा है भाई.
Next play into tiles.
हाँ
So well set up though. Magnum
जापान से भी मेंबर उठा लाना
overplayed
स्किल से आप में
and
बनेगा ना एक मीर
overextension,
करके
BBL
देखना.
back in front and with a huge opportunity to make it 10.
I think we need to have a discussion about Yampy's KO, by the way, because his flashes, his utility
अरे,
has been
लगा कैसे
so
नहीं?
good. BBL play on the front foot this time.
Get out of my way.
Don't get any value from it, unlike the last.
एक भी शॉट किसी ने लगा
That's
बे.
been the biggest difference in the composition for me.
लगा नहीं
Nice
इधर,
timings
excuse me.
as well, and with the null command and the
माइक वॉल्यूम
Armageddon
कम कर
here,
अपना.
BBL
आवाज
have
आ रहा है क्या मेरा? हेलो
all the right tools for
Hello?
a retake.
माइक वॉल्यूम कम
A
कर दिया.
client.
हेलो आवाज आ रहा है?
It's the Teho and the KO towards B for now. And just with the amount of utility they have, this stockpile, constant information game. one which they're playing into market, but as they head out, resistance from Heretics, and Hunter's Fury in too.
Yeah, Sociable was thinking about the Armageddon, but decides against it.
मार तो सकता है मिड में
Out the
अल्टी.
realms. The Heretics could win it. The Cam just misses out on Magnum though.
Disgusting position. I don't know if he popped up on the radar, but Magnum still getting one, and now Panic Station. Sociable is forced to invest his ult. It has cut off the lifeline. The spike in the hands of Brilliant as time continues to tick on down.
20 seconds.
Players on the site, 11 elsewhere, 2 versus 4, effect.
Yeah, but look at Sociable's timing, brilliant. But it's up to Prophet to really hold things down. He's the one that's full of health. And the spike down on the ground, it's looking like this will be BBL to get out of the woods.
Mortal Check miss किधर है?
But they navigated tricky
Check miss अगर दलार में गेम के अंदर था.
They've now reached double digits.
Call बाबू जी को बोलो. भाई non-member पंको non-member Mortal भाई बोल रहे कॉल करने. non-member Mortal भाई कॉल करने बोल रहे. क्या क्या हाँ नॉन मेंबर मॉडल भाई को कॉल करना. ठीक है डन. और 50 गिफ्टेड भी करने बोल. पंको कॉल पे नॉन मेंबर मॉडल भाई है क्या? पक्का कंफर्म कर ले. गाली दिया बे स्पीकर पे.
Instead of Magnum supporting Sociable, it looks like it will be Prophet with the paranoia. Utility sent forward, and the bodies as well. Prophet and Sociable are completely crouched with Soul heading towards this attack. Both players are stuck in the corner, and it'll be Sociable and Prophet found.
Counter flash from Yampi wins one more fight, but his utility belt is now empty. He's the last player left on B.
Yeah, but look, the support's coming in. The reinforcements of Levin and Magnum. I'll deny the next push out.
Still looking for a ball, still trying to fight this.
They know that they want to.
They've run out of utility to go in with though, and oh, Yampi! That's the spike that he's dropped. The rest of the players cut off.
Yeah, and the players have to fight back. Levin's there to win it! And BBL with the sucker punch to Heretics. Find 11.
Every single time you grit your teeth with BBL.
नॉन मेंबर को मैं व्हाट्सएप नहीं करता.
क्या
हुआ? मैं राउंड नहीं देखा.
Even without the utility this time. Wave after wave, Yampi gets the timing down. It's so close.
Yeah, locked it is.
But with the spike drop where Boo once stood, Levin brings them up to the next level.
ओपन वेल्टी यार उसको थोड़े मालूम तो पिक करेगा.
For BBL, and it seems as if it's the exact same thing, the exact same set play, and it's Magnum that's found Miniboot instead, even though it was Wook caught in the utility.
तो क्यों गए वो आगे लेकिन रे? बस क्या हो गया बेटी उसको?
या
तेरी याडगी!
Have no respite, nowhere to go.
Bro.
These fights from BBL, you would never think that they would take them, but just playing around with what we know to be possible seems to be the answer to settle their way to finally get past Heretics and vanquish their demons.
Match point.
क्या 2-0?
Desperate.
Match point for BBL in a matchup that they have never been able to win. This another level of aggression that they've found. This next.
जो आ रहा है वो घर पे जाएगा क्या? क्यों घर पे जाएगा भाई?
It seems like
lower bracket. जो आ रहा है lower bracket.
Let's go!
the evolution year-long.
Potentially
concerned that they might fall away from the chasing pack on points without those international attendances. But they've done it in the one game that really mattered against the old god that they could never get past. With the best chance at punching their ticket, Heretics immediately meeting the round result with pace. It's a mid-play made.
Who's next?
All eyes on Levin again.
Ah, but he's being found out, manages to escape, but there's a short push as well. He somehow found safety just for a moment. If you look towards short, the door closed, Woot and Benji locked out.
Full focus here for BBL, they have numbers, and Heretics still not scaled to sight.
Yeah, and BBL know that there's players here, the Hunt doesn't reveal them, but the C's did. There's a skill through mid, but Heretics completely unlock the A site. It's sociable to pick up against 4.
Heretics shoot in to at least arrive at the 9th round as you expected. Way behind schedule, but there are rough waters they need to traverse. Otherwise, a drop down to the lower bracket with Fnatic hanging about in there amongst other teams looking to push for their own qualification to Paris. We know that Heretics have really stepped up in the mental game, and this will be the next in a list of tests. 3 rounds now, the deficit.
Listen, 3 rounds, it can easily come back for Heretics. They made the same comeback, in fact, even bigger on Peril in the first matchup. These two played against each other and kick-off.
Imagine how much that would harm BBL in the process. You have to think about the other side, the push and pull. They'll still have money beneath them, of course, but you saw Heretics changing up the game plan, moving away from the B main fight, which hadn't served them well, and the same for BBL. Slight mid-focus, Levin through the lens, but can't lock onto a target. So it's a stalemate to start off round 22.
BBL.
Levin with his operator for the first time on this defensive side as well.
But B pe leaks
Heretics.
I mean gaps
Slow default.
B pe gaps
Taking their time to explore the map and bleed as much utility from BBL as possible. We've not really seen that engaged with all too much up until this point, and that has been the most deciding factor.
मर गया मैग्नम
Force their way
spam
into
क्यों नहीं
mid.
मार रहे हैं यहाँ पे
Job so far.
हेलो
I think this is the other thing that Heretics are doing well, though. It's not allowing BBL the chances, giving them any information to act upon. Woot has actually found the entry onto Yampi on A main, so the Spike looking to head this way as well.
Still numbers here for BBL though. It's both the Op and the Odin.
The operator holds it down on towards A main.
Ayo!
Odin gets the first onto Miniboot through short. Still though, Heretics need to wait a way through, and as you say, team time a big component here. And the utility somewhat hitting and allows a little safe space for the Spike to get down.
Nothing to get back in on though if you're BBL. Profec's found a kill, but the utility won't be there. That's where Heretics have the jump, or at least they did.
Big Hunter's Fury to be ripped onto heaven, but it's not found any hits whatsoever. So look at BBL. They're going to try different avenues. A TP onto top site, and Prophet just couldn't quite get his gun out in time. A 2 versus 2 in which to try and work with. And Levin has a rifle in his hands. The time is really starting to tick away now, and a crossfire which both players can work with. And Rien's there to find his 4K.
Stepping up, their saviour once more. Rien's doing the job for Heretics. My eyes was won in the early stages by the attack. By the time we reach the 40-second mark, all 3 initiators have run out of their non-replenishable utility, and that really influences the outcome of the round. When it gets to the retake, when you want to reveal,
let's go. इसलिए जीते थे भाई WC, हाँ?
In the end, that tries to make it happen. Anyone other than the Odin, and I think you'll find that he gets one there.
Yeah.
यहाँ देखने Fnatic river sweep.
Now Heretics taking a page out of BBL's book. This is a pacey A take.
It is, but it's an A take that's really going to work, right? Because there's already early damage. There's so many bodies here for BBL.
There is, and then back into the retake. You think of the tools, the weapons might not be there, but a bad worksman would blame them. Levin has exactly what he needs, blade in hand.
Oh, but he's caught by a trap and spammed out. Actually, it's the trap that's got the kill. And Heretics have dealt a blow to BBL's retake here.
Clean.
Multiple times that we've seen this series decided by a factor of 2 rounds or less.
भाई देखा chat?
That impossible, of course, but I think you get the idea. Incredibly close between the two, and a kick in the teeth
10 gifted
for BBL.
मतलब अगर BBL जीता तो 20.
I mean, of course, this is not the round that you're expecting them to do it in. It would be classic BBL fashion for them to win it in the 24th. OT out of the question just for now. And one advantage that they will bring into this final stint of regulation is the Nightfall, and they're looking to invest it early.
Remember, Heretics have become aware of how BBL want to play through the mains and be aggressive.
That's why we're seeing such a slow
start to the rounds. Gambit-esque in the way that they're just waiting to see what their opponents do.
Drawing on some of EMEA's finest. They're giving it their own spin. Heretics always having to stay ahead of the curve, to stay relevant regionally. Reinventing themselves. This composition, the next in a long list of approaches that they've shown on Ascent and one which has worked best. The partnership of Woot and Miniboot remaining steadfast towards top mid as beginning their approach, but you can see BBL not making early investments with the utility this time, sitting on as much as they possibly can. As the clock continues to tick down. The bottom of the hourglass filling up with sand. Heretics not yet dead and buried. One last play towards B as Miniboo fakes the other side of the map.
30 seconds remaining. Time ticking low. A trap and B main for the spike to try and get through. And Levin just flying away. Drops the spike. BBL in prime opportunity to win out the series right now. And a chance to put themselves in the best possible spot to qualify to champs.
For BBL, their dream is all reality waiting to happen. And like a clock turns its hand, they have conquered their past and rewritten their future. Very soon.
Anas bhai, mere bananas bhai ka dusra account, Tiger 2000 meri jaan kar de.
They have finally gone past the team that has stopped them every single time.
Bhai qualify ho gaya shayad.
I mean, you think of all the problems, all the challenges that they've had to face throughout the year. The fact that they couldn't get their initial choice of Sentinel, they got their sub in Alpha, and then Magnum, the final piece in their crown of 5, just missing out in Toronto. And now they wait for other matches, other results to find out their fate. But top 4 guaranteed for BBL.
Shake of the hands between the coaches, and Weber said it best. They were the second best team today on that stage.
Anas bhai ka bananas pakdo aur thanks bol do meri jaan kar do. Love you, thank you for the 2000 meri jaan kar do.
They get their shot.
Sare dukh dard pida ignore karo.
BBL today. Not only
OP kar do ananas mere bhai ke bananas ko.
And that will feel like enough for champs.
W.
It isn't going to just yet. But they are one step closer to a dream which felt unattainable at the start of the year. But I'll say it again, belief is everything, and they have not stopped believing.
No, I don't think they will either. Listen, sure we talk about champs, but we've also got to be talking about what does the rest of this playoff bracket look like.
Aura ka interview, Aura ka.
For the next matchup,
Aura.
As they wait their next opponent. Hey, listen, this is going to be a very interesting bracket. But we do have an interview lying in wait with Yampi, which is moments away.
That we do. But both of our grand finalists from stage 1 in the lower bracket, not what we were expecting to see. We'll hear from Yampi now though. He's waiting down on the stage.
5 minute के लिए appointment.
I don't know who this we is. I fully believe that BBL could make it this far. And even further, congratulations Yampi. Now when the bracket was first drawn, there was a lot of chatter about, oh, it's going to be difficult for BBL. They're on the side with Fnatic and Heretics.
ठीक है बता ना मैं आ रहा हूँ.
They were on our side.
Yeah, they were stuck in there with you, right? You were not stuck in here with them.
Exactly. Now, I don't know what to say. Like, yeah, feels incredible. We knew it's gonna be. We took it as a challenge. You know, I think that was the biggest thing. We took it as a challenge, and yeah, feels unbelievable.
Now, I'm usually not allowed to say this, but I'm just gonna say it. You know, as a BBL fan since 2020, I'm so happy that the barking is back.
I had to give it.
Yeah, how did the barking come back?
If I'm honest, I think we were super nervous. This win means a lot to us because, I mean, first, we haven't beaten them. Also, there has been a lot of sadness in the BBL community with Rokas, and you know, his legacy will be with us for forever. And yeah, it just meant a lot for us, this win.
And how far can we go? How far can we go? We're gonna go to chance, right?
Yeah, let's beep a go. And yeah, one more win for the grand finals. I'm so excited.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Now, there was a really touching moment there when you won. I think you and Magnum had identical reactions. You sort of jumped up and you ran into each other's arms. And that last round, Magnum's ultimate, oh my goodness, he's on another level. How does it feel to have 2 fragging IGLs on the same team?
I mean, unbelievable. Like, Martin was the best piece we could have gotten. Like, I'm so happy he's with us. I think he has improved also as a player, like, so much. Like, I think our whole team, like, we were watching some of our old VODs from kickoff to prepare for this week and just, like, making us realize that how bad we were at that time and how much we have actually improved this whole time. And, yeah, it feels amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to watch as well for you guys. There's a lot of creativity coming out of you guys. The identity is there, the strats is there, and also the anti-strat, because that Icebox comp coming out of your opponent today was a bit of a surprise, at least for us. You don't see the Yoru on Icebox a lot, but there was a round where you were staring at the Yoru TP, and I bet you love the fact that he committed and you got him instantaneously. So talk me through the reads that we saw today.
I mean, we knew they're gonna change comp because I think they banned Icebox for a long time. We almost 13-0'd them last time. We knew that they're gonna change to double duelist because I think that's where Heretics plays the best. I think all the maps where they play double duelist, they are the best. And we kinda expected it. Not anti, but, you know, on the fly. Keep doing what we always do, keep adapting on the fly. And yeah, preparation the whole week, past week has been just incredible.
It's paying off, Yampi. It looks great. Lastly, before I let you go, Pao is going to be joining us on the desk after this break. Anything you want me to ask him, I'll do it for you.
Does he ever feel hungry?
Does he ever feel hungry?
Yes.
Okay, I will try and remember that. But thank you very much, Yampi. Congratulations once again. We'll see you in a couple of days in the next round of playoffs. You heard it from him. We're going to find out after this break if Pao does indeed ever feel hungry. See you in a bit.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Tough guy 뒤였고였어 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade that just a wall 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 저지 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge I'll forever If I never bleed I'll never fly I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Can't have sleep without the sour Pain is my superpower This will never stop me coming I kick down every door they lock No rules, only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me
I told you we are better. Hello. लग गए थोड़े से बस मैं आपने जैसे बोला 20 गिफ्टेड कुणाल भाई को छुपा लगाओ जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिला है 20 कुणाल भाई ये सब छुपा के लिए कर रहे हो लव यू थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द सपोर्ट लव यू
Of course, I have to fulfill Yumpy's wishes since Pal, BBL's coach, is here with us, joined by Minnie as well. Yumpy wants me to ask you, do you ever feel hungry?
All the time, and the boys seem to keep feeding me food. So yeah, they don't let me ever go hungry, which is very nice of them, very generous of them. That, however, leads to many jokes. Lots of pal-sized kebabs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we saw that. What do they feed you? Is Levin giving you his share of the cheeseburgers?
No,
he doesn't share.
Some food.
Excuse me.
We'll leave those delicacies to him.
Okay. I mean, he deserves a cheeseburger after today.
I think he deserves a lot more than a cheeseburger. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, Minnie, if Levin was on your team, you let him eat whatever he wants today, no?
Yeah, exactly.
After that performance.
Anytime, I think. If he's going to perform like that, he can eat whatever he wants. Any day.
And all he wants
I'm a fanatic fan, but अब बूस्टर को देख के बुरा लगता है एजल करके मार जाए तो टफ है क्या टफ है भाई
2-0 Minnie, did you expect
बुरा क्यों लगता है वो बंदा चैंप्स में बैठा है
I didn't. That's something I didn't expect was the veto too. What did you take about the veto? So I didn't expect Icebox to be played today.
No. No, we didn't expect Icebox to be played today at all. That's why we didn't scrim it. No, I think we walked away obviously quite happy with that selection. We were expecting something a little bit different as well. Ascent and Haven, I think, were fairly obvious ones, depending on the route both teams wanted to go down. But I think you just get two teams that have quite similar map pools in terms of their strongest maps, and we were prepared to play as many of those as they wanted. But yeah, they gave us a nice one.
Reverse engineering, it sounds like you might have just said we might have picked Ascent.
What, against a very similar comp to the Fnatic Vice Chamber with less stopping power? Possibly.
All right. I mean, I don't blame you at this point. I don't think
you blame
for that Ascent pick.
Also,
Yumpy talked a little bit about Magnum, about how great of a pickup this is. I know, Minnie, you are pretty much Magnum's #1 fan. So, Pal, how mad are you at Minnie for kicking Magnum back in the days?
Well, I think given the replacement, I think it's fairly understandable.
I can't instigate at all here.
No, absolutely not. No, we like to mock Magnum for that as well.
Really?
However, I think in the last week, 10 days, Magnum has absolutely shown up. He has turned up. He has delivered a level of individual quality, mechanically, in terms of his micro as well, that we haven't even seen from him the entire year. He is really rising to the occasion. We know he's smart. We know he's got a great read on macro. He's a fantastic tool for me as well, despite how annoying it is to constantly have this voice in the back of my head. No, I think this default should be different. No, I think we should be doing this. No, I think this round. No, I don't like this. No, this is where he is a fantastic sort of extra voice for critiquing a lot of our macro as well.
Baby,
ideas when it really counts. He's great for the energy, his personality is brilliant in the team. Now it seems like he's an absolute fragging beast as well when it counts.
Yeah, so for Ascent, for instance, you had the triple initiator. So how does that process of choosing that kind of composition and developing it over time, is it that just you with Yampi, or is it people like Magnum too, or like how does that work?
Well, this came right from back when Teho we thought was going to be really dominant, and we were looking at the role of traditional sentinels, the killjoys, the ciphers, etc. and going, look, with those rechargeable rockets, there's no way that a lot of sentinels are going to get much value. So at the time, myself, Yampi, Scott as well, unfortunately, was also involved, and we were looking at that as a kind of, right, well, if we can't have a traditional sentinel, what do we need to then fill that gap with, right? We need at least, if we haven't got info maintaining util, we need a lot more info gathering util. Okay, we take the fade over the extra Sova, for example, for more prowlers, etc. We've got the C's, so we actually have a bit of stopping power in there as well. We have the reveal that actually allows us to play a little more proactive and fight with. Rather than throwing in another duelist or potentially another smoker as well. It also fits into Magnum's agent pool quite nicely as well.
All of Giant X and Liquid
are
like, carry on, carry on. What else? Anything else you want to give away about what's going on, Ascent?
Teo's not as good anymore.
Yeah, they're all writing notes down right now. But thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Enjoy your one-day break. Enjoy the break. Enjoy the break. I think it's 1 day, maybe more than 1 day. I don't know.
We've got a week now.
Oh, you got a week. You're gonna give him a week. Thank you for joining us. And speaking of Team Liquid and Giant X, they will be playing next. And Billy caught up with Team Liquid star player Kiko. Take a look at this.
Nah, Kiko nahi hai, not say.
Thank you so much for joining me today. I wanted to jump right into things. Coming out of the regular season, you are the second top performer globally in terms of KD rankings, which is pretty impressive for someone that has to flex a lot in the amount of roles that you've played this year. How do you keep that top performance individually?
I think that
जापान से एक कटाना गिफ्ट हो जाती तो तेरा ब्रेकअप जब हुआ तभी नहीं हुआ तेरा कटाना हाँ नहीं कटा
I've been playing really well on the Raze, but I just want better performances from
ओमकार भाई love you thank you for the 38 months
it's pretty like
लेके आ सकते हैं क्या लेकिन एक्चुअल में कटाना
it's not easy
मेरा वो 3 जोरा वाला बचा है
collection split, so I mean we had like a couple of like harder games with Fnatic, but I think the rest of the teams are pretty much a little bit easier.
Okay, nice, I like that. And you've had kind of roster changes each stage so far throughout this year as well. So I wanted to ask you, what do you feel has changed this year for your team? How do you feel as though you've evolved? And how would you describe your identity at the moment in stage 2?
I would say that our identity right now is a little bit more disciplined compared to how we were in stage 1 and kickoff. I think we are playing a lot looser with the
playing 5 bata bina veil aur
deke coming in, he's a lot more disciplined as a player, so he's not as crazy as us, to be honest. And I think he brings that discipline to us, and I think that we're playing a little bit safer, securing more rounds and not trolling as much just because of him.
Okay, I like that answer. And I think as well, something that we've noticed from you guys is you've always kind of like changed how the meta has changed. So I think back to like stage 1, you guys were playing some double sentinel, the stage has been more kind of double duelist, double controller here and there as well. Do you feel like being able to adapt the composition and have this ever-evolving like style change is what's helped you separate yourselves as one of the best teams in the league at the moment?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I think that Yao and
Eva, they do like a
really good job behind the scenes with all the comps and keeping up with the meta. I think they have a super interesting ideas, and I think that most of EMEA aren't really being creative, except for like maybe BBL, I would say, who are super creative with their comps, and I think it gives us an edge because people don't really expect like new. We kind of like adapt pretty fast and see like what other regions are playing and trying to adjust by ourselves.
Okay, and I think you're a big part of that through your flexibility.
Sorry, bhai.
Okay, no worries. Well, thank you so much for speaking with me, Kiko.
कैसे पता चला कि अपग्रेड नहीं हुआ ना membership 38 months होने के बाद?
Team Liquid, they also have to win today. They cannot just rely on the championship points.
क्या लगता है भाई चैंप बंडल 10 के बीपी के अंडर आ जाएगा आना तो नहीं चाहिए कम से कम 30 के बीपी क्योंकि चैंप्स
playoffs just yet. Are we expecting a dominant team, you know, a team that's playing the way that they did before they faced KC?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the
KC मुझे है बोला
that before then they were
तुमको भी
looking great. That game didn't have the highest of stakes, and I think that they keep looking better and better with Trex.
मेरा आज मैच है क्या?
I expect a different Team Liquid than we saw last week.
I think as well, if you're Team Liquid, you're looking to make that 3 out of 3, right, and make the 3rd global event of the year. And I think as well, they're also probably looking at being able to win regionally, because they've not been able to do that so far this year as well. But I think a key thing of what we had from Team Liquid throughout this year, and I was kind of trying to dig into Kiko's thoughts as well, is about how they've had like an ever-evolving identity throughout the year. They've always been able to like kind of stick with the meta. I think you look at the different compositions that they've played across each map, it's kind of crazy to see that they've played that many different ones. So yeah, I think they're putting themselves in the right place to be able to win out this stage.
Very self-inflicted though, right? Because they're signing players that can play the same role as
आज नाट्स नहीं आ रहेगा भाई आज आ रहा मेरा हो गया
so it almost feels like they
भाई
haven't
नहीं
had a choice,
भाई
but
नाट्स से
the
भाई
game against KC. Does that matter? Does it really matter that they did not come into playoffs with a flawless record like Heretics did?
No, I don't think so. I think obviously there are things from that game that if continue going forward, I'm going to take some stock in, like losing all those clutches as I get to. But ultimately, I think that Team Liquid are in control of that game, and it didn't look like they had the same oomph they usually do or care for that game, in my opinion. I know that that's maybe copium, but I didn't see the same energy coming into that game.
I think they needed this, honestly. I think that we've had some of the players say, you know, they think they're above everyone else in the league, and yeah, I think that they needed, not like a humbling, but I think that they needed to, you know, actually deal with a loss and be able to bounce back from it.
I'm just very excited to see what more Trex can bring to this roster, because we already saw and heard from the Team Liquid players how Trex calls on the defense, how he has his own ideas. Even the Fnatic players were like, why on earth is he there? And how on earth does he get 2 in this position? And it turns out KC knows this as well. Now this round looks like we're just really showing you what happened against Fnatic, but this was against KC in overtime. I think we've seen this before, and KC called a timeout just before this, and they sent not 1, not 2, but 3 people, if we roll the clip, to deal with Trex. Now, when they can deal with Trex, Mini, they ended up losing this map. They won in OT for KC, and is that all it is? Being able to deal with Trex on their defense?
I think he was making an uncharacteristic mistake there. I think he's an experienced enough player to know that you can't just keep playing the same position over and over again. He found this nice off angle in showers, and it was a surprise to me that he did that. I actually think that he's a really cerebral player, like one of the smartest players that we have in the region, and like what Fnatic were saying, that why is he here? Like when I was watching rotations on the minimap, I was like, he's just like kind of rotating around, and it feels like he just has a sixth sense for where he should be, when to make those timing pushes or when to rotate.
Yeah, and on the bind again, I think there was one round that you spoke about. The showers really showed just how cerebral he is.
Yeah, so this is just one of those things where he's in showers again, but he just has that sense and experience at this point to know when to push out. So this push out to me is the sign of someone who is a cerebral player, someone who's really smart and intelligent. And so all this information he gains from just doing this push out means that his team can just stack 4 people towards the B side of the map. And so 13-12, 1 map up. This is looking like the Team Liquid are about to win this game because of Trex's beautiful push here. But unfortunately, what ends up happening is he doesn't quite win the game and close out because of this stupid bit of whiffing.
That's
He's
really
human.
It happens to everyone, and I think as well, it's moments like that where it feels like there's intensity. That's going to be happening all throughout playoffs. It's a very intense moment of competition. Why, again, come back to the fact that they can't underestimate any opponent that they go up against.
Especially if it's GX. Now, I know a lot of other people's pick'ems are dead. Mine's looking great because I really expected GX to be at this position, even maybe making it further as well. Can they pull off this miracle run, Billy? Do they have what it takes after yesterday?
I think so. I think Minnie and I were both doubters of Giant X, and I feel like it's really difficult because you don't want to get too excited about them. But genuinely, I don't know. This would be an upset in my mind, though.
I am so excited about them, and I want to get behind them so much, especially Grubinho, because Grubby, possibly, as it stands, is probably the most unlikely player to make it to champions. If you had told me that he is closest to champs right now than Dirke and less in EMEA, I would have told you that you're an idiot, and we probably would never speak again. But Mini, you have to really admire how he's been playing.
Yeah, I rated him last year highly. It's just that this year, at the start of the year, he obviously wasn't in the best position on Koi as a team.
Go karo!
Amazing on that team either.
The games, did I miss something?
The only thing I would note though is that, like, individually wise, it does feel like for this team that one player will pop off at a time, and it's not like a collection. So Aura will pop off for a map, and then so like here, like Aura popped off yesterday on Haven. No one else was really involved, and then Grubby the next map had to pop off on Ascent, and that can work, but against a team like Team Liquid, I have to question the depth a little bit. Like, more than one person per map has to go nuclear, in my opinion, for them to win against a team like Team Liquid.
I think, to go back to the Grubby conversation, I think that the impact that he's had on this team has been second to none. I think especially in that game yesterday against Navi, you see a lot of clutch rounds winning out. And I agree with you. They can't really be relying on these players to have their star moments. And I think as well, Ara did a really good job of bouncing back from that map 1 into map 2. He was being shut down so much by Angel in map 1. But it's again, you can't be relying on that in playoffs.
I just love looking at Grubby's smiling face behind us at playoffs, because one of the tips I kind of wanted to bring up, because I sat down with Ara and Flickless on our podcast, the Spike Drop, earlier this week, and when I asked Ara and Flickless, like, Grubby is not really, he doesn't have a win streak. In fact, he was part of the roster with one of the stinkiest loss streaks we've ever seen in the EMEA. So surely Grubby must be like quite chuffed, right, winning, you know, being at playoffs. And they said, well, actually, after they beat Vitality, the thing that makes me happy is the fact that he now understands what it feels like to sit on that sofa. Because we only invite players that win to sit on that sofa with us to do a post-match. And we've never invited Grubby. So he apparently went back to the player room, was like, oh my god, that was so exciting. Like, it was fun.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if they win today, we're getting him. He's going to be on that sofa every single day.
I think as well, like, you have to think about the way he's been able to redeem himself. Not that he necessarily should have had to, but when you start considering about what his year next year could have looked like, I think this Giant X has really helped him, you know, step up to the plate and show that he is a great player.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Like I said before, I think that he has always been good. He just wasn't able to shine in his last team.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a big task for Giant X to be able to shine today. But normally when we say anything can happen in the playoffs, we don't really mean it. But after the first game, apparently, anything can happen. So let's bring out GX.
हो सकता है एक साथ लाइक करो आ रहे चालू रहे ta na 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 ta na 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 ta na pa na pa आ गया और आ गया और आ गया और आ गया और आ गया ये आके लैंग में देवदास भाई मेरा बर्थडे गिली तुम्हें मिल जाएगा सायराज भाई मैंने हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे लव यू भाई देखो GX अच्छा टीम तो है हाँ
Neither teams can lock hands today if they win here, but they will be in an incredible position to make it to Paris. A win is a must. You do not want to be in the lower bracket right now, looking at the caliber of teams and players down there. For GX, it really would be a miracle, but they've done it before. A GX miracle to chance.
कोई motivation दो upgrade करने के लिए membership.
Are you guys happy with this?
ज़्यादा stream देखने मिलेगा dude.
Oh yeah, Giant X banning Bind.
Who is supporting Liquid bolte?
If they didn't, and Team Liquid are forced onto Corrode, which is very interesting. I expected the
Sunset आपका English copy लगता है अच्छी बात है.
Corrode is interesting though, because Team Liquid's last time they played it was a loss to Apex.
Yeah, I did think that could have been like perhaps a weakness in their map pool, but it's good that they're going to be able to get the reps on Corrode and hopefully redeem themselves from the last time that we saw them play it. I think Sunset, Giant X have obviously saw things in that game against KC that they're looking to exploit here.
That last loss against Apex is we heard from them, right? They underestimated their opponent, and they got their things together on the third map, and they managed for a win. So I want to see what they learned also from losing to KC.
Yeah, I'm also interested that they didn't. Team Liquid didn't go for loads of seconds, left that in. So Corode, maybe they got some new stuff going on. Ascent third though, that's going to be a banger. Both teams right now looking quite good on Ascent. So if we get there, that should be a good one.
When did we get good on Ascent as a region?
Apparently,
FPX.
Bye. Same cheese. Google karo main jaan ke today.
FPX carrying us though.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
I feel like
we banned it, so we didn't have the option.
I like that you mentioned Ascent though, because both of them
Score.
have been running the same
Score guess
competition. It was obviously the decide.
स्कोर गेस करते हैं. मेरे हिसाब से पहला राउंड ये लोग जीतेंगे, फिर बाद में 2, फिर 5, 4. ठीक है. I think लिक्विड जीतेगा 13-0. Yup.
What they do instead.
Yeah, I think it suits them and it suits their roles. I think especially when you look at the synergy that Flickless and Ara have, of course they're going to be bouncing off of one another, playing with each other. They have come up into this team together, so it does make a lot of sense for them. I know that you maybe don't particularly feel the same, Mini.
Past के हिसाब से best of 3 है.
Looking at those set aggression rounds early, Na'Vi were able to punish them quite a lot yesterday. I expect Team Liquid to do the same, but despite that, Giant X still obviously won yesterday. But if that gets going for them and Team Liquid are caught off guard, then it could be a bad day.
Yeah, and also I don't want to read too much into the KC game on Sunset specifically, purely because GX do not have Sugetsu. If it weren't for Sui clutching out like 75 rounds against Liquid on Sunset, I think the result would be very different.
Yeah, I have to agree with what you're saying. They might not have Sugetsu, but they do have Westside, who has been a very strong anchor for this team.
44% headshot percentage.
Like, it's disgusting. And I think as well, like for Giant X, maybe they haven't chose this because they think it's a weakness for Team Liquid per se, but because it has been throughout the regular season.
Yeah, and I also want to see GX not disrespect Paditech on Sunset specifically. Paddy on this Omen on Sunset
जिस दिन आपको स्ट्रीम करने का मन नहीं करता, लेकिन तभी भी आप के हिम्मत कर से हो जाते तो बराबर लिख रही अम्मा बैन कर दिए स्ट्रीम के स्पेलिंग की. मैं ये अपने लिए पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि मुझे कभी कभार पढ़ने का मन नहीं करता.
I think from Kiko and Camo today, I'm looking for them to not give away as many first bloods as they did against KC. That was something that we both kind of struggled with throughout that series. I'm sure though that I can rely on Liquid to kind of bounce back. The only question I do have at the moment though is, I wonder if Liquid actually expected to be playing against Giant X today.
I would like to reject this deal.
Coming into today because I mean even we expected a Navi game, but here we
are. Hey, don't drag me into this. Who's we? Don't drag me into
Minnie
this.
And I.
Okay, good. Because I'm a big Giant X believer. For some reason, this team just has this short burst of being on form, and it's always before champions for some reason.
Game क्या was थोड़ी कम करो ना अभी.
Cloud versus Nats would be interesting too once we get it.
Pancho इससे ज़्यादा क्या कम करूँ? Yeah.
Shocking his trips after shocking his trips. Sunset right now for Cyphers is not. I don't think it's that fun to play Cypher on this map anymore, and especially if you're playing against a comp like Giant X or running. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I think as well on that Cypher point, you have to be wary of Ara running into those if Cloud isn't utilizing those shock darts. I think as well, like we need to see that synergy from Ara and Flickless come through. As I said, I think I'm intrigued to see how Ara gets on going up against Yoru side too.
My favorite thing they talked about too is
Neon Breeze थोड़ा सा OP है. Neon Breeze थोड़ा सा OP है.
You know, I've not been able
by
to live
comp
my best
wise थोड़ा मैं
life.
GX को फेवर करना चाहता हूँ. Neon Breeze थोड़ा सा 19-20 वाला है भी.
Relying on his Cloud as well, and honestly, Billy
अभी से
Cloud
एजेंट कर रहे हैं. पहला राउंड हम सीधा जाएंगे. सीधा घुस के मारे. टेंशन में लेंगे.
You can always rely on him, and I just like that Ara's going to be able to have this setup from two players. Something as well, actually, that he mentioned in the Spike Drop, the whole mouse situation about changing his. That's insane to me. Like, he changes his mouse after every game at stage 2.
And then he don't award me yesterday when I asked him on Twitter, like, what mouse did you use? Because whatever mouse he used yesterday, I hope he is using today, because Mitchman and Tom Biz, anything can happen up there.
It wouldn't be the first surprise that we were dealt the hands of GX. This squad has been making a fool of me all season long. But here, Tom, you gotta say, there's a clear favorite down on that stage. Team Liquid look to be on.
next.
Yeah, I think
5-man में controller खेलना.
What happened at the end.
दिलवाया जाएगा तो $5 Johnson है.
Yeah, you know, it didn't matter too much for them.
Next time,
although a
अभी 2 दिन
championship
बाद
point would have been nice, but I think even then, like coming into the playoffs, having that defeat, it's going to give them an extra little learning curve. And I do agree. I think Liquid have looked fantastic all the way through the season. But if I'd been casting match 1, I would have said exactly the same thing.
$5 में जान के रोटे.
Fair point. Anybody can fall. We've seen Heretics lose today, but now it's time for our second series. Team Liquid and Giant X. And they'll be battling on Sunset to start. This is GX's pick, and Team Liquid decided to start on defense. And one point that Billy brought up was not wanting to see Kiko and Camo giving away as many first bloods. And although Kiko on the attack, you kind of expected that he was 0-2, but it was always traded out for space. He was having a great half overall. It's the defense where he really struggled. So I think I'm completely aligned with her. My eyes are on that raise and how he'll be able to perform here on the defense. As GX, they've definitely shown us that they've got fangs.
Yeah, for sure. I think with that double duelist, there's always going to be a curse of almost needing to get aggressive. Camo in an aggro spot has managed to find that opener.
Come on, man.
Here for the defense, and already clearing with the Prowler over towards A. They have quite a bit of information, especially with the trip currently set up towards mid. They know they haven't lost that control. The Cam also watching. So GX have got to try and find a gap, and right now there isn't one.
Nothing being offered up. Team Liquid even filling in this space towards the market, quickly moving the backside of B, and they will be here ahead of the pack. So quite a brawl brewing for GX, and with the spike coming solo through main, the stun will get them out. Ara has to quickly fill back in that space, but a flash delays. And Grabinho's not getting the space he had hoped for. I like the Team Liquid stick together. 3 players on site, 2 in the spawn. It means they've always got numbers to trade. But GX still managed to deal with that backside hold. Nats threading the needle around won't even be needed as Trax quickly closes this one in favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's more of what you come to expect from this sort of composition. That early pressure on A, like trying to basically destroy any aggression that can be there from their opponents with a lot of squad utility. And then on the other side of the map, the initial setup to get Camo into position and then just fading away and playing off those advantages. It's something I think Liquid does well, and someone who is going to be a highlight for me, who had a quieter match versus KC.
Every time I want to play my main agent trainer, someone lost.
Say one agent so far, but
that which is all-rounder.
Hasn't necessarily been needed.
All-rounder.
On the other side of things, it's Ara. It's Mr. 50-50. Either God or
for real.
Well, these are the guys we talked about. Kiko, Camo needing those opening duels, and they've got one each now. They've opened up the rounds nicely.
Does that one count?
Yeah,
W, clean 2-0, clean.
Opponents. It's pretty easy.
That's an in-zone flawless.
But it is an in-zone flawless. And this is it, especially with the investment Team Liquid make here. Anybody that's
lost is going to be
they're set up nicely for round 3.
Short base.
This is a very clean start to the game.
Lag.
I think especially on this map in general, I'm looking to see what GX have got, because even though I think Corrode maybe necessarily hasn't been the strongest for Liquid, I think that it's been a pretty poor, especially on the attack side for GX. So I feel like Liquid have almost looked to try and push down on that, and if they're going to struggle on their own map choice, I definitely could be a bit more of a problem. Of course, this is the first buy round. This is where you expect to see a little bit more of a response, but the purchase isn't bad at all from Liquid.
That's what we're saying, right? That previous round, they invested decently. It gives
them
something
to
punch back with.
GX
GX playing very passive, again, knowing that, yeah, okay, there's weapons for everyone on Liquid, but there's weaknesses, and they might want to try to make up for that with some aggressive positions, and we're already seeing one of those taken.
Camo tucked in that corner.
Same again.
They're very conscious of it, clearing the box first, then him, but he gets one and gate crashes. No one's with Westside. You have to wonder, what was the plan there?
Yeah, it's the same as the pistol round. Like, they expect him to be there, but the spacing just isn't good enough. And in a round where you're playing against at least a few weaknesses, you can't afford to let it slip. Ara's done well, but again, the spacing from Liquid is solid. Nats just playing off his teammates, swinging the angles.
Oh, the blue bay. By empty the way, क्या मारा उसने दो?
Liquid again. Looking very comfortable. Mitch, that was a bonus round.
It was, yeah. The fact that Nats was able to grab 2 on backside, honestly, that should count as 4 up against these fully armored and heavily weaponized opponents. When he's only got this weapon, if you want to call it that, I think he is one of the weapons.
That looked quite clean and easy to me.
Neither of them were looking at him, so, you know, a different story. 3-0, nonetheless, a clean start, an economic risk in round 2 that's paid off dividends, lots of credits now in Team Liquid's account, and for GX, it's a terrible start. This is their map pick. They want to get off with the right foot forward because we saw on Bind yesterday how quickly the game can get out of their control if they're not on fire off the barriers going up.
Of course, for anybody who wasn't here last week, they did taste defeat after already locking in that first seed. It was a long, drawn-out match versus KC, which I'm sure KC will end up being quite happy with, but I believe we've just seen that in terms of points, a lot of teams have now been locked out of contention. It's all going to be fighting towards that top 2 position. For Liquid, they're definitely still within the points tally. They have an opportunity if they can finish above Heretics, who have just taken that defeat. So definitely a lot to play for here for them, and the same for GX. Like, it could be an incredibly exciting match versus BBL if they end up going head-to-head for who's in that top 2 spot. We'll have to wait and see. For now, at least, well, when it's round 4, or going into round 4, and you've taken a pause, I think that tells a story of how it's been going so far for GX.
Yeah, listen, I hope it's not like the split pause we saw from Tipson before. More direction given to the boys. 3-0 down. 4-0 start. But one of the things we've mentioned is that economy for Team Liquid. You imagine an in-zone flawless here, and this is a horrific start for GX. They need to do damage. They need to keep these defenders a bit more modest with the credits they've got to invest. That is quite the challenge, as so far hasn't been a lot of positives looking at that previous round, how quickly they were dealt with, but we should see some of those issues ironed out. Camo on the Yoru and aggressive. It's something you've got to be worried about.
So
they drone into main. They're checking all their boxes for now.
Yeah, the problem though is when you're forced to use that utility so early, it definitely makes it difficult to actually pressure into the site. Ara having to lead the charge, there is a deep trip. And that's always going to be the skill. It was mentioned by Mini on the desk of a lot of utility to destroy those trips. But Nats is a master of repositioning.
Good ending there. Hi.
Post-plant scenario, but weaponry-wise, they're still at a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, you'll see once these fights actually play out, it's going to have to be Goliath performances. GX losing the first. Arrow was super low in HP, but no one's able to trade with them, and the rest of the dominoes come crumbling down. That's exactly the round that we feared we would see. Weak weapons for GX, they at least get a plant out of it. For Team Liquid, that's going to send the credits sky high.
Yeah, they were already in a pretty good position for some of the players, but
I
think it's now going to be towards max. So yeah,
beautiful retake.
All they could really hope for. Now, when we did see them play, even versus KC and versus Na'Vi in their dominant victory, it was very clean defensive sides, and the attack maybe being a little bit lackluster in comparison. So it's maybe not the end of the world, but it's the manner in which they're winning them. Well, we need to see GX wake up.
Yeah. Well, they're looking to wake Team Liquid up with a bit more of a punchy execute. You can see that Rolling Thunder was in hand, but nobody spotted early. The Cypher utility towards the A site this time, Cam there and waiting. It looks like a good read and a good gamble from Liquid. Maybe seeing that Rolling Thunder and expecting this is where it'll be put into play. Camo already going to be baiting that out. Sure, they get elbow control, but with a gate crash, he's out of here for free. I don't think they spotted it was him. Big piece of utility to get them in. There's nowhere to be seen anymore.
Yeah, it's fallen into a straight up retake. Everybody on the outskirts, and when you have a showstopper and that dimensional drift, that's going to become incredibly difficult to deal with. Straight away they move, and see you later on to one. Kiko still going strong. Nade into the corner, may even clear out another one. Aaron Cloud have done well. Kiko Still going though.
2v2
Third
कैसे?
already in this one, and the bomb wasn't found. Patetek watching that cross, and Ara needs to be a hero once again, and he is not matching up to Kiko. 4 kills for him, 5-0 for Liquid, and it's not getting any better for GX.
Yeah, one of the things that we touched on early is the fact that Kiko really struggled when it came to the defensive side.
जब इसने इतना clean throw मारा, 2v2 तो कैसे है बे?
It's a terrifying face now, knowing that he's going to be solid when it comes to half two.
तब तो ये लोग का किल दिखाया, वो लोग मरे कैसे लेकिन?
Lead here with 6 kills, something like that. Well, go ahead.
आरा ने एक मारा सिटी पे.
Kiko didn't do much, but next half, that's where he's terrifying. Well, I'm already terrified.
Yeah.
And I imagine GX are
Enemy
too.
करेगा इन्हें रात को.
Round 3, still, it's 5-0.
When do we get a second pause?
7, round 7. No one Pipson. If it keeps going this way,
dear!
Throw out the bot. Delete it. Erase it. Stop the stream now. Nats is trying to recover them.
Yeah, we might have to keep it just for a Nats highlight. Edit out that first one. Never mind. He's gone down as well. Trex still gives them that man advantage back. It was a shaky start for Liquid, but even still.
दोस्तों मैं भी एक बार Esports try दे ही दूँ.
First fight goes his way, but takes a lot of damage for it. Even still, having that rifle makes this a little bit different. An aggressive push though from Flickless finds absolutely nothing. And a 16 HP Cloud doesn't even know where the last man is standing. Patetek on the other side will make sure it doesn't go any further. A little bit shaky, a little bit whiffy. But the only thing that matters is the rounds increasing, and they've already guaranteed
that was awful from Camo. Really and truly something I hoped I'd never see again, but here it is. In slow motion. Oh, and another. Wonderful. Can we get another angle? Third angle on that one?
You know what? That's a good teammate right there. He could have been full tilt. He could have gone off the chains. Instead, he makes the call that there's 3 mid.
I would have gotten the 3 mid out there. There just would have been 2 or 3 sentences priming.
There
that
would be
information.
tears rolling down your cheeks as you do it.
But it's fine. Look, get the whiffs out of the round when they have pistols.
Never say Mitch Man has
मत
left
कर
the
लाला,
server.
But for GX, that's actually an inspiring round, right? They have been bodied so far. Now in a
भाई ये
low
round
line,
ये
they have a
लोग
real
कुछ
chance.
भी करके
They're almost
जीतेगा.
converted.
तो vault भी है, neon भी है, breach भी है.
Mid-push, though, is putting a lot of pressure on Corbinho. He had nowhere to go and no idea how many players were aggressing on him. I love this little bit of aggro from Team Liquid, and it's paying dividends again. Every investment from them is coming up with huge returns.
भाई mid smoke करके mid ले लो भाई.
Again, you come down to the question of damage. It's a sorry story, but it's the best we've got for GX right now.
I think even, well, if he kills everyone, great. Other than that, damage isn't even going to matter anymore. Look how much they've got in terms of credits. Sure, the last round was at least a little bit close, but the fact is the second
team को बहुत बड़ी रात को.
Close to Liquid, it's more aggressive. They send the majority of their team
2300 लोग देख रहे हैं, like
and it really does feel like there has been no answer as of yet for the side of GX. Well, you said it 7-0. Maybe we'd get that second pause. I'll be honest with you. Normally, I would.
Next round I agree.
I think this should have been. There should have been a second pause.
Love you, bye.
Pause 3-0. I'm not a fan of the early timeouts, and I think often it does show that there's some desperation, but maybe it was well placed because this has been a horrendous start, and it is not getting any better. The showstopper was popped to stop the push, and instead it's used deep into their spawn. Team Liquid, they're pulling out all the stops when it comes to aggression, and maybe they should just stop the aggression. That was a 5 versus 3 with weak weapons, and now information, weapon upgrades, and an even 3-on-3 for an attack side. That is a dream. They've just been gifted a chance.
It's one of the best they've had so far. Hunter's Fury online as
info
well.
तो है, लेकिन mid का rotations देखो.
That sucks.
अभी ये kill की वजह से उनको मालूम है कि B पे जा रहे करके
sell a fake on the other side of the map, but now they're going to run
इससे
into
अच्छा शायद 100 पे backup
set
देते
up.
थे
Rolling
ना.
Thunder one away, but that's
तो
if they
Jake
get
निकाल
the
लेता
one,
था
and now
यार.
that trip has been set off. Nats knows exactly where they are, but this is the thing with Nats.
Low play
He knows
करने के
that they've
चक्कर
already
में
got a
ना
man
pick off हो रहे
advantage.
बे
He's
वो
just
लोग.
waiting for the cavalry to arrive, and they're
Drone
going
को
to play this
backup देने
together.
के लिए कोई नहीं था.
Already breaking themselves into
भाई
market.
क्या score है बे?
Corners being cleared. That's a
ये
little
तो
ahead
मैंने
of the
कल
pack,
expect
but he
किया था
wins
नावी
his
के
duel on the
सामने.
west side. Now Flickless, Rolling Thunder available, a 1v3. The time ticking, but there's not enough of it to really put pressure on Liquid. They found him now, but he isolates the first. The box blocks him on the fallback, but it works for another pick. An early Rolling Thunder buying more time. Now the clock starts to tick in his favor for Trex. The pressure's on. He's
oh no.
Safe angle. for Flickless. That seems like it's just a tap drawn in. Oh, that, and Trex wins it with enough time. Thanks to it being half. That's a wonderful play by Trex, but so close to being the spark of lit brightly for GX.
Done my one tap.
Fuck the stun, man. Like, it's just so clean with it. Like, the fact is, even that stun well played. Like, he should have won. Flickless did well, but it's just an instant one tap from Trex. You put him in these late round clutch scenarios and he just seems to win it for you every single time. It's a nice try, but it's 8-0.
यार Flickless कितना sexy खेला था यार.
Last even an opportunity gifted, but not converted. Oh, it's a nice opening though.
Left
side putting in the work.
Okay.
This aggressive push to the A side. He's picked up 3. Where that third card came from, I don't think I'll ever know. And that's how they get on the board. What a response.
Hello?
Okay. I think that almost felt like just I've had enough. I'm going to just run in and try and take it down.
Those were his first 3 kills of the game.
Huh?
Yeah, I think a Hunter's Fury was thrown in. I honestly couldn't tell because all we were really doing is watching a blind man spray into the darkness. But like this one, he just sees the bullet tracer. That's an insane shot.
Blind mein mara.
Coming out from West Side and what well needed. They've at least got themselves off the goose egg.
Go, go, go. Ronaldo का favorite
This is going to be an immediate response. This has to be the start of something. They started incredibly slow yesterday versus Na'Vi, but as we've mentioned all the way through, Liquid this season have been a different beast.
Proven it here. One bump in the road, but will there be more pressure to be put right onto Kiko? And it's Grabinho, the player that has stood out for the side of GX in so many of their battles to drop him, but they will not get past Patatek. Getting through Nats's setup. The difficulty for even the best. West Side got 3 in the last. He's at least got the decoy, but that's about all. 9-1.
क्यों जा रहे हैं लोग? A जीत रहे ना B पे नाट से ना यार.
Not looking to let this lead slip.
Yeah, I had a feeling it might just be a bump in the road. They'd go right back to normal programming, but
क्यों जा रहे हो Nats set पे? भाई क्या मारता है big clean बे.
Everybody on Liquid.
भाई खेलो तो Nats की तरह खेलो वरना मत खेलो वाला
scene. Grabinho, he's currently 2-10. That was his second kill. Been having a really rough showing on this map. As said, they showed yesterday they have the resilience to respond, but
दोनों मैच होएगा या रात
probably going to be going into your opponent's map choice.
Game sound कम है?
A map where you have desperately struggled at times. For now, at least.
Chat 2700 लोग देख रहे हैं stream को like कर दो. We are very close to 3K. 3K likes. एक साथ दबा दो अभी के भी like कर दो.
Regardless of where this half ends, it is a long path back to the trail as they find themselves off the beaten path. Camo cleared. It takes so much utility. He's such a menace. But with that early impact he had, of course, it has to be put through.
Question is, क्या Cypher?
Gives GX a little more dry when they get to sight. Mid-lurker already taken down. That space contained by Patatek and a big retake ready towards the spawn for Team Liquid. This time they don't have so much of what they have previously. You look at Camo, Kiko, ult's not online.
नेट अच्छा था, बेसिक नेट कॉम्बो के नहीं गया लेकिन
been stellar so far. Post punt, an opportunity, but already losing their backline. In fact, they're losing everybody. Every single 1v1 fight has gone the way of Liquid, and it leaves Cloud alone, and they're just diffusing. Patatek, he's just being used as bait, and when he finally swings, his opponent is looking the other way. They're making it look so easy. Liquid go into a 4v4.
You're all under.
Patatek took maybe 15 damage in the entirety of it.
Yeah, it's not a pretty start. It's perplexing to think that this is GX's map pick, that they had a 3-0 timeout called early to try to steady the ship. It took many rounds, 8, I think, for them to eventually get one, and it's an immediate return to form.
भाई यही तो मैंने कल एक्सपेक्ट किया था भाई. कल कैसे आ रहा बे नावी? कैसे बे?
A ridiculous resurgence, and the player I would have highlighted on
पहला गेम ऐसे कुछ तो हुआ था नावी का भी. नावी जीता था पहला मैच.
A safe pair of hands in almost every game they've had. You look at the last matchup that they had here against Foot. Again, one of the biggest contributors to it. 2-11, and you can't put it on him. The whole team's just dead in the water.
Nazi. We've seen Tens up here, but I don't think he's done it with an operator. Nice early trade, but Nats is just destroying them. Finally, he's been put down, but from the fray appears Camo. Even still, they're keeping it even. The back and forth goes, and it's Padatek versus Flickless. A chance of redemption in the clutch, but they're not winning any of them. They're just chalk it up to Liquid being better. It's another in their favor. Another clutch goes their way, and it is going to be an 11-1 half.
It's such a tough half to swallow as well because GX had so many opportunities. Even on that low bar where folks were committed and Liquid ran a little too deep, spread themselves too thin. This could be at least 4 on the board for GX, but it's 11-1 and a hell of a climb back needed.
दोपहर को काम करने बैठा था नरेक. गांड दुख रही है. भाई लेग्स की वजह से हो रहा है क्या? तुमने आज लेग्स किए थे? दिखाओ क्या लेग्स तुम लोग को जाने दो. बता तन्मय को बोला सो जाए. तन्मय भाई सो जाओ. टाइम आउट क्यों ले रहे? एक टाइम आउट तो ले लिया था. Relax, excuse me. भाई ये जो टाइम आउट है ना, ये ज्यादा टाइम लिया है मैच से. सारा राउंड घाप गुप करके खत्म किया लिक्विड ने. ये टे फैन win or lose always proud. ऐसा टेज फैन W. ये जल्दी खत्म होएगा. अब तो 1-2 सोलो करना पड़ेगा.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get back in to this matchup, to this map, maybe onto map number 2. It's 11-1. A pistol round could send us all the way to Corrode, and 11-1
me to like stream
JK. The next map up, Corrode being their pick. I mean, this series not set up very well for GX to perform an upset. We have seen them bounce back between halves. Now the challenge is to bounce back between halves.
बताओ. मतलब खुद को 10 बार ये बंदा समझा रहा है कि it's a JK. Batch JK. कुछ भी हो JK.
Into this one, they only need a couple of them. In fact, the pistol might just get the job done, but does seem like GX are in the right place at the right time, looking to battle, brawl. The blind is perfect, and so is Arazane. A great looking start to this pistol round, and a much needed one. Already going to spot out Webster. Just about manages to escape. 40, 0 HP. He's been spammed through, and honestly, with how Kiko has been playing, I don't feel like this is done yet.
Yeah, either of these guys in a clutch, terrifying both of them together. I mean, this is going to be less than an easy closer. And GX know that. They've grouped up, coming from both sides of this site. Looking to trade, Ara's low, but the wide swing, the wrong play for Trax. Kiko's got to do it all, and as good as he's been on the attack side, the 1v4 is too much to ask. A well-placed stun from Flickless, who again, I think is a great highlight from that previous half, where they got one round, but he had a chance in a couple clutches that he made for himself. And I know there was some talk, even from his teammate Ara, about team flashing stuff, but honestly, I feel like Flickless's utility, from what we see on the broadcast, is one of the best for all the EMEA. Honestly, like it seems like he's so consistent, and we saw most of that yesterday.
Nice, Groovy, nice. Let's go. Good job.
Well, they're on the board.
No.
A little bit quicker in this half, and expectations of this round are fairly low for Liquid. Of course, of the. Playing through the bracket, it definitely looks like they have a great chance to make it into the grand final. Maybe even look to win another EMEA. Maybe even look to win this round. They started off well. West side taken out, spike planted. They've only got pistols to play with, but you never know with how they've been performing so far. The C's actually going to catch a couple of them, but playing off of it's going to be very difficult.
They got the weapon, but the Spectre can't retreat, and Trax is stuck in the corner. Utility would get him. Three on the board now for GX, as we said, though. This is, they found themselves in the wilderness, and getting back to that trail is going to be one hell of a long journey with plenty of perils along the way. And even here, you see that they're ready for the deep play on mid.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ऐसा श्रद्धा रख के क्या फायदा? तेरे को बप्पा का टेंशन है या नॉनवेज का टेंशन है? ऐसा कभी नहीं करने का, समझ रहे हो? यूजलेस है ऐसा.
Bonus that we'll see, although in the previous half we saw the same from Team Liquid, but it's very necessary for GX here, because even giving up one round as a bonus would leave Team Liquid one away, so you have to be precise, you got to be clean, and the early aggression on mids worked wonders.
Started well, but just again, it seems to happen every time. There's an opportunity and then Liquid strike back. And not just bit.
क्या Cypher दो मार पाएगा? That is the question.
The steps.
Three.
He's given up the position, and then they're being locked in by Flickless. He's the man with the rifle, ready and waiting. He's done well on the first. Flash should slow them down a little bit, and that gives an opportunity for Westside to come in behind.
Kiko ran through. He's heard those steps. They know this is where the peak's coming in. It's so smart. They're lined up together. Now they separate, though. There's a chance for a moment. Camo will not let that one slip, and it is 12-3. Team Liquid, one round needed with an explosive comp in terms of utility, especially looking at that showstopper.
You know, it's
so many abilities and ultimates there to find players, to find targets. This is going to be a difficult one to get 9 in a row against if they just save it all up and have an ult dump round.
And even if
देखिए डेल्टा होगा कि इसके बाद ये पता फटफट भाई मेरे को नेम मालूम भाई मोस्टली मैं रेस्ट लूंगा इसके बाद होएगा तो मेंबर्स ओनली कर लूंगा फट से और मेंबर्स ओनली नहीं किया मतलब नहीं होगा सिंपल बात है.
Insane moments of his own. And on the other side of things, it has been a bit of a miss. Now, Operator is in hand, but Ara, you'd expect him to hit this, and he does. That's a decent start.
तो छोड़ ही देना चाहिए. ये क्लियर करता है ना जान जाएगा
the rest of the team are feeling out the rest of the map. Nats has got quite a bit of space. Westside's utility is all committed to that B site, and that's left a decent gap. Now, they are holding it, but it's whether or not Nats wins this fight. In fact, he walked backwards into it, but Grabinho wasn't facing.
Oh, no. Paranoia hit. Now Nats has got an upgraded weapon. He's still sticking around. Walks through for Flickless. A small blunder, but a big price seemingly paid. Westside. Oh, it's beautiful. He's caught himself one for free. Still drawing breath, but he's stuck around. He's offering a fight. Perhaps he shouldn't be. They've got the advantage, and he survives on 1 HP. The dive in from Arrow, quickly chasing down that player. The spike dropped on the floor as a result. Now Nats has nowhere to go. No flank to play, and he's running right into 2 players. At least one more round, it seems, and Arrow locks it in.
You can see what Nats was trying to do. He was hoping that the Treks would run away, they would follow, and he would catch them on the cross, but they were quick enough
मुझे आपको पैसे देनी है, लेकिन
YouTube को नहीं. We definitely wanted to see. Being able to find those picks with the Operator being able.
बात एक सिंपल बात है. तुम और आप मिले हैं, हम और तुम मिले हैं because of उटू बुंदी. समझ रहे हो? तो 30% टैक्स ये वो कुछ नहीं. गिफ्टेड करना है करो 50. सुपरसेट करना है करो 10,000. डॉलर्स देना है 2 5 20,000. दिनार्स देना है लो 5 30,000. टेंशन मत लो. टैक्स आई विल पे. ऊपर का प्रॉफिट.
It doesn't look like they're looking to play a long match here today. Just a round away from closing it. GX. Inside the smoke here for Westside, a decision to be made, and backing off, waiting for the retake is the right one. But not against big weapons. The numbers will be used, some aggression as well to try to swing the odds in their favor, and this is given a chance. Showstopper fired in, grabs the advantage, and now the Shadows then on this final map. Final round, I should say. He's not got a chance. Wide swung by 3 will close it out. The sun sets on a 13-4.
Yeah, it's a pay save card, Thrifty, that closes it. It's definitely not building up the confidence if you are a GX fan. Obviously, we saw them manage to turn things around. They're going to have to try and do that again or face the lower bracket. We'll be back after the break.
ओमेन का बाप था लेकिन ओमेन जो टिपी मार के उधर गया ना उसको फ्री किल मिला क्लासिक का इतने बसड़ में किसको समझा नहीं उधर है जीपी नहीं क्या है जीपे करो बिंदास
Sabaka, how do you know?
Yeah, Red got on me. It ranked.
What is that?
पार्थ भाई लव यू लेकिन मुझे कुछ नहीं पता चंद में लिक्विड एंड PRX को मिलोगे पता नहीं भाई मेरे को पता नहीं नाइस एफर्ट दो नाइस एफर्ट दो कितने खत्म हुआ 25 मिनट शायद से बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो गया पैम 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 चलो चाय लेके आया
A sense of victory.
भाई मेरी गाफ एकदम गाफ हो रखी है भाई क्या सिंगल लाइक कर दो
Red Bull gives you wings.
It is a very dominant start for Team Liquid on their first time here at Playoffs of Stage 2. I am your host, Insu, and I'm back here joined by Minnie and Billy. I mean, Billy, we don't have to worry about them underestimating their opponents. Do we? Not really.
I don't think so, no. I think they're kind of valid for talking what they talk now.
Yeah, and we don't have to worry about the KC game either.
No, I mean, I had ordered some soup and I couldn't even get through it by the time the map was over, so...
What kind of soup?
It was a vegetable soup.
Good soup. Yeah? Good soup. Just nice soup. This map, though, was sort of a little bit like soup. It was very...
Runny?
It was liquid. It was liquid. It was how from the side of Liquid. And it was a full team effort, because Mini, you spoke about how GX, they were sort of relying on an individual to pop off.
Yeah.
But almost every round we saw from Liquid, you know, they all had their moments, they all shine.
Yeah, and I think this round in particular showed that, like, you know, fighting together. This was after abusing B main a little bit at the start of this game. They decided to stack the 4A and just had a nice little fight there. Nice little scrap, easy for them. And then at the end here, closing out with a nice little clutch.
Yeah, it's very difficult. You can see that like Flickless has tried to play the end of this round well, but you're in a 1v1 against Trex. Realistically, that's a tall order to ask of him, like to be able to win that out. And it's like you say, I think all throughout this map, Liquid just looked so synchronized, and it just, yeah, it was clean from them. And I think you have to worry for Giant X because this was, of course, their map pick. They chose to go to Ascent.
I mean, missing that kaboom as well is just, it's just.
Kaboom.
Yeah, what do you call it?
No, I call it kaboom.
Yeah, there we go.
You got it from me.
No, I didn't.
From
I think you got it from me. What who's our? Paper X? You think Paper X?
You know.
What do you mean? But I think you're right, Billy, because things, in theory, should get harder, right, for Giant X, because we will be going to Corrode.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, Team Liquid picking into this Corrode, as much as they did lose it against Apex the last time that they played it, I think that they want to show that they're not afraid of this map and that they can bounce back even from that loss. I'm not expecting them to have made any changes because it was still quite a tight match, and they've only had a couple of weeks really to kind of prepare for what that might look like. But who knows? Maybe they surprise me.
Given what we said at the start of the show, that they like to iterate their comps, when they do run into trouble, sometimes they do switch. It just depends whether they think that this is a bad moment for them or not. Was it actually them being bad, or was Apex actually having a bit of a game that series and they find the mistakes and can go forward? What I'm a bit worried about is that Giant X, when they play against the teams that we think might be the top 3 kind of teams, they don't look great. They're really struggling in those moments. They're able to beat teams that they're next to or close to, but it looks pretty dominant when they're going up against these higher tier competition, and I'm hoping that that is not the same for maps 2 and hopefully 3.
Yeah, I mean, because 2 of those teams are already in the lower bracket, so if GX fall down there, things are going to get very, very difficult for them. And as we've seen already in the first game too, it is not the end of the world, you know, when you lose a little bit here and there, it's not the end of the world. And for Cloud, certainly, he was laughing at that halftime when they were 11-1 down.
I think as well. Sorry, what
was laughing again there.
Yeah, I think as well.
Tension का मेरे को ये गरम चाय मेरे सर पे डालने का मन कर रहा है.
Different story on that map. We already saw Ara jumping onto that operator, which has been a big win condition for Giant X throughout this stage.
Yay!
Maybe a swap of sides would have been a bit better. I think
you look like you're in pain, Minnie.
I was like, I think Billy's got the copium, you've got the.
डाल ले तो भाई बहुत stressful है बे.
Like why?
इससे ज़्यादा stress मैंने जिंदगी में नहीं लिया जितना जापान का ले रहा हूँ.
Your pickums were like involved in this team going far, right?
Yeah. My pickums had them in the finals. Yeah.
1170 लोग खाली चेयर देख रहे हैं. खाली चेयर ने भरा हुआ कि मैं भर चुका हूँ इसमें भी.
Like Giant X, what more do you need? But in all seriousness, though, I think Gibson calling a timeout on round 3 after round 3 is also a little bit worrying. But he does like to do that.
Yeah,
He's one of the coaches that, you know, he likes
to
get his airtime in with the team. But as we take a look at Agent Select, it is going to be a bit dire for Giant X if they don't bring out something less flaccid than we saw on map 1.
Yeah, going back to their usual comfort, double initiator, Neon, KO, Breach and Fade. This time's going to be the KO. Flashes might miss this time, bit easier to miss those flashes, but I think Flickers has generally been quite good. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say.
भाई बेचारा भाई मेरे लाइफ में ना सब कुछ अच्छा हो रहा है करके आज एक बंदा पार्सल लेके आ रहा था, मैंने उसको टिप दिया रे 500. भाई उसने मेरे को मैसेज किया रे आगे से कुछ भी रहेगा प्लीज मेरे को बोलना, मैं पार्सल देके जाऊंगा करके. हाँ लव यू यार इसलिए घर नहीं आ रहा है. धनंजय भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप.
Up. Then you have Cloud in amongst the mix there as well, probably keeping Grubinho and Westside on the extremities, but I think that's when it gets a little bit difficult for them starting on this defense, because if Team Liquid do...
Language.
I'm not even believing that that's a
video
lot.
नहीं बनाया उसका?
Never mind.
मैं उसके लिए वीडियो बनाऊँ मैं.
From the Gecko to the Deadlock, Do you know what? I'm here for it. I'm actually here for people using the deadlock and as many maps as they would like to. However, having this as a solo sentinel...
Yeah, and this is the thing, when they had the previous roster, they could have somebody that is used to playing deadlock, but this is not in Paddy's wheelhouse. He's never played it before.
Yeah, be interesting to see how it goes on the attack side. We're going to see the net hopefully being used in a...
I just wanted to share one thing. After coming to UK, this is the first time मैंने पापा आने की खुशी में घर पे 15K भेजे. Feeling so good. Love you, Pranit. Bye. WWW. वीडियो कॉल जरूर करना, ठीक है? पापा जी के आने के बाद वीडियो कॉल जरूर करना. W. लेकिन मेरे को एक बात बता, यूके जाके क्या फायदा जब मेंबर नहीं हो? रिटर्न आ जाओ.
A change-up of comps from Team Liquid, new ideas on the server, playing against that deadlock, a lot to adjust.
It's an agent I wanted to see be quite heavily used on this map. I think especially with how a lot of teams want to try and take mid control. If you can lock off aspects of it, that's going to have high value. But also having that wall,
there is too much
senses,
content
like if you're
that's
going to have an
come.
aggressive dive through agent, trying to get through all of that,
Co-streaming
it's
was
going to be
one thing,
incredibly
which was a
difficult
surprise.
on that defensive side.
But
I also think
uske
the net
alawa,
just works as like that
there is a
info
lot.
finding. Like you can still get that little bit of extra, but okay, there's
Plus,
not a player here
vlogs
there is
or
from that same sort of utility.
daily content आएगा, वो भी
although
extra.
maybe we haven't seen him pick it up before, I think he can play anything. Like I genuinely believe he's one of the few players in the league that can just pick up anything and will make it work. And I think that the deadlock stuff we've seen in the past from Liquid has always been very cool.
Oh, GX, a challenge on their hands. This is Patatek's first deadlock play,
an
official ever. There
That's
you
what
go.
Sue said, you know?
But like you said, Tom, he is a very capable player indeed. A man that can fit any form.
Lot of
GX on the defensive side to start it out. I don't want to see them come in looking deactivated.
Andre.
They got decimated on map 1, but some of the rounds that worked, looking at half number 2 rather, was them getting that little bit more aggressive, the aggressive play down mid, and I think round 2 got them advantages, and I want to see more of that. They have to come in feeling confident. Forget about that previous.
The immediate plan, a deadlock barrier thrown in to try and wall off some of these players to try and catch off those rotations, but a lot of it would just be giving Camo the opportunity to fight. Patatek has gone down.
Viper smoke, ball आगे बिटाने का कमो का क्लोन ट्रिप के लिए और ज़्यादा smoke और सीधा घुसो.
I think he's just managed to dodge that paranoia, goes back in for the fight. It's not pretty from either, but he gets the job done. And Camo is there to close things out. The 1-2 punch of Kiko and mostly Camo will get Liquid the pistol.
A barn burner of a round from Team Liquid. You look at the opening there, the deadlock wall, the barrier mesh being thrown in towards that right side of B on the minimap. You can see it even in that replay, with it being up in a smoke there as well. These players, despite having a good read on where the play was coming in, by the time push came to shove, they got completely locked out. So these two that rotate in through mid, they're spamming a smoke. That's your best case scenario. All the while the players on side are isolated and dealt with.
Without mid, the rotations take a while. Like, and also you could see how aggressive Camo already was. So that's one of the main value on this attack side you're going to see. And then those post plants. Well, it's only a classic. You would have hoped that maybe rotations at that. That's the one thing that's kind of lets Deadlock down a little bit, is in terms of the information play. If players go pushing, unless they walk into a sensor, west side well placed, again gets nothing.
It's the classic, yeah, like you said, Patatek, and that's decently low, tagged up, but not dealt with the right clicks to be forgiving for west side, and you know, previously we just won't talk about that opening fight on A main. We're left with Flickless alone, being in a couple of clutches in the previous map. Didn't manage to find them, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say the statistics are not going to get any better this time around. And we already see the ideas from the deadlock. Like, again, this is the space. It's going to be blocking out those rotations. And like you said, Tom, to actually rotate on the defense, if you're going all the way around, it takes so long. And then you go from the A side around spawn.
गलती से थोड़ा फोरकास्ट करता, अगर गलती से टेंस भाई से मैं मिलूं, गलती से, हाँ, उसको गीली चुम्मी मैं दूंगा जब भी, तो कोई रिकॉर्ड कर सकता है यार? प्लस क्या भाभी जी बुरा मानेगी? ये दो क्वेश्चंस मेरे माइंड में आ रहा है.
They're knifing it away, and neither of those are good solutions. So
the other risk as well is like if you have to peek a little wide to break it, there's also a very good chance that you go down. So there's so many risks that come about playing against the Deadlock utility. And that's before we even talk about the net and the sensors. The sensors in post plants have always been bratty as hell. And if you're a Neon on the retake, those sensors are the worst thing you can come up against. Because you want to be sneaky, you want to go sprinting through while using your wall. Well, if you run into a sensor,
ये कौन है भाई non-member टिकमक वाला? Chat? कौन है भाई ये?
It went so quick, I don't remember.
I don't think they. Maybe they did. Maybe Captain Cow can let me know. I can't remember. But either way, I can tell you the impact of them wasn't there.
Beto.
But, it will be different here on Corrode, one way or another. Deep play by Camo. Good space taken, but a little caught off guard by how quickly that's refought for. At least an opening fight now. Going the way of GX. A big risk to go swinging, but it does pay off.
This is what works for them, though. It's these sort of contact-y plays. They stun an area and then they swing it together. It's similar to what they were trying to do on the defensive side of the last map. I am looking at Nats, though. He sat there with the sniper. A couple of those players are one shot. That's the first. And, well, if he hits them in the head, so's the second.
ऐसा है तो सब one shot ही भाई.
Whoa. Head-to-head and trying to win this one. Nats has left his gun behind. He's hoping to try and find himself another one, which he will. He still has time to play with. This is not a man you can afford to give a chance.
It's only a 1v2. Will be a 4K for Nats. The first round we've seen him draw blood, and he's looking thirsty. 30 seconds on the clock. Rotation from Cloud's going to give Westside a 1v1. Nats could be looking the wrong way. He adjusts in time, but Cloud
heavy damage diya lekin
needed. It's going to be a 4K for one of them, and it's Cloud to walk out with his head held high. But Tom, again, they got opening duel up against a very low buy.
If GX wins 400 rupees super chat,
you don't want that to end up in a
मतलब इसको 4000 मिलने वाला है.
Yeah, I think as well the fact that if it's not for a really big play from Cloud, that's a bonus round loss.
और ये चाहता है कि मैं Jinx को
A little bit too close for comfort.
Thank you, Captain Gal. Appreciate that. Yeah, they didn't use their second one.
Jinx जीतेगा ये मैच. Jinx जीतेगा. Liquid का मैप है, लेकिन तुम लोग ने देखा रहेगा Jinx का मैप में Liquid जीता तो सिंपल बात है, Liquid के मैप में Jinx ही जीतेगा. 101%. 101%.
Repurchased. Util being sent through. Westside. All of his tricks are being revealed. Liquid are happy to play things a little bit slow. As I said, they don't have that. Give them info across the map. So just making sure that they're not leaving too many gaps that this defensive side can aggress on. Although looking at the build up outside B,
दोपहर को भी जल्दी उठा, पूरा टाइम काम ही किया. रात को एने भी है. कल मेरे को 4 स्टोरी 2 रील शूट करने का है. फिर 2 वॉच पार्टी करने का है. परसों मेरे को 3 स्ट्रीम करने का है. जाने का टाइम भी आ रहा है. गांड फटी पड़ी है मेरी.
These players on A have a choice. I mean, they can try to pick off a few when the push comes in, but really it looks like just playing for the time here, allowing Ara and Westside to make it all the way up behind the right idea. And I love that they keep control.
But अच्छा लगता है. मैं वर्कऑलिक को लग रहा है.
Get out with the Prowler, knowing that closer box is clear, but they need to deal with Kiko as well. He drops right away. Now they've got a real leg to stand on this bottom side. A nade onto Camo. Nats down. It's beautiful from GX.
Couldn't be going any better. Padatek now last standing and doesn't even have a gun to play with anymore.
पहला वो किल क्रूशियल था और मेन वाला नेम बढ़ता है पूरा मेन कंट्रोल उसको
pretty much reading it from start to finish, and that's sort of the vulnerability I'm talking about when you don't have that cipher in play, you don't have a player locking down the other portions of the map. When they can box them in that well, and I think as well, I want to give credit to Cloud sort of having the read of like, I'm going to throw this reveal down, not to reveal someone, but so that they are distracted. And even though it's just like millimeter off where his crosshair originally was. If Kiko's left to hold that angle, he hits that shot.
Without a doubt.
Paper, 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 that's paper. Nice, guys, come on. Let's go, guys. That's how we do it, guys.
Paper क्या call है? Paper?
It really is though. Like
पूरा
the
map
right
तो
calls
paper
being
है
made. They wait at the start. They realize the default's being run.
Paper
They
क्या call है?
realize
चल
Liquid
पूरा
are
तो
going to
map
have to
paper
be
है.
focusing in on a site. That's when the B push comes out. Space is clear. A players give up some of the control, but hold on to elbow, and it lets them reunite with the rest of the squad after. Deep play by Ara early on, sticking around for more as well. It's the perfect round for it, where light shields are brought in numbers.
Oh dear.
Team Liquid being mowed down as they attempt to make it towards this B side. Only one player even reaches the choke point.
He got hit by a seize and by the net, and then had the spam coming into him, and somehow Westside comes out with 2. Ara looking for his 3rd of the round. He's made the right read. It's not ideal.
अरे सब गन का स्किन टेस्ट कर रही है.
Kiko is slowly getting surrounded. He's trying his best to do any level of damage, but it is another for GX. A clean one at that. Only 1 down. And they will now take the lead on the defensive side.
This is already looking better than either halves over on Sunset. It's not just about the rounds, right? Of course, they got 3 in that second half, but it's more so about how commanding this looks. That's a nasty little cam.
But best
it gets
cam,
them the info.
best.
Funnily enough, it gets the info, and Ara goes, I'm pushing into it. I'm going to go look for them. Westside getting away with that is criminal.
भाई valorant की जान हो आप. मैं नहीं हूँ भाई, मेरी chat है भाई.
They've had a say in these
cute
rounds.
army
It
है.
isn't clutches. It isn't
कभी-कभी
big
मुझे गाली
plays.
देती.
Sure, Cloud obviously saved the day a little bit, but what? That's a GX logo. GX called a timeout at 3-2 up with 3 rounds in a row won.
Maybe he just really likes
कितने दिन लगते हैं जापान वीजा में?
I don't know.
That's confirmed, by the way. That's not a graphical error. This GX have called a timeout. Color me surprised, Tom, because I'll talk about Pipson's early pauses. That split 3-0 down always amazed me, but this one has really caught me off guard.
Yeah, I'm definitely perplexed as to what. Maybe it's specifically going into like this next buy round. He has something that he wants to change, or maybe something that it wants to sort of pick up that can come in. Nonetheless, the players, one of them doing a lot of the talking and the other doing a lot of the listening, evidently, it's going to be Nats and Cloud. And I think there's a lot of parallels between these guys. Maybe not in the roles that they play, but in terms of players that started off as obviously these sort of superstar, like the Nats being one of the best in the world at a time, still probably up there, but being moved into a leadership role and taken on with both hands. And I think that's what's made both of these rosters have any semblance of success, is the fact that these guys have stepped up.
Yeah, I think even on that, Nats is was the best, now is one of the best. I think that's how I'd put it.
Yes.
GX go for an aggressive play here on A side. 3 players push up early, rotate now called. They'll give up the B site, play for retake, and keep that deep A control in case they go back. The fight, trying to just chip away at the numbers. Westside does well to land 1, but a deep play by Camo pulls back not only control, but also a pick, but he goes too deep. They're trying to pinch Westside, and eventually they will find it. And the real estate they've got, this makes it much more difficult for Team Liquid to apply pressure from both sides, because those players coming from main are going to be, well, that player is going to be a bit more isolated.
Ooh, flash through's good. Kiko's gone down. They've been isolated into a singular player remaining. Panatek trying to cling to life. He's got his nade to at least keep him alive, actually. Both of them have been caught. It slowed them down. He's got a chance to try and isolate one of them with the ultimate. And now just looking to try and find the kill, but isn't going to be able to. Unfortunately, the annihilation doesn't hit. A nice attempt at least, but it will be GX to carry.
निकाल सकता था अगर वो अल्ट लगती तो. लैंड एजेंट ना, लैंड एजेंट निकाल सकता था अगर अल्ट लगती
Players
तो.
are pinched in, stuck in a spot. Ult goes in there, and it's a different game, but he doesn't know. Maybe there's a second player coming from up in heaven.
This is really bad. Thank you for the membership.
But we can see it would have paid off. Still, for them to be able to get back into this, yeah, it's unlucky. Cloud jumping down behind the boxes.
I think it's also Flickless was just about to step into that angle. So it is literally, he's gone between both of them.
Hey, yeah, we not bad. 400 रुपए टिकटॉक वाले thank you for the membership मेरी जान today.
Pushing into that B spawn point because they know, okay, breaking the wall has a big risk. If we can hold on to that defender side, we do have an opportunity.
Deserving tick mark, deserving.
His spams have been on point. Camo immediately down.
W.
Now, something I do want to talk about, though, is that overall context for them. They have had absolutely horrific attack sides on this map so far. Even in their victory versus BBL, they were 3-9 on the attack. So you have to kind of look at this from GX, that if it's going to be like their last 2 matches on this map, they need
अरे ये इतना
a
अच्छा
very
डॉज
good
किया
defensive
Prowler
mark.
Nuts ने डेडलॉक वहाँ पे कार है Prowler
4 already on the board for the defense. Team Liquid taking full control of middle. They've left a gap.
Yo.
Walk up on A could come through, but this is a round to play with a few more risks when you've got those pistols. Drax holding the B push up with the one weapon. A little bit more prestigious. The Stinger, Flickless, easily dealing with them. One was already half. And Kiko and Trax left to pick up the pieces. Spike's still in their care at least, but 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds
no real
left.
easy push. If they go Link, yeah, okay. It's going to be straight to sight. The deep fight onto
आवाज आता ही है ना मैं भी ट्राई किया था कोई तो साइलेंट जब मारता वहां से लेकिन
I think at this point any damage would be nice,
ऐसा
but
लगा
it's
ना
just not going to
emoji
be the case. Playing from angles that he's just got such a
Real बात भी जा रही है
disadvantage
क्या
at,
जापान
and in
पता
zone
नहीं
flawless
भाई
for
पता नहीं
GX. They really are starting to make themselves heard on this second map, and we mentioned it. In yesterday's game, they had an incredibly slow start to the map. They got battered in map number 1.
River में
Started to
27
come
क्या
back a
तो
little
बाकी
bit
लोग कर
towards the
लेंगे
end of it, and then map 2 and 3, they look like a different beast. Now, this is the choice of their opponent, and right now, well, they've won 5 rounds in a row. Only the pistol and second didn't go their way, and they have forced Liquid now into a pause, which feels weird considering the last pause was just a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, without a doubt, but I can definitely understand. I don't know about the 3-2 up. Again, I feel like for GX, that was like pump the brakes. You hear some comms, you hear some ideas that maybe don't seem like the right ones, and you quickly just get in there before things spiral out of control. Team Liquid things are spiraling. They had a commanding lead from start to finish on Sunset. And here, there hasn't been as much of a heartbeat. They're looking that little bit more deactivated. There's already problems from bringing this deadlock in, losing a traditional Sentinel.
नकुल का बर्थडे आज स्ट्रीम कर रहा है गाइस विश कर दो नकुल भाई हैप्पी
There's a lot
बर्थडे
then that they have to think about, and how do they play that to their advantage? I think they tried it in the last round, but they had weaker weapons where you put pressure on mid,
से बोल रहा था कि
you leave those
Binks
lurkers
भाई
on extremities.
नहीं तो मैं भी नहीं
And
खेलूंगा
obviously early they were supposed to get
मेरे
Camo
से
into
कब प्यार हो
position,
गया
pushed up close on B main, but he got spammed out by Westside. But in the rifle rounds, we don't have those kind of excuses. This is where
क्या
things have to go right.
I think as well, what they've lost is the Gecko, that was being played by Padatek, and
मैं बात कर
obviously
सकता
it's
हूँ
going to
YouTube
get you
से
into a lot of angles, it's going to get you into
लेकिन
position, and also help you get the
7
plant.
साल का
Difference is
delay
once they get into the plant, this composition should be better.
आज के टाइम पे
I feel like GX have actually done a very good job of just not allowing them into those positions to begin with them well. What a start that was. An immediate takedown. That'll be Kiko gone.
भाई आरआर भी बात
It's leaving
नहीं
the
रहे
rest of the squad boxed in on the B side.
हाँ
They'll have to fight their way back if they decide to go for it. Now deep A main's being lost. They could have pushed mid.
उसमें what do you
There is
think
no
about
information
Scout by
here.
an AC12 love you यार कैसे
We
चला
still
फ्री
have
फायर
tracks, but even now he's
Dubai?
separated from the rest of the group. Could be to pop vision towards A lobby. Draw some
DJ
forces
आलोक
that
भाई
way
मिल
and
रहे
make
कि नहीं
mid that
काफी
little bit more malleable for them, but they've got to figure out just
क्या
how much
चल रहा
space
है?
has been conceded. For now, we
क्या
can see
मैच
it's
चल
nothing.
रहा है?
GX are playing very patient, but the clock
नहीं.
is going to run down as Team Liquid come to that realization.
45 seconds. Yes.
Shadows traveling.
Corbinio
क्या मशीन मत
good
करो
position and re-aggression coming in from the remaining players of GX. He has timed that so
Bye.
well, Corbinio! He was
अकेले का
playing
राउंड निकाला
fairly
अकेले
poorly at the beginning of this
और
game.
टाइम
More
आउट
of
के
a
बाद ऐसा
support
राउंड लग गया भाई
character,
लग गए
but the fact
टूट के
is
लग
he's
गए
just taken over another
गए
in-zone
भाई।
flawless for GX.
भाई हैशटैग के साथ लग गए भाई अभी पैसे भी नहीं है उनके पास
That's the
अल्ट्स
Grubby
भी
I
है
expected to see in map 1 and throughout
राउंड
this
बाय
series
राउंड
as
वो
well.
लोग
Like I
निकाल
said,
सकते
has
हैं
been
मेरे
a
हिसाब से
standout for the
9-3
squad.
स्विच
The funny thing is that
That's gross.
हाँ
I knew it was nuts just from where the X was on the map, but I was like, how?
this paranoia though, the timing on it, this is really what locked in the round. I don't know how he knew they were going for it, because I see him with paranoia and hand like he's waiting for a sound cue.
Not
shot,
to bloody
power,
dialogue,
reveal, something to happen.
Vision player हुआ
And he just times it in his head perfectly, realizing they've got to be up to something. Maybe it's here. Worst case, you trade your PC utility for info. It's left Liquid in an awful spot.
एक दूसरे का
They
मैप
called
पे
a
डोमिनेट
timeout
क्यों
for the
कर रहे
previous
हैं
round.
क्योंकि
They
वो
find
लोग एक
next to
दूसरे का
nothing,
मैप का काउंटर
and now they've got pistols in hand. GX, this is a lights-out opening to their opponent's map.
सेकंड मैप है फर्स्ट मैप है ये सेकंड है
Of course, for the stakes of this game, loser will face the winner, KC versus Fnatic, and the winner, maybe surprisingly to them, will go on to face BBL.
Ah.
So, the bracket's starting to look very menacing. The team that falls, with Heretics now being added in as well, it really is a horrific spot for anybody that tastes defeat. Could make things look very interesting if GX are able to take this map. And right now they're doing well. Nats at least has managed to make things interesting, and he's going to vibe this pit.
Spike, माँ कसम Spike आया नहीं है और फिर भी उसने स्पिट यूज किया बे. भाई ये क्या बॉल सब वो है बे स्टील. Spike आया नहीं था साइड पे, वो मार सकता था पता है Spike को क्रॉसिंग पे. अच्छा ये वाला कर दो, भूख लगी है.
37 left to play with as Zara sneaks his way around. He'll step into the pit. The Trex has just stepped out of it. That's a little bit of a gap. He'll be shot in the back. It's a free kill for Trex, and he gets there just in time to keep his teammate alive. The trade's needed though. As Westside comes in with a double. And that is the man. I mentioned that, you know, Grabinho, he plays well on every map. This isn't the one that I expect to see him dominate the scoreboard on, but Westside, this is his playground where he's had so much to say in previous games. He's the one putting up that double to close out.
The thing is, it's the kill that comes through from Ara that's everything. He goes into the pit and it just finds Nats on the way. It's just going to be so important.
भाई उसने मेरे को दिया 30% लिया YouTube ने, मैं उसको दूंगा तो कौन लेगा 30%? YouTube. 30% plus 30% होगी 60%, 10% टैक्स. रिफंड का ये रेट चल रहा है.
GX have definitely found their footing.
इसलिए बोलता हूँ ये बनो मेरे जैसे.
An early space being taken. Ara so aggressively placed, but he is going to have to fall back.
तीसरा बंदा दिखा. अरे मर गया ये.
Two have already been seen.
ये जिंदा क्यों है?
Ready for Flickers to retake that aggression, but Westside stopping them in their tracks. Oh, Westside is dominated Team Liquid. Another round for GX. He was the man. If he fell, that site would go along with him. A retake may be set up, but standing his ground and then some. Unbelievable.
Is this guy used to playing on mute? It's like, takes all his sound away, takes half his HP away, and he just decimates.
Let's go, God! Let's go!
Headshots galore. And it almost looks like they've swapped sides of the stage. One team dominating map number one, now the other team dominating map number two, both dominating each other's map choices. GX definitely not looking to head into that lower bracket and hoping they can make that charge towards champions. Had the same story with BBL. Put themselves in a good spot, but nothing is guaranteed as of yet.
कब लौटोगे बंक्स भाई जापान से? 5 तारीख को.
They can make it to champions is
5 तारीख को फ्लाइट है, मतलब 6 तारीख से
स्ट्रीम top 2 spot, as in the grand final. That's where they have to make it if they are going to be going to champions.
6 तारीख को भी बहुत काम है, तो शायद 7 तारीख.
They somehow managed to turn 13-4 defeat versus Liquid. I don't know who would bet against them at that point.
कसम क्या था ये shot?
Ara is hitting some crazy shots in this game.
Hello?
I think at this stage we just start giving up A main. This guy's not worth it.
He was in B main the round before. He's falling to mid as well.
And the round before he had the little pixel shot. There's another onto Camo. The operator getting untradeable picks.
You're telling them to do the avoid C then strat.
Yeah, this is it. Ara, we talked about him. He has some bad games, but he has some bloody great ones as well. And he will deny Panatek the ultimate. Activated but never fired through as Ara finally falls. The A site is not likely to go with him. Spike down in the smoke as well. And look at the credits for Team Liquid. This is going to be 9-2 with Kiko saving. Even then, with Kiko attempting a save, they are starting to push forward for a moment. They'll give it up in the end. Okay, that rifle carried forward.
If anything, I feel like they should be pushing. Look at the credits on the GX side.
Guys, love your dedication towards your motivation.
That's just gross. Like,
Dona.
It's just disgusting.
This is competition.
What a shot from Ara.
That's even pulls a little face there and he dies. Oh, fair enough. Nice shot.
And then this as well. It's like the plan was to try and ult him. And he's just sat there on the other side. And then doesn't even flinch as well when the bullets are being spammed through. 9 in a row for GX. What a complete change of fates from the previous map. And wow, Liquid They could win the first round of the half and the last one. Just not a lot in between.
Saw the stats there as well. 13-3 on Cloud. There's been some big plays. You look at Westside defending the B site. Guy who even when they've had like attack sides where they win 2 rounds, he's still close to positive at like 9 and 10. It's been big rounds from Ara, but Cloud, the quiet performer, he had his 4K that saved the rounds and stopped this from being a scoreline. Ara's on it as well.
Don't go A, you said.
Yeah, don't go A, don't go B, and definitely don't go mid. I mean, it's a simple set of rules to follow.
Nowhere is safe. Oh, Paditek
By
already
normal
gone.
shots
It has been
मार ही नहीं रहा है
a
वो.
bleak scenario for the deadlock. 2 and 11. Been having a rough time. Camo is going to try and take the space. He's
एक
done
तो ये
very well.
अंदर घुस के
but
जिंदा
he's
कैसे
immediately
रहता है वही
traded
समझ
out.
में नहीं आता मेरे को.
Ara already on the rotation. They have the information. They should, yeah, I was about to say, should now know that Nats is behind.
Tough position to be in with an AWP though. Nightfall goes through and now they can quickly retake this space. Round the back, Trex almost catches one off. The eyes drawn, the chance for Kiko to shine! But he's got one more to deal with. He slipped behind the box. Ara doesn't know he's there. Now he can hear again. Damage done. It's a tickle. But the second blast will close it out. Clean from Kiko.
Come on, love it too.
Ever. But hey, it's one of those moments where they will take it. Nonetheless, in the end, GX, they'll be very happy with how that half ended up going.
Oh, without a doubt. We're now Cloud and Ara tied top of the board with Westside as well, actually, on 13 kills. Lights out performance from them. Let's hear a little bit from the IGL of Cloud during the halftime break.
आदित्य भाई आफ्टरनून को होने का चांसेस बहुत कम है रे. कि आफ्टरनून को अगर मैं जोश में खेलूंगा तो मैं वैलो खेलूंगा. समझ रहे हो?
That we changed the working process and the people changed also that are really nice to work with, like Ara, Fleekless, Cobinia. They're all good players to learn and they're learning pretty quick. So that's why our progress was like noticeable.
बंद भाई इमो हो गया obviously इमो 3.
I think 1 month of practice and things were going really well.
घर में सब कैसे हैं? सब बड़े हैं भाई, सब फर्स्ट क्लास.
Never sits on the same place kinda.
Vlog IRL stream from Japan. Vlog होएगा. IRL
pata nahi. To play.
We're going to Japan Pacific Finals and semi-finals.
And we showed other face, like another face in the stage 2.
Nice. I think you.
कल भी same किया था GX में. You work करता ना.
So what, like when you have that much downgrade.
पहले मुंबई जल्दी कब करेंगे जब दोपहर को स्ट्रीम करूंगा.
Member you are so down in VCT.
Shoot content में tense. पता नहीं जाने तो जापान.
Because
देखते तो जो कौन आ रहा है.
This year you are still doing everything you can, kinda, and when things doesn't work and it's really hard to deal with. Not even physically.
भाई तुम लोग क्या देखते हैं लेकिन चैट अगर वहाँ पे समझो कोई प्रो प्लेयर्स मिल गए तो ऐसा क्या कंटेंट देखने का है. ये मत बोलना हिंदी में गाली सिखा करके. क्या कंटेंट देखने, ये आज के स्ट्रीम के एंड में कमेंट करके बताना. ठीक है, क्या स्टोरी देखने का है, क्या कॉन्सेप्ट बताना. ठीक है, ये मत बोलना फॉर्चुगन के साथ ये करना, जिंक के साथ ये डांस करना. ऐसा नहीं, सिर्फ कॉन्सेप्ट. फिर वहां पे जो मिला वो 1v1 मैच 1v1 के लिए मैं पीसी कहां से लेके जाऊं कि वो लोग के सेटअप में बैठ के स्टेज पे बैठ के बोलो 1v1 के लिए एक रील बनाने दे. उससे का 1v1 करो. इंडियन स्नैक्स रिव्यू ये कर सकते. मिनी गेम और चैलेंज, ये आपने जो एकदम विशुद्ध वाला बात किया है. कौन सा मिनी गेम? लूडो के लो उनके साथ.
They've been able to recover. Now GX, when it came to their attack sides, have struggled a little bit more, and it's also where I expect the deadlock to hopefully succeed at least a little bit more. It was a rough half.
टीम को कुछ बताओ, न्यू प्लेयर. अभी तो मेरे पास कुछ लीक्स है नहीं. जब भी मैच चालू होंगे उसके एक महीने पहले लीक्स आ जाएंगे. स्नैक्स लेके जाना पड़ेगा, लेकिन स्नैक्स ने तो विजय नहीं करा है.
The only logical play for GX here is to either pick the B site, pick mid, or play default, which is where they've started, containing the control that Team Liquid can claim. The wall will go down right now. It's now gone. And so that avenue's back opened up. The control gone early. A big piece of utility for a pistol round, no longer to be worried about. And they are hoping to get that aggression. But when it does come in, it's not going their way. The wall even lets Camo reset and find another. This pistol round, anything but competitive.
Yeah, it feels like the last one, if I'm honest. Camo definitely been looking good in the pistol rounds, and wow, any chance of this is quickly dissipated, and in zone flawless for Team Liquid. They're back on the horse.
This is where we can see a lot being done by Team Liquid. The bounce back, the shutdown of GX, quite a road ahead of them to get there. I think they avoided the pitfalls of this pistol really nicely. Like I said, deadlock wall stops the A push. Those players either hitting a site pretty soon, or they're playing that default, waiting for you to push in deep. And Liquid, I was worried when I saw Camo go so deep on mid, but he had the patience. He waited for the smoke to bloom on B, for it to be clear there was a hit, and isolates both beautifully. Again, that wall coming down deep on mid, saving the day from that.
ZRF का gameplay ने मुंह दिखा के बोलूँगा guess the rank करो, कि मैंने चाहता कि उनको चक्कर आए.
I do feel like a pivotal part of this attack side. It's going to be that initiator combo, especially Flickless. Like, his utility is going to be so important. If that knife can be well placed, maybe you get rid of Nats and all of that Viper util. For now, though, it's an aggro push, and it's actually going fairly well for GX. So looking at that, like, okay, it should be fairly easy. A bit like that one.
Oh,
this is where it shouldn't be very easy for GX at all. Picking your fights now.
एक जगह वॉल डाल देना.
Patatek even gets to
आगे लेकर मारना सीधा.
I think so. We saw something, right? The way he reacted, maybe not. Ara's flown under the radar. Apparently, the timing here crucial. As Camo comes in to clear that angle, the swing is in, and luckily he was still holding it.
बचा दिया भाई.
A very nice attempt though, and I think for GX an ideal situation.
Language.
Push a position really slowly, contacting as a group, and they decide to fight you. You'll take that every day.
Last team.
Yeah, they got rid of at least one gun, another Guardian, but there it is. It was removed from the round as well. So now we kind of look at what Liquid are going to have for this round. It depends how much they want to invest into this one. Seems like Nats will be pulling in.
Nice, good job, boys.
A sniper of his own.
Listening.
That will leave Kiko on just a pistol. In fact, it doesn't even look like he's going to be buying any shields behind it, so he really is going to be vulnerable to any of the weapons on the other side.
ले लेना थोड़ा. What's the Binks से बढ़िया.
Well, the win here, talent भी अच्छा. Steep slope back into the game really starts to level out for Team Liquid. Win for GX lets you know.
अभी तो PRX qualify हुआ ना? नहीं, एक और team कोई तो qualify हुई थी ना?
Rifles come out and they've got a 10-5. Nice pick onto Camo in mid. The attempted aggression deleted this time. Not going to fall for that another.
कितने दिन का trip है? एक हफ्ते का.
Weaponry advantage. Westside tagged decently low.
The only thing
playing against them is,
as you said,
steps being heard by tracks. This deep angle still being held late into the round when there's no Viper wall for the retreat.
The jumps are bait. They're trying to sell the idea. It doesn't work though. Like, GX go and check. That's the thing. When you see someone jumping like that, you kind of go, okay, they can't have an information from another spot, otherwise they wouldn't be taking that risk. And since removing Trex from that deep positioning, they know that the rotations can't really be spotted anymore, and the gamble from Liquid is wrong. They're going to go over to the A side, hope that that's where the push is coming through. Okay, sure, the sensors will likely give the game away, but they're not going to be able to get there quick enough.
Hey, if anything, this is even better for GX. Getting to push into this site, see where the sensors are. A little bit of info on at least one of the setups that Patatek has to play with. The downside is the 2v3, where again, Westside is very low. We'll see these players picking up weapons, ready for the fight. Time though, a constraint as it ticks away bit by bit, and all this space that GX have to play with. These players are nestled in corners. The only one looking for a fight is Flickless. He'll catch a pixel in just a moment, an easy kill, and at this stage, the round's no longer winnable. But Kiko wants to make it costly. He'll stick around till Spike Explosion, but Flickless is the one to deal with him and put 10-5 on the board for GX.
Yeah. It's a round where there's a few pieces missing, but I think you're seeing a much better look from GX attack side in general, like being very aware of some of the aggressive positions that their opponents want to fight, re-clearing everything as they go. I think just moving as a unit as well, like, almost moving things back to basics. Like, they don't need to do anything crazy or overextend in this match because they are so far in the lead. Of course, that was, as I said, more of a bonus, so there is going to be a reinvestment here for the side of Liquid. You won't have Kiko only having a pistol in this one. But if they are to take a defeat here, the map is almost certain to slip away.
It's too much of a lead, too much of a buffer. Just like we saw in Sunset, it's hard to lose faith in a team that's that far ahead, but we have seen many a team.
Sexy dance rate. Sexy dance
on that attack here on Corrode.
Aura.
Saw the retake stats go up as well. Liquid.
देखो वैसे भी वापस कंटेंट का कोई बनाने होने वाला.
Deep play by Cloud, but he'll be pushed back.
उससे अच्छा एंड होके कंटेंट बनाए. हाँ हो जाए दबंग.
They are looking to get something out of this mid fight. A lot of bodies there from Team Liquid, but eventually it's conceded, and just in time, they'll be ready for this A-side hit.
Shadows. All still in place, both sensors here. 3 players on this side of the map as well. Almost everything they could ever need, and Kiko is going to start it off well. Panitek alongside him, expecting a re-swing, and he eventually gets it.
Party के left mouse click पे जो उसने पत्थर रखा है उसने.
Highlighted throughout the game. That clutch factor, that headshot percentage, he's going to need the lot in this 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Still leading EMEA when it comes to connecting those heads, but 3 of them now to find. First buying time, the flank up, closes the round out for Camo. 10-6. Slight course correction for Liquid, but still a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah. I'll bring it up one more time. The fact is, when it comes to the attack side, you're looking at a 2-10 versus Gentlemates and a 3-9 versus BBL. For the side of GX, this is the side they have struggled on. This is the side that they'll likely have been looking at as well. So this definitely isn't a done deal. How they've been playing, definitely an expectation. Now it seems like this is going to be a very fast-paced play into the B side. All 5 players grouped up. They've gone for stingers. Even early flash looking to be set up alongside all of that utility. They just want to try and cause havoc.
Oh, there's none to be
had. वो रिवील कहाँ से आया भाई?
Those battles out with Nats leading
वो
the
रिवील
charge.
कहाँ से आया?
GX completely halted. Key thing, you look at the utility in play, obviously with it being a lighter round, Westside doesn't have a lot to work with, and he's kind of gone all in on this B strat. The only trap they had is there, so these players going back to clear mid, to clear A in particular, they're taking risks. That's the spike. I'm not sure about bringing that with you, but either way.
That is the problem, though. At this point, it
is
basically over. I think they knew they had one shot at what they were going to do this round. They throw both flashes, they throw the knife, they throw Haunt. Like, literally everything was put into that B site. They get nothing, and then it's like, okay, what can we find individually? What gaps can be pressured? Maybe we get some information, as you said, like even looking at the setups potentially of what their opponents are running. For Westside, he's found a gap, but that gap is being heavily watched on that mid position, and I don't think there's any way he gets past Padatek.
No, not a chance, and it will be an in-zone flawless for Team Liquid. Now, you look at this series, the broader scopes and strokes of it. This is somewhere that we finish on Ascent. Finish on a map for Team Liquid 13-1 Fnatic not long ago. And
yes,
I then look at this and I say, okay, GX have a big lead coming into this half. A chance to bring us to map 3. They're going to stand a chance on Ascent. I want to see a decently clean win from them here, converting on the advantage that they've already.
भाई मैं वो कर सकता हूँ. Guess the gaff challenge. मेरे को अब भी आइडिया है. Guess the gaff challenge. हर एक एजेंट का गाफ पे अपन जूम करेंगे और सिर्फ वही दिखाएंगे. क्या बोलते हो? हाँ? 200 IQ. समझ रहे हो? लास्ट में जेरेफ का गाफ दिखाएंगे, मच्छी की गाफ बोलेंगे उसको. वेपर की गाफ.
Real content. First ask if they know any Bollywood actor. First Bollywood signature move कराना, signature dance करवाना, lead post करना, Bollywood tag. ए भाई तू जा रे बाबा, तू जा. Bollywood. पूछ लेता हूँ ना कौन सी फेवरेट एक्ट्रेस करके, रील बना देता हूँ. टन 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 करके. Valor का कुछ करने
Very
का मेरे को.
fast-paced change, clearly something that maybe wanted to be attempted by Pipson. Try and pincer in onto Nats, but surrounding this man can be dangerous. He likes to lash out, but he's been caught. Westside has dealt with the danger. But there's always more danger to be had when you're up against Liquid.
That's Grubinho again, that paranoia. Got them to kill on Nats, now the backside fight as a result, but Team Liquid, they've got an answer to it. Equalizing the numbers, Kiko wide for this pick, and it's Cloud to fall. 3 under the belt of Kiko already. The Omen showing up, and it's Westside, the man of the hour for GX. With time aplenty, Trax doesn't want to give away that he's joining in on this fight. Doesn't want him to know just yet. As a player heard stepping down below, Trax goes walkabouts on his own, isolating them. Westside gets the job done. A Red Bull clutch for GX. And one step closer to Ascent.
I don't understand what just happened there for Liquid. It seemed like Kiko waited to group up with his teammate, and then his teammate went the other way. I'm not sure why the decision was made to split up and look for clues, but whatever clue they had was desperately wrong. A reposition, but yeah, it's just Trax walking completely into the open, and then it goes into a 1 versus 1. That is a fight that he would love to take again and again and again if you're going to give it to him like that. A big round for GX. As I said, they have struggled in the past, so they will take anything they can get on this attack.
4 rounds in it. Still a decent buffer for the attackers. Credits running low. And if Team Liquid find this, they might have a way back in. That timing terrible for Cameron. Does he get greedy? No, he won't stick around. He's the only player on this B site. Sure, there's ones in Link, but Team Liquid are playing this one for mid-aggression. Gives some gaps. It leaves it wide open for GX to pressure towards the B site, but they trust Camo to hold. That's where the push comes in. On the A side, on the other hand, same traps that GX will be aware of, and nobody there to fight off really. Link is the closest they've got. One smoke could rob them of that angle.
एक भी दिन आयरल होगा क्या लाला पता नहीं देखते क्या सीन है. We'll see, dude, we'll see.
Quick reposition possible from Liquid.
ये तो पेरिस का प्लान बता मत करो.
Around middle does give the chance for a backstab. Nats though has already managed to catch out one of them. The second is there, and Ara taking a lot of damage. Grubinho has not found his gap, and now the remaining players, while picking up the pace, is not going to work for you. Running into the sensor that was spotted earlier in the match. And this all, it's finally worked out for Paditech, but I almost feel like there's so many players that just are going to get themselves killed using that ult.
No, it definitely seems like it. More of a curse. 8 seconds, no time for Cloud. Carry that weapon forward. A really nice response from Liquid, even the spams that came through from Paditech, they did so much damage. That refighting on mid, again, you're starting to see those players in Link look at the A site, take fights there as well. That's when your mid players think they've got timing to lurk up, but no, it's still being watched. And even there, as we see that duel go down in Link, the reload of Paditech almost baits Grubinho forward, and then Trax is out that little bit wider and ends up catching him off guard. Nicely handled for a chaotic round that was set up.
भाई वो कैसा रहेगा आइडिया? Rate the whiff challenge. सबका whiffing दिखाएंगे. Pink का एक याद है मेरे को pearl वाला.
That's the second layer. That's where the gap and the danger could have been, and that's also what GX were trying to exploit. Like, it was a good idea.
क्या montage दिखाऊं मैं?
All pit used over here on the B side. Completely denying that control allows numbers to be stacked up elsewhere. Ready for a mid-fight, but it's been a quick push from GX, and they found the gap. They're moving towards the right side of the map. They're going to get their plant in as well, but it's an immediate response. Nightfall goes through. It's caught 4 of the 5 players. Only the one in elbow flying under the radar. So many of them low, but Camo can't be the one to push through. They have to go together. That buys time for the repositions, but those repositions are being watched. They're boxed in now. They wanted the site. They'll have it.
अभी main problem है कि उनके पास aim in का वो नहीं है कुछ भी.
As the lid is closed in by Team Liquid, by Paratech. Now 11-9, and they're fighting at the heels of GX's lead.
भाई लोग form में आगे बे.
I wonder if we will see a change up of that deadlock util because both the sensors were avoided in that round. I think they've started to realize where it was. But I think from Liquid's perspective, they're happy for them to just be boxed in. Okay, you can have the side, but we're going to consistently have a double stack up of players on the A side connector. And if you don't have that control, you've got so many angles left to fight on the way back in. Distance now down to just 2. The same struggles for GX starting to arise. Bear in mind that all they've won is the round where their weaponry was favorable and a round where Westside wins a 1v2.
Hope
but the blue blind
was looking so bright earlier, but now it is starting to fade. Blind. Bit by bit, piece by piece. Patty trying to bait them into a fight. Trax has been spotted, and Cloud has been dropped on the B side. They're going aggressive with an advantage already under their belt, knowing there's so many players here. It's a mistake. It leaves Patatech isolated, and he will fall.
3v3.
GX, they're back to a 3v3, and the A site now up for grabs. They go deep. They've got a big gun to contend with, but that Team P lets Grabinho come out of the shadows on the backside of A, keeping that elbow control and allowing a safe plant.
Spike planted.
A lot of ground taken by Camo. They're going to
भाई इतना लेट क्यों जा रहे हैं लोग स्मोक में? इतना लेट क्यों जा रहे हैं स्मोक में लोग?
And what looked like another opportunity for GX to get back onto the board has slipped away.
The question I have reaction speed test.
You reckon Pipson is regretting using that 3-2 pause?
He might be, but they did get a few rounds off it, and it's hard to tell from our perspective, right? Pipson
आप
might have
लोग जापान राइट की तरफ से जा रहे हैं,
just
की तरफ से राइट की
run
तरफ
it down on them, and he's like, no, Taniko, stop, no, don't do that. Do what's working, whatever. Like, that's it. For me, either he's lost his damn mind again, or it's an emergency pause button, and that's fair enough. Here, hell, you might want an emergency pause button for Liquid. You get the opening pick from Camo towards the B site. Trex is like, oh, we got our pick, cool, I'm pushing mid. What? You know there's 2 or 3 of them there. You know they know you're there. You know they know there's 2 of you there. They're going to watch that angle. Just goes running in. That was lunacy. But they still win the round, so fair play.
तो लोग बोलेंगे next time पैसा दो
in this map. But the fact is Liquid are climbing back.
369 में लोग salary
pause
मांगते
button
भाई.
isn't available anymore. They have already used the both of them. Patatech already left blind. The sensors were repositioned in the last round, and it seems like the same has been said again. He's even going to wall off that short side. He knows that that's been where they've been pressuring. Trex is also kind of, I want to say he's trapped, but he can fall back if he wants to. He just doesn't want to.
He's just assuming there's walls behind him as well, you know? Not going to take a look. Eye on the prize. Weak weapons for GX. I like the adjustment of the sensors. It's gotten them that little bit of a read early, and now Liquid know, thanks to this aggressive position, and no steps back. These guys are all on the elbow. They'll go push it in. Rifles spray is good, and it's a bit different pushing into the numbers when there's 3 of you with rifles. West side, got to show off that headshot percentage. This is his goal. Should be too much.
Close.
I'd be lying if I didn't say I was worried for a second. 11-11 from that big lead though, Tom. It's definitely dark tidings for the next map if GX win it, but now it's calling into question if we're even going to see Ascent.
I'm going to be honest, I'm not a believer. Liquid have always been good with momentum. Pico and Camo both performing. Patatech, I think he had 2 kills in the first half.
Yeah.
He's got 10 in this second one already. I think his utility
the next
clearly
move
built for the
challenge.
second half. He's been repositioning those sensors. He's been making things awkward with the wall. Been really enjoying watching what we've seen over on this A site. And the thing is, okay, you can avoid that and go B, but then you're walking into Nats domain. No one wants to walk into Nats domain.
try कराऊंगा भाई.
Trax. Oh my guy loves a fight on Link.
मेरे favorite try कराऊंगा.
Fight. An easy pickup for GX. Getting that Viper wall up, you do want to fight for that contention, try to deny it a little bit, but it's the fact GX are sending numbers. They're in that pack mentality. We saw it in the last round. We'll see it again here. Camo says he's been pushed in on. He can't even take his TP. No safe space.
Hello?
These players have made a lot of noise, and they've wrapped on site.
Nats को flank करके मारा.
To dry there. Although they managed to trade it back, it's still an advantage for the attackers who
Nats को flank करके मारा उसने.
Don't look at Kiko. The second your eyes meet is the second you die, and well, there's already one. He's going to try and just get the information. Knows there's a player in the corner, and that's the setup. That's just to try and get Patatek a kill. In the meantime, though, Flickless isn't focusing on that. He's trying to just work out to help and find those kills, and he's already managed another. Patatek is all that remains. A 1 versus 2. He's made it to the deck, but Flickless stands strong. 3 kills for him in this round. 3 of the best, in fact, as GX at least have guaranteed themselves an OT.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be the Red Bull clutch, but hell, it's just as good. He was the clutch player in this situation. Arad as well to find backside. Obviously runs into the off after, but here's where things were looking done. But Flickless, eye on the prize, and he will not shift his gaze. A 3K picked up. A 12th round now on the board for GX, and while Pipson is going to get his moment to speak with the crew as Team Liquid use their second and our last timeout of regulation. Not that there'll be much time to use it as we're into the final round.
Videos मतलब T-Bone की value streams बहुत बड़ी
giggling to himself, so evidently not too worried just yet of the Team Liquid boys, but the coaches may be feeling a little bit different. It is a combo breaker, but unfortunately, the trend has been that in this second half, GX are yet to win 2 in a row. This will be the first. And if they do it, they'll take it to Ascent. I said this yesterday, going into Ascent, I put Na'Vi as favorites. It's been their best map. I do the same here, but GX do not care about favorites. They haven't done throughout the entirety of their run. We've already seen BBL topple a couple of giants. They're looking to be the
next watch party कभी रात को ना इन्हें.
Those barriers will go up one more time in regulation, but we may still see them again.
Logo same है. बोलता हूँ
Team Liquid, they haven't lost 2 in a row here on the defensive side. If that keeps up, there's an overtime guaranteed. Great flash. The op denied. West side dropped to has been big player for that attack side, and again, it just seems like Liquid get the advantage, and someone's got to push.
नहीं, I think
mid-fight it's been
उसने wall up
risky
करके
throughout.
split करके
At times it's caused success, and other times it's been their demise.
मारा नहीं.
A further mid-push coming. Camo has been one of the few that's been able to win this fight. Now the team look to try and reposition.
4 games से यहाँ पे खेल रहे हैं.
Now bear in mind it's a complete switch of
1 मिनट
setups.
के
The
बाद
B
अगर
side now
किसको
has the
ढूंढने के
sensor
कामों
sat
के
within
तरह
it,
वहाँ पे खेलता है.
and Patatek is the guard. That does leave Trex alongside Kiko. They've got the Nightfall ready to go.
That's one caught, utility removed as well. Oh, this is going to be a tough hold. Reveal gets through first, but despite showing the players they cannot deal with them. Kiko, well, the man has been carrying so many of these fights, but now revealed as well. Element of surprise no longer in play. Jumped on with a shorty in hand.
जीत गया GX.
Fought battle, a huge advantage that crumbled to nothing, but GX,
it
seems like that final hurdle. They've made it over at long last. It's only Patatek who can get Liquid to an overtime, take down 4 players. It's just not looking possible.
There's no way. They already have the contact ready and raring to go. It was a fantastic first half for GX and an absolute storm to get it over the line. But the fact is, for GX, all they care about is that we're heading.
इतना क्रूशियल था वो किल. मूवमेंट दे देना उसने. अरे वो लोग ने काउंटर स्पैम मारा, वो तो बराबर है, लेकिन इसने बहुत बुलेट चला है उस पे केओ पे. इधर वॉरलैंड चैनल समझ गया, कमेंट सेक्शन में लिखो ना इधर स्पैम कर रहे हो. एक बार फट गया है. कंट्रोल सी कंट्रोल वी कंट्रोल सी कंट्रोल वी.
Sees when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now,
this is gunplay.
Step into your zone. Designed to win.
अमीर भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 111 जीपे. मेरी जान के टोटे. बोला भी नहीं जीपे दिया करेगा. अमीर भाई बहुत अमीर हो क्या?
थोड़ा डांस मूव्स भी हो जाता तो हाँ चिकनी चमेली पे बेंच तो गरम करके लव फ्रॉम कर्नाटका लव यू करना तो क्या लव फ्रॉम कर्नाटका लव यू मेरी जान
Guys, same happened yesterday against Navi, guys. We lost first map, we were cooked.
We were cooked, we were so cooked.
We were smashed them. We smashed them. So let's make sure we do this again, okay?
We were so cooked after the first map.
So now you drop 30?
And then bam! 28 on 10.
Yeah, this map is mine. It's prime time now, yeah?
And not a single lie was told there from Ara and Flickless. Welcome back. We will be heading to a map 3. I am your host, Binks, and I'm joined by Minnie and Billy once again. I mean, you've heard it from Ara recently, you know, he wants to be the vibes guy. He wants to come in and not just frag out Billy, but also bring the mood up on his team, and I think he's achieving that right now.
I think he had so much confidence, and I think you can hear it a lot in those voice comes there of how he's going to not only perform for himself, but for the rest of the team, as well as being able to hype everyone else up, like you say. So yeah, no, I think it's really nice to see him how quickly he's warmed up to the stage. I know that they got to play with Giant X a little bit in stage 1, but like this stage being with the roster fully, it's just been so nice to see his personality come out and shine.
Yeah, and when we think of vibes people, we usually think of those loud personalities, but I quite like that we have like a slightly quieter voice, just like giving that kind of happiness and wholesomeness across. It doesn't always need to be loud people, so
yeah,
it's nice for people like me.
Aww. I like the way I asked him, I was like, you gonna whip out an L dance? He was like, I will, but you need to give me some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I think is so sweet. It's very, very sweet. What wasn't so sweet though, at least from my perspective, I don't know how you guys feel, is the change for Liquid on the bringing in the deadlock. Were you a fan? Did you like it?
Well, given that we set up this idea that Liquid are good at iterating on comps, and usually that works quite well for them after like struggling a little bit. No. Like, I think that like you were concerned when we were talking before about like the roles in terms of like Trex and Patty. Patty's first time ever playing the Deadlock. It didn't look super comfortable. I thought the attack side was very simplistic as well. I didn't see them working the map or manipulating the map in the ways that I would usually see Nats doing, and it felt a bit too direct.
I honestly wonder how long like they've had this change in mind as well, because for me it just looked a bit sloppy in places as well. I mean, Patty did not look like he was enjoying his time on Deadlock. You saw the amount of ultimates that he was missing as well. Even when he had people in the net, caught in the net, like he was still missing his ults. So yeah, for me, it didn't look great. It wasn't what I expected from them.
Yeah, definitely a risk that didn't pay off this time. And on the other side though, Cloud, the IGL of Giant X, you know, we think of this roster as a lot of rookies, a lot of young players. He's 21. He is their IGL and he's only 21 years old. And he was also, Billy, laughing, very lighthearted. You know, the mood was great throughout the series, even when they were getting owned.
Yeah, I was going to say he was literally laughing even on that first map. Like, not that he doesn't care, but I guess the kind of phrasing was like not a care in the world. Like he was happy to go to this map. They obviously recognize how the game went against Navi yesterday as well. No, I think the fact that he was lead his team to the win, then yeah.
The attack side was still a little bit shaky, but I think it's just corrode, you know.
Yeah.
We know that it's like defense, and Liquid had the Deadlock Vipers, so I think they're excused on that front. But their defense themselves is really good at. Specifically, Ara, I know he was saying he's going to drop 30. He didn't quite get that performance, but his impact in the extremities with the
Let's go team Liquid, go Kaiko,
yeah, my concern as we head to Ascent is that Liquid once again losing clutches. Once again, for some reason, with their in an advantageous position, which they were many times.
Already VCT में करते हैं वो लोग
in a way a little bit, and you definitely don't want to be doing that on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, I said that KC game wasn't the biggest worry in the world, but the caveat was if the clutches weren't being won, then obviously that's a problem. So there was a problem in that KC game. If it continues through to map 3, then obviously that's going to be a big worry.
Oh yeah, this will be a very big upset.
Yeah, I think so. And I think as well, you have to consider how Giant X played yesterday. I kind of hinted at it, that when they do go to that third map after winning on the second, the
कौन सा टीम के मैचेस है भाई? इन्हें तो मैच गांड फाड़ मैचेस है भाई. काय को रात को रखते पता नहीं भाई.
I think as well, Groovy was a big part of how they finished out that series yesterday. So it would be nice to see him step up against Team Liquid. But for Team Liquid, I don't think you're too worried in the sense that the last time you played this map, you obviously dominated it when you did play it. So as long as they can go in with their own kind of game plan in mind and not be too worried about that, the bounce back is what we need to see from them.
Yeah, and I do think the thing that stops me from worrying is that I think the Patty agent gap when it gets to onto this map compared to the KO we're going to see out of GX, there's definitely an experience gap, there's definitely a level that we have to consider.
Yeah, I think Ascent is the map for Team Liquid. They have all their players on comfort roles, like Nats on Cypher, Patty on KO, Trex, like everything just makes sense for them. So there's no excuses in terms of like comfort or
No, I feel like we're back in 2021.
So vanilla.
We're doing this again, yeah?
Same by
vanilla comp. Every iteration of Liquid, that Billy, they're able to close games out, and they're able to close games out on Ascent. They've always been good on Ascent.
Yeah, they have always been good on Ascent. And I think as well, Team Liquid they're a team that are not going to go down without a fight. We've seen that all throughout this year, where they were honestly the ones that were surprising me at the beginning of the year. So yeah, I think going into this, they're fine.
Yeah, I was really interested to see who was going to start on defense. Giant X starting there. I do think that is a massive advantage coming into the third map. Both teams look phenomenal on their defense in their recent games, and we're not sure how great teams Liquid are on attack. They haven't played this map on attack for a while. But they beat Fnatic so much they didn't really need to play it.
No,
so
saving strat.
Exactly. So
most favorite team in Valorant?
What level?
G-Fighting.
How many Vision Striker strats do you think we're going to see from these two teams?
Team Liquid do like to throw in the aggression, especially in the past when they played competitive work.
So
Vision Striker,
hey, can
they
we
would play these very passive comps and still do it. So with this kind of composition, I imagine
single award
from both sides, to be honest with you. Team Liquid likes to do it on this map. Giant X, as I say, set up as his team on defense and like to do aggression. So I expect a little bit, but...
Yeah, I was about to say, it's going to be your
And
regular kind of Ascent, especially with these two compositions. I think Ara as well has shown that he can be quite an explosive duelist, and the operator as well is something that has been a really key thing for him. So if he can get set up on that on the defense early on, then that's a good win for them.
Yeah, and I think West has a lot of pressure because Cameron's passing on Ascent has been a problem for other teams. You know, he's very explosive, and Paddy, again, back on his comfort as well, and I want to see the website. I want to see the west side, Billy, that we saw on Corrode.
Yeah, exactly. I did say, you know, he was kind of the ones I was looking at to step up as that anchor, and I think on Ascent, we do expect him to do it again here. I think that he's had a lot of individual moments, but I think as well he needs to recognize when that aggression comes out, like, he's going to get too much, he's going to be overwhelmed on that defense. Just being able to drop back and play disciplined and accept when it's a fight that you're not going to win, that's going to be the key thing for him here.
कौन मारेगा? भाई GX actual में अच्छा खेल रहा है, उन लोगों ने नावी को भी upset किया है. ये भी पॉसिबल तो है, देखो प्लेयर तो है बे, जैंटेक्स में प्लेयर्स तो है.
Well, we're gonna rely on GX
पता नहीं,
winning a
पॉसिबल
gold
तो है,
pistol.
देखो कितना भी होने दो, भले 20% 30%, लेकिन पॉसिबल तो है.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yes, it's time to get into the third map of the series, the final one of the day. Going into map number 2, I was definite that we would end up here, but I said we've seen GX bounce back one map to another. They got dominated on their own pick of Sunset. They stole Corrode from Team Liquid with a 2-round gap, and now it all comes down to this, a spot in the upper final up for grabs. From one map to 7.
Levan 3 is best. Same by Mera.
Already mentioned the stakes. They are not a team that are anywhere near the points bracket of anybody else looking to qualify for champions. They need to make it to the grand final.
100% post
it would be them
plant
facing off against BBL.
100.
If your pick'ems have that, crazy. You're a genius. You have foresight that maybe no other has. For Liquid, of course, the expectation is that they'll be in that upper final and get themselves ever closer to another international event. Nonetheless, they'll start off on the attack side, and GX will have that favored start.
भाई लोग तो स्मोक ही बचा रहे बे. Hello?
As mentioned by the desk, both teams having very good defensive showings. Team Liquid, they didn't show much of the attack, as Sue said, up against Fnatic. See here how that attack is going to shape up. I think the Camo Ara head is something that we have to look forward to. As Sue said, Camo can be so annoying to deal with, and he was the guy that was putting in work when it came to their last matchup. Then again, the whole team was.
Yeah, even thinking back to just some of the clutches that Trex was able to win. I think we'll have to see if it's a different showing from him after a bit of a rough time on the last map. Even still, though, after starting on a B contact through mid, they're now making their way all the way back into A main. That knife timing is perfect from Flickless. He was a big part of their defensive side, getting the info. The smoke immediately goes up, and because of that, with 30 seconds left, Liquid have been halted.
That means they have to force fights like that. Nat's caught swinging wide, and the whole body of GX here waiting for Team Liquid to step into the site. An in-zone flawless in round number 1, and a pistol picked up by GX.
Timeout चाहिए. भाई मैं Liquid को हारते हुए नहीं देख सकता बे.
I really want to sort of
जीतेगा बे. पहला पिस्टल राउंड ही तो हुआ.
So pivotal for them, and
flawless थोड़ा भारी पड़ गया.
Was just having that additional information. I think Rubinho did really well with his smoke and paranoia timing, but Flickless's utility, especially with the knife, just did fantastically well. So he's someone I definitely think we need to watch going forward into this match. Of course, it is only the pistol. Long way to go. If GX are going to pull off second.
भाई मेरे एक भी favorite team जीती है.
Already, it's a little bit shaky, but Flickless will get at least a 2-for-1.
कि support में कोई आया ही नहीं.
Nice opening for Ara as well towards that flank. They've got 2 players pushing up, and these classics put under so much pressure from all sides. Nowhere to retreat back to, and Trax, he might not have been in hell literally, but figuratively. He's taken out 2-0 on the board. GX with a solid start to this map. We saw the stat fly up a little earlier that Team Liquid have a 100% post-plant win rate. Well, that has obviously taken the defense, and then they played Apex as well. So, what are you trying to say? I think I've got my point across.
No, I would like it. As you said, that stat has just tumbled. But it was only the second round, a few extra credits earned for the side of
W shot.
GX. Interestingly, we're actually going to see that
W shot.
sniper, the Marshal, kept through into this round. So for Ara, it's definitely going to be a bit of a tougher one.
W.
Ult-wise, the closest is going to be Flickless. Well, an early smoke placed just to deny that sniper any real chance.
It certainly became a part of Corrode on the attack for Liquid, was trying to deny Arrow with the op when he had the big sniper in hand. We even saw different Viper walls going into position. No surprise it's the same here. The flash from Flickless, a chance to trade back his fallen comrade. But only one that will be taken with it. And then you look at Ara. What can he do with the sniper? He has to go down to the Sheriff, sit inside the smoke. Cloud goes Cloud goes out, goes down, but Ara's pick ends up with a rifle in his hand. With a Bulldog to play with for... Well, that's unfortunate. Gonna say the 2v2, the late flank coming in. This actually looks very nice.
तो अगर वैसे ने एक भी गन गिरा दिया तो उपयोग हो जाएगा, लेकिन डैमेज तो बहुत हैवी दिया है अभी.
An interesting plant spot to begin with, but Trax has managed to style it out with a quick kill. Westside taking his time just to clear out any of those unknown angles, and while with the shots fired, this double peek will be well timed. Mentioned Trex and whether or not he was going to have a
next round एक जीतता ना. Heavy advantage Pro Max.
2-1 on the board, a necessary
ये round अगर GX जीत गया ना, heavy advantage Pro Max
on the other side. I mean, they had decent weapons, but it's that fight there that made this very scary indeed. There is a world, probably a lot of worlds, where Ara ends up winning that battle, but
beautiful.
They've done the bare minimum. They've gotten their round on the board in round 3, but here's the full buy, and here's where the real fear starts to seep in. You've got Ara playing with the operator. He'll be on short this time, knowing that smoke will be blocking him out of mid-fights for quite a bit. The cage doesn't last quite as long, but he'll have his chance soon.
That was what was highlighted on the desk. Will they have the finances to get this in early? It's definitely something that they've made a focal point. It's a good paranoia, but there was a second layer in Flickless. It was almost left as a bait to try and pull them into that operator. The util from Liquid was good, and well, Nats managed to find an isolated fight, but Flickless, he's setting himself up with the battles. Another multi-frag for him on the KO.
Yeah, impact है बे उसका.
Eco and Trex still got to be careful not to overface.
The more I watch Flickless, man, the more of a fan I become of him. Thinking back in the game in Nat V, like the rotate he made from spawn, flash just in time. His utility's always delightful to look at, and while he is having quite a round himself. That's a 4K. 1v2 for Trex, and you talked about, and we saw the other week, how dangerous this man can be in the clutches, in the post plants, with one player already tagged up. This is winnable.
I wonder if they swap guns. Well, Ara's already got rid of that operator. Time is ticking. Trex has ult, but using it would almost be instant death, and they know exactly where he is now. That information removes quite a few corners, but they're being careful with it. The pop flash hasn't caught, but that was his best opportunity with Flickless already desperately low. That's a reveal, but he doesn't want to give away too much. Doesn't want to run out of ammo. He's caught one, but doesn't know Hara is as close as he is. A nice try from Trex, but there will be enough time for that defusal to get over the line, and GX are going to extend the lead.
All signs pointing towards a close map here. The first buy round we have. It has to be Flickless to drag them out of those early disadvantages, putting them on the board with the double. They're left in a 2v1 that he goes down eventually. His battle scars certainly showing. Despite the 4K
भाई देखो
coming out.
अभी क्लाउड ने गलती से मार दिया ना, उसका भी अल्टी है, फिटनेस का भी अल्टी है.
Next more so with the 4K coming out. Without that, the round's going to fall into disarray, and I like that. This is certainly looking like a better showing from GX. Night and day to Sunset.
Oh, here is the pace change. Camo already taking control of the switch. Cloud being revealed, but with so many stingers, it's not like a wallbang is going to be able to do too much. Flash again, very good, but capitalizing on it's going to be difficult. If they can isolate West Side, they've got an opportunity.
Bob
but that
land
is a
diya
lot easier said than done. Bullets becoming low, but he now has the support of a teammate in Ara. And this leaves it all onto Kiko. Nothing to be found. 3 still stand. GX with a good hold.
4-1.
Again, just a round that you expect them to get across the line.
Cloud call आएगा ये round में.
Liquid not that high, and they've kept their ults as well. We saw an opportunity in the previous round.
4-1.
Where Trex could have thrown it in, but it would have been the end of him, especially with a knife still online when you're up against that KO. Coming out of this one, you will have a timeout called. It's Team Liquid looking to take a moment as they saw the same thing on Corrode. A very strong start from GX, and sure, Liquid managed to find themselves in the end, but it was too little too late.
Goodbye, who's your favorite all-time Valorant player? Goodbye.
On this map and the last are going to be the grind. It's going to be all about getting those over the line. Now, Amanda, I wanted to highlight for reasons other than what we're currently seeing in the server. Obviously, Torgi's 9-4, he's doing great, but it's those assists per round. Number 2 in all of EMEA, and basically the glue of this GX.
Why is this tournament full of upset like FNC lost, TH lost, Navi also lost,
been sublime all the way through
Liquid we lost.
The knife and getting that early information makes such a massive difference, and I think Flickless is excellent at his timing.
Yeah, and I think more so in the last couple weeks, we have seen him come into it of his own. These are his overall stage 2 stats, but as you start to look at more recent games, he's had those sparks where individually he looks great.
Yeah.
But the thing that draws me to Flickless the most is just how consistent the utility seems to be, which is why I was surprised hearing that Ara in an interview had said, like, a lot of team flashes come my way that kind of interrupt how I can play. I'm like, bro, I think you're being set up a lot more than you're being set up.
Maybe he throws 10 flashes, one goes wrong,
you're gonna remember the one that goes wrong. Off है ना, मैंने वो खरीदा premium. Sexy lineup.
No one behind him. We're just gonna forget that ever happened and move on and not slow-mo replay it.
Lag.
It's alright. He has a null command. Util will be gone anyway, but so will his head, at least for a second.
Yeah, he's brought right back up, but Westside takes his moment to strike, still into a 4v4 as Camo finds another, and GX numbers on the B side. They're running thin. 2 left outside of spawn with no way to fight back in. They just have to wait as the utility fades, but no information on site. Nats sitting inside of main. Players all over the shop ready for the battle, and GX, they're not seeing those opportunities materialize. There's no way in.
Oh shit!
They realize that door is shut and there's no point running head first into it. It's a save from the defensive side in a 3v4.
Yeah, I think when the operator is so expensive, their economy is, it's okay right now, but you don't want to start having to limit your own purchase for a round that it's very unlikely you're going to win. Like, this retake's always going to be difficult. They had to face a lot of it without utility, and then not even having Cloud left alive to sort of at least give you a reveal. Ara's going to try and make this one a little bit more costly, but the smoke is nice. It's just going to shroud off those extra chances for him to find a kill, and Liquid will be able to keep things going with quickly into the B site, especially after failing in the round before with weaker weapons. I don't think they were quite ready for it, and yeah, I knew that was coming.
Oh, they got caught on the fence. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's Orlushko. But I do think that the priorities for both teams in this round. He did miss the knife, yes. I think the priorities for both teams were in line. Liquid wanting to save, using the cage to cross on the way out. They know that is their way back in. And for GX not going for it in the first place, they know that they give Liquid a way in if they do just throw themselves head first into the blender. So both teams making the right call.
Here's a flash.
Flash primed. It's ready. The knife broken again. Okay, so not going to get much off that part of the info.
वो knife क्यों नहीं डाल रहे जो कभी टूट ही नहीं सकता वो किधर तो ऊपर जाता है
knife. Contact's coming, so they're going to go swinging. Definitely a little bit risky. Paranoia hasn't landed either. Definitely Liquid maybe showing a little bit more respect. The players on the other side. Been those flashes that caused them so many issues. Maybe now seeing the Flickless isn't over on that short side, they can fight elsewhere.
Camo's just going to sit here for most of the round. If he gets a pick, that's their way back to the B site.
Question is,
maybe if you see GX go aggressive now, not seeing any of that space being held by Liquid, he could find himself a freebie. But for that to happen, the pressure needs to be put elsewhere, and it's the A site where it is firmly applied. West side down, Flickless catches Camo on the retreat at least, though. That's going to give GX something, as they're still in this 3v3, but look at Kiko. He's going to play this very late down through short, making sure there's no one pushing mid, there's no extra info, and he'll get a backstab. I think his timing's going to be perfect. Well,
they also have Hunter's Fury. Look at when Trex is on the map, so even if
they start getting
free, there goes that. It seemed like it might be costly, but Kiko gets the job done, and now the remaining players are in trouble. Gravino's done well, Ara has as well, and now it's left to the Clutch King, but they know where he is. Already one player revealed, but if he gets this kill, it feels like the round is done, and he just jumps into the fray. Shock dart, it clips the wall, but with Hunter's Fury, he knows it's already done. He knows the opponent isn't on it, and Trex is just going to save that for the next round. Gravino just gives up in the end. It will be another and guess what? You
can replay that from every angle. That little fight on main. You can essentially have a one-piece cut of it if you want. That was insane. The pressure he was put under. How quickly this side hold falls that you lose your backside player. You lose all security, all cover, and Trex goes jumping in. Look at that.
That is literally like Neo. That's literally, he just dodged the knives.
Oh my god.
बस मैं चाय भी रात को
I was like, this guy's lost his mind.
मैंने आपको 3 अकाउंट से सब्सक्राइब किया ये सब नहीं कर देंगे एक बार करना
superhero right now.
ओयो
Camo certainly doesn't. He's being destroyed. Oh no! What's happening outside B?
They've gone for the combo of that utility, but it's kind of ended up disjointed, but worked even better for them. Kiko now on the site. Padatek has found one back, and Westside's kind of walked in on his own. He's going to take so much damage. He tries to retreat from a heavy advantage, quickly dismantling into just even footing, and if anything, with one player very low and weaker weaponry, it could be a problem. Hunter's Fury's been used. He doesn't know about that flank. Kiko's still going strong, but this time Trex has been caught.
Smoke sent in towards him as well, just blocking that hell angle completely, but Kiko mounts it up and ends up taking one, but it's not done yet. Ara still drawing breath. Time on the clock as well, but he has no idea where Padatek's gotten to. The element of surprise, and that's what's going to win it out for Paddy. Team Liquid have tied things up 4-4 now.
Comeback मार ले इतना अच्छा start था 4-1.
Followed up on pretty soon. GX have got
a crazy start 3v5.
This round started out so well. That mid push working wonders, but all fell apart.
That's the thing. I feel like once they got the two-player advantage, I understand they still had weak weapons, but that's when the gambles needed to stop. Like, they wanted to get ahead of it, they wanted to shut down the round early, and it ended up biting them. But the fact is, you look at these couple of rounds for GX, and
बस मैं like करने वाला 4K likes क्लोज chat जिसने अभी तक stream को like नहीं कर दिया like कर दो.
And we've mentioned it already how important attack side rounds are. Liquid sat 4-4. No matter how they've got the rounds, they're going to be happy with it.
There's potential for much more, but Flickless, he's just made this very costly. The start of the round, and they're already down by 2. I mean, Flickless is barely alive. And he stuck it out in that corner. Destroyed the reveal, didn't get killed by the spam, and the smoke's going to fade. He's got to make a choice. He's sticking around, and he's got more! Unreal round for Flickless.
Yeah, they spammed it quite a bit, so I guess the expectation was that he left Trex. He's seen the bullets flying through and is going to try and mount a fight off of it, but they have been decimated.
5-4, एक और Flickless round.
They have been fighting for B main aggressively, but once again, there is only one real highlight, and it is Flickless. The guy is having a game.
It was the same on Sunset, where he was in a lot of these positions that looked like he shouldn't get much, but he was always able to somehow squeeze that extra bit of potential out of these bad situations.
Nice,
guys! Nice! Nice, Fleeky!
Right here. Nice, boys. Let's go, boys. On this map, it's a different flavor altogether. 13-7. We've complimented his utility, a lot of it even used for himself. The control he's kept, the temper of his aggression looking at the mid-fight just a few rounds ago, but here, that was outrageous. Team Liquid have got to be feeling upset now, left on pistols, with a Blade Storm being the main thing to highlight.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to mention. They won 2 rounds in a row, but it really doesn't matter too much with how much damage has been done. A pretty hefty gap left for Camo. Oh wow, that one's not entering a highlight reel. Not able to connect, and one of, as you said, the few dangers in this round has been dismantled. Grabinho playing a nasty off angle. He's going to get 2 for his money.
Shot.
Gets the same. Camo left alone. He gets a rifle out of this. It could get dangerous, and that's why Cloud's keeping that cross secure. The operator retrieved the 6th round. Found and
shoot रखने से
aim
अच्छा होता है क्या?
Like you said though, Tom,
Spray
it is a grind on that attack side. It will be for GX as well, most likely. They really want to be closing. I mean, okay, maybe not in the
time out, baby.
It feels like he was a little bit wrong. Bloody close. Those knives should at least have slowed down the other jet, stuck in her hair, but what can you do? But yeah, for GX, they want to finish out on 8 here.
मजाक कर रहा था.
Oh yeah, for sure. Want to give themselves the buffer. Saw it in the last map that even with a 9-round streak, it came down to just.
भाई डिफेंस तो स्ट्रांग होने वाले लिक्विड का क्योंकि नाट से समझ रहे हो?
I didn't believe that they'd be able to take it over the line.
तो ये लोगों को 7-5-6-6 तो करना पड़ेगा.
Extra round here for Liquid. I think they'll come out of that quite happy going into the defensive half.
I think 6-6 and you win.
Even
मेरे
still.
हिसाब से.
No command available.
MIBR qualification के लिए Ascent and G2 finalist. NE of C9 100 tips energy.
Full control of that side of the map.
At 3rd and left at 4th.
We have a very hefty stack from GX over on
चिल्लाने का आवाज है क्या?
And that's where the hit's coming in. Right read, right time. Flickless is the one to open. We talked about Camo's jet, but it won't get much beyond space and info. But now they run into the rest of the squad, and they are not moving quite as easily. Panatek fading into the abyss as he was left on his knees. Team Liquid 4-7 now as GX looks set to put 8 on the board.
Really nice call on
बस भाई कॉलेज जाना है कल, so good night.
On this side of the map, the second that Arrow was able to take that early control. Great calling from the side of GX, and from that point onwards, it's all about just hitting their shots, which is exactly what happens for Westside.
पानी रेडी रहता है.
7-4.
दूध
Those
डालने
3
का.
rounds in a row.
और गरम
Not been
करने
enough
का.
to dishearten GX. Now with credits to spare, they go into the final round of the half.
11-1 मत बोलो. नहीं लेकिन मेरे को नहीं लगता कि जिक्स हारेगा भाई.
Slow approach from Liquid, but they've
अच्छा
spread the
खेल रहे हैं,
net
एकदम
early.
क्लीन एक दूसरे के साथ ले डबल ट्रिपल बॉडीज फेंक के मार रहे हैं मुंह पे.
Camo tucked up in mid. Really, the idea
टाइमिंग
here
पे हरा
is you're
सकते हैं
looking for
लोग
that
को.
aggression from GX. You're
मतलब अगर मालूम है कि
for that A play early, nothing there. No
मिड
mid
ले रहे
fights,
तो
no
मिड
B
काउंटर
aggression.
यूटिलिटीज
It
डाल
is
के
very much going to
लड़के
be all
क्लियर
on
करे
Liquid to
ऐसा
make the
कुछ.
moves because GX are set up with
कि
some
यार
trap
जेक्स को
plays.
स्पेस
First,
दिया
you
ना
see
वो लोग
that
ऐसे
short
एंट्री मार देंगे मेरे को लग रहा है.
position held with Grabinho a little bit further back with a flash in position. The main one is what they've just spotted. Ara towards B, he was holding the line, he was waiting with the operator, but now he'll take a few steps back as they're worried about that market space being given up. That pick onto Nat, that gives them so much relief of the pressure put on early. They've secured backside.
This needs to be a big Hunter's Fury from Camo. Oh, sorry. Coming out from the attack, and Camo's found another one.
Here.
This definitely makes things interesting, but look at the time left. For them to try and make this switch, he needs to hold the line. That's exactly what he's done. I'm looking at the other side though, in Cloud. He's still here.
भाई वो लोग को पता नहीं रहेगा कि वो एमिन पे.
Needs to be to drop the spike.
अरे वो तो मार सकता था वो.
Who's been a pain in their ass all the way through this
round. पता नहीं था कि वो एमिन पे.
Holding that line as they'll plant with a second to spare. This leaves Ara knowing where his opponent is.
ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन वाला राउंड था यार.
Waiting for him on the other side. Panatek is there to close Liquid. They get it done with seconds to spare.
2 rounds between them. Hey, with GX
बिना कल कॉलेज का पेपर है बहुत बड़े लोड़े से.
That's the only thing separating the two. It's been one hell of a fight from Team Liquid to pull this back to a 7-5 scoreline, and now they'll move on to the defense after the break.
अंडरवन का बोल रहा है क्या कर्मा? अंडरवन जाके बॉक्स के लेवल पे जंप करने का. क्राउच जंप.
gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. बिंक्स भाई आप इतने डिसिप्लिन हो, टिप्स बताओ ना. प्रोक्रेस्टिनेट हो रहा है.
आसपास दुनिया देखो क्या भाग रही है भाई, किस स्पीड में भाग रही है, सब अपने अपने फील्ड में क्या क्या कर रहा है। फिर ऐसा करके गिरिबान के अंदर देखो, ऐसा करके इधर और भी ऐसा करके देखने के, तो देखो तुम क्या कर रहे हो। थोड़ा सा बुरा लगेगा, ऐसा 2-3 दिन बैक टू बैक बुरा लगेगा, फिर कुछ ना कुछ करोगे। वाह वाह, पहला जगह जहाँ पे लड़का लोग दिख रहे हैं और एक कपल।
Welcome back, folks. 7-5. GX with the lead, but
you need goals to be in discipline. आज घंटा मेरा तो गोल ही नहीं है कुछ।
Now we're in the final half of the series. For both of these teams pushing all the way to the top 2. That's the name of the game, and an upper bracket route with BBL in their way. Let's see who can lock it in.
Mentioned it earlier that they picked up the mantle when their team needed it. Well, the fact is their calls could be the deciding factor going into this final half of regulation. Nats has been having a rough time, 2-11 right now, but that was on the attack side. An aggressive GX definitely forcing him into awkward fights. Now they'll have to enter his territory. Liquid will look to mount that defensive side. For the attack side of GX, this is where things have been a little bit of a struggle. So on the last map, they really had to grind out those rounds, and this time, 3 or 4 will not be enough.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a strong display from Team Liquid.
Life goal.
Defensive side, GX. They won the pistol. Starting at the previous, their stats are not great when it comes to pistols, but one here is the leg up that they so desperately need. Otherwise, it's a foot in the door for Team Liquid. They'll soon be neck and neck with their opposition. It all comes down to this A main fight that's being forced. Ara spots out the info, that gets the flash out, and at least the trade to start. They wanted a bit more than that.
It seems like even temptation to try and battle for this. Oh, it's not pretty from Trek's going to run out of bullets, but his teammates have done the work elsewhere.
Oh shit.
Spike down on the ground. 2 players looking to hold on to it, and well, it's Westside. Do not want to give him anything, hence the smoke.
आपका पुराना सब love
you. But it might as well be looking at the HP, the higher fire rate.
Language Sanjay.
Nats isn't giving him anything.
He's made the right call though. Door closed to his back, so at least Security can fight forward, but that rotation and Nats, like you said, it's going to be a problem. They've got a high-low on him with a player sitting inside wine for the wide swing. Hell of a scenario to walk out of with your head held high, and Kiko rips his head clean off. Pistol round for Team Liquid, the gap down to 1, and the defense, they should be
Binks bhai kaise ho?
I also want to just give a little bit of context for those of you who may not know what this sort of means for GX. Put them into a match versus BBL where the winner goes to champions.
No. I
the only way
LV ka ek liya tha
to
bas.
make it to champions
I'm faster right now, IS.
Is by getting into that grand final. For Liquid, because Heretics are not going straight into it, the points are now actually very tight. Obviously, Fnatic have already qualified, so only one other team can get through on the points. The other will need to make it to the grand final. Now, obviously, Heretics are not out. Liquid, if they lose this, will not be out. But it's definitely a lot more stress than I think most people would have expected for both of those teams.
Yeah, especially looking at early season performances, I think both are expected to be the ones making it the distance. Alongside the usuals like Fnatic. There's a world where that's not the case. Team Liquid keep up the winning ways. There'll be nothing to worry about.
Can you tell me how to fix error?
This round expected to be as dominant as it is. It's a huge investment for Liquid with just one pistol in play. Losing that, not going to be the end of the world.
Off all time.
The regen shields too, so huge economic round for that defensive side. And I think huge round for Nats as well. I'm pretty sure he left the first half with like 2 kills in a really, really rough showing. And that's not something we're used to seeing from him, regardless of map or side.
Bouncing back.
Your team is best among all valorant players balls. And what part is awesome. I enjoy your stream very much.
GX did very well to like get aggressive and isolate him and Camo. They were the two that normally left on islands alone. And I don't think any corner was left unchecked, and that's where Nats normally lurks. On the defensive side, it's a different story. They're walking into his setup, and he has some of the best setups in the world. Most of them, in fact, are stolen by everybody else. Ara, though, is already going to start this round off well. Panitek dropped, and while that setup of Nats is going to be tested, but he only has himself a Spectre. Luckily, he's got a bit of support.
Yeah, nice spam from Camo. Let's see if he's got another one now that the smoke's blue. No, he tries to dive in.
Heavy blind, heavy blind.
Waiting with open arms to welcome him.
Heavy blind,
Kiko, though, while they're throwing this hospitality away. It's a push from Ara and Grabinho, and it works wonders. Nats is alone. Both players tagged. The Spectre, not the ideal weapon for this fight. He'll swap over, grab himself a Phantom, but he's cut off on the rotation. He'll have to deal with Grabinho.
Yeah.
42 HP, possibly against a Spectre, possibly an upgraded rifle. Playing together here is definitely the way to maximize your chances. I like this call from Grabinho and Ara.
Spike planted.
Still an opportunity for Nats.
Thank you, Arazabai.
Grabinho's a little bit ahead. The cam available. Looking for a spot, but he wants to just try and get that player to give the game away. He's now seen exactly where his opponent is going to be standing. Looking for that final phase, but Arrow will hit the shot. It's almost a bonus round victory, but ultimately GX do reclaim their lead.
Heavy damage there.
Yeah, again, coming way too close for comfort.
Next round,
those two fights, a big reveal sent through, but Aaron and Grabinho winning their individuals and set them up for success.
Liquid ka ta by round.
As we said, definitely expecting it to be a little bit more clean, as there will be a challenge immediately from Team Liquid. They don't go on to an eco. No, that's the bonus. Now the big buy comes out, and there is an outlaw for Camo to look at as a potential weakness. But look at the shields on the other side. With the economy chipped away at, 4 players are one shot to this weapon.
बोलना तो क्या बोलोगे उसको तो मैं बोल दूंगा 2 शब्द तू गाली खाएगा लेकिन
economy of GX is about as on the brink as it could be.
Look at match चल रहा है
they made Kiko stay there
match
and he still hits the shot. Even still, Westside has delivered. Panitek on the edge of the smoke. We've seen problems caused by this exact angle before, and a problem will be caused again. The crossfire
9-8 chat
of Panitek has leveled up that scoreline, and the damage that was done in the previous round is now going to show its teeth.
Yeah, it's 8-8 in terms of the score, right? The numbers on the top of your screen make this look like a close game. But there is a clear leader.
Just let him leave. Let him leave.
That's ridiculous. But a clear leader right now.
मैं आपका stream एक बार 5v5 ऐसे डल वालों क्या time देखा था जब मैं आपका काफी stream देखता हूँ not for gameplay but बक्से on top. Hello gameplay भी है भाई hello.
Of halves for Team Liquid and for GX.
ज़्यादा
they're
प्यार
on pistols, like we said, economical disadvantage. They're probably going to lose the lead.
Oh, yeah. The most important thing is the favor of the side. Like was mentioned on the desk, we've mentioned it throughout the cast. We expect both these teams to be better on the defense, so having an early start, an early boost to economy as well, that is not the story
that GX wanted.
From 7-5 up, it almost feels guaranteed.
Liquid के Duelist ने GX को flick मारा, लेकिन flickless नहीं मरा.
GX, this
आरा
round
मरा,
really come down to
क्योंकि
damage.
flick आरा था,
can get an orbital
flickless
too,
मार.
Nice.
GX had won the pistol here in the second half, pushed up to 9 or 10, then yeah, we're looking at a decent chance for them, but now they have quite the mountain to climb.
Up 5-9 क्योंकि 5 opponent
winning this round would, you know, it would be wonderful, but chance is not looking likely. The respect given by Team Liquid, with the exception of this fight from Nats.
30 seconds left.
They're always worried about like a shorty diving through, but he has no fear. Absolutely none. Running it down towards them, and I'm sure he'll fall in the end. That rifle will be lost. Camo's on the other side of the map with the outlaw, but it's 9-8. The defensive side has the lead. They've got economy to fall back on, and GX, they're now going to start to feel the pressure.
30 seconds.
The point I was making
जनता जवाब मांगती है.
Just
कौन है
they
सच्चा
did not
प्यार?
find his cam. the whole round. Like, he tagged 2 people with it, he was watching them with it,
जनता में तो
and
अकेला
then they
क्यों
walked
घूम रहा
into
है
a
मेरे को
trip,
नहीं
even
पता
got a kill off of
शादी हो
it,
गई
and they never
कोई
found it. Like, that's the difference. And we're already talking about him catching up on the board. Like, 2 kills in the first half, in the first few rounds here, he's already had 6. It is looking like a different beast, and the scariest thing as well is, like, Nats is not one of those
love you yaar, love you yaar, Kripesh bhai, love you.
Tilted him, like, he's done pretty much everything.
अब भी डिपी देखा, अब भी डिपी देखा।
Champions trophy home, and even
मेरे
that,
पीछे मत आना आंदोलन करने के लिए। Sorry यार। अब की बार 500 पार।
2-11 in the first half. He'll still play as confident as if he was 20-0.
बिंग भाई एक heavy round, एक round heavy commentary हो जाए।
My round, every round.
कास्टर हूँ मैं।
I was going easy on him, boys. I like this little pixel peek. Patatek will spot them, drop down the nade, so any utility that comes his way is basically counteracted by a relatively slow user. And never mind, there'll be nothing coming his way. A flash thrown in just as that knife pops, but again, it will be cancelled. It'll allow this rotation to come through. Mid a little bit more open, and now Sova standing by, a reveal soon to be thrown through from Trex, although they've lost Patatek. Time running out here as the attackers really pick up the pace. Trex now has to work off his own util, and he'll only get one.
Almost. मारे बल था वो, मारे बल था.
A tough situation.
Spike planted.
Managed to look good. Trip still on the stride. There we go. Got there in the end. Somehow survived all of that. But with the null command in, utility is gone. Dash will be available once it dissipates, but at this stage they're almost just waiting. Nats going to get the information, but ahead of it will be Camo. Now Nats is all that's left. 3 players to find, and even he, I think, has realized that this one is a bridge too far. Financially, they're still in an alright position. He can look to try and make this costly, and that's
damage!
That's the first. Second going to escape. That's decent from GX. They get away with 2, and they win an integral round.
Nats gets out as well. Save that weapon for the next, but yeah, for GX,
problem ये है,
you lose this momentum.
आप ये लोग buy करेंगे.
Favor of Liquid, but your economy's in the
Liquid
bin,
गाफ
and
मारेगी.
it looks like you just don't have the answers. This time.
फिर होएगा 10-9 और फिर वो लोग जाएंगे इको, होएगा 11-9. फिर वो लोग एक भी राउंड हार गया तो होएगा 12-9 और फिर बाई में रहेगा 13-9. GG well played for Liquid. GG well played for Liquid.
Neck and neck. Economy there for both teams. Ultimates to play with. This is the turning point of the game.
W. देखना. ये इन्फो लेने की एक्टिंग मत करो. ये राउंड लिक्विड का है. Sexy ult मारेगा Trex भाई. Sexy ult.
He's just placed it down.
देखना.
In order to make them believe he's taken that control. So they're going to waste utility just to try and get past the smoke. They're going to sit there. They're going to watch it. It has just wasted so much time. Look, there you go. A drone. A drone has just been used to clear an angle that Kiko is nowhere near. Shout out the observers for just catching all of that. That's about 40 seconds that will be gone off the clock. And what have they got for it? Nothing.
And now that one way goes up, so your drone just comes through, clears all of this space. And
you can have maximum 7 kills, I guess.
So there's no way to push towards the A side. Instead, they refocus towards B.
Plus
now on B, there's no shortage of problems either, are there? You're looking at the B side, having Nats sat down. The knife early is close main, so that setup is still going to be online when the push comes through. Flickless with no ultimate to play around to cancel out that utility. 2 players already here. A reveal fired through. Trex using the cage from Nats to cross over to the site. They're now up, and they find a random pick through the smoke. This is going from bad to worse. Ara trying to recover on things.
And Cloud
finding one. This is giving at least a chance. The breath not stolen away from GX just yet, but in the meantime, the rotation 14 seconds. Spike has to be picked up. They have to push towards Kiko. He's repositioned as well. 8 seconds left.
Oh shit!
Full clutch from Kiko, and a masterful adaptation from Team Liquid to get there.
Yeah, it was so desperately close though. Like, I want to give credit to
GX
coming out of this position with an advantage.
Like,
they walk into a nat setup, they walk into a quick rotation, they walk into a TP to the back of the site, and it still takes a Kiko clutch for them to actually win out the round. It's just the reposition, because in a lot of cases, he's going to TP into the same spot in case the player comes from behind, but he full sticks it. And this is why you look at those stats, the best players in the region. And Kiko is up there for the entirety of this stage.
They thought he was gone boathouse or sat behind the box, but no. A third option on the survey, 10-9. As we said, such an important round in that previous. Everyone had the ults, the economy, they put it all in, and they had nothing on the GX side. They find Cole and they're stalking it now for GX. A weak buy. Bits and pieces put together, the ult from Patatek slowing them down. And players again ready and waiting for this beat push to come through. 3 players on site from the defense.
A lot
of time with these sort of burst pushes, you're going to use all your utility immediately. Has the knife to go again. Westside's done well. The flash is sublime, but the shot's a little bit labored. Even still, they've come out with an advantage. Westside's going to be able to stick it in this corner. And has Cloud for support. Information not necessarily there. The flash dodged. But at this stage, it's very passive positions, and Trex on the repeak. Another triple. He's even going to go potentially looking for just a little bit more, and it will be Patatek to put the final bullet into Westside. 11-9. This defensive side once again extending that lead. GX, they're going to avoid that lower bracket, which we've already mentioned. There are some, for a team that needs to make the final, that would involve Heretics and Fnatic. And that's before we even talk about like KC and Na'Vi and anybody else they'd still have to beat. Heretics and Fnatic are down there.
For having been so close as well, having the leads. I mean, obviously, Corrode, they managed to convert it, but here in Ascent, there was a time where all the momentum was in their favor, but that has firmly shifted, and now what could be the last stand of GX in the upper bracket, and Trex,
he's on.
He's toppled them, taking the feed out from underneath them. There's a push on mid as well. Camo closing in the distance, Westside under so much pressure, but he saved at the bell. Flickless is here to take this fight with him, but Westside's isolated, and now it's only Flickless. Another clutch. This time he has to answer! And he does when called! A Red Bull clutch for Flickless.
Honestly, I think Pipson will kiss him at the end of this game if they manage to win this one. This guy has had so many high-impact rounds, and we've said it all the way through. It's been his assists throughout stage 2 that have been the big difference maker. In this game, it's been anything but. The guy has been fragging out. You'd think that Pipson might even be smiling after that, but no. Just this chill high five. A little bit different from Cloud. 11-10.
अरे शैडो बाय एचडी समझ गया 10 किल मार सकते बस 5 और वे एक दूसरे का भी ले ले
pieces of the puzzle starting to look a little bit barren on the other side. A 1v1 that Ara has won with Nats on a Spectre.
Are you telling me?
This is a big advantage now for GX.
It's a crazy important thing as well with Camo going down. Camo had the light shields, but he had the Outlaw. And look at how many players on GX don't have full shields to work with. It would have been a field day, and now with Flickless tagged, he could take anyone down. But that Outlaw's on the floor. Ara's out of the play. Nats is under pressure. Revealed, but he falls back. He makes it to relatively safe space. Hit by every piece of utility. The door can't be closed. It's already broken, and Westside deals with Nats. Now, the scoreline that looked to be Team Liquid locking in a 12-9 instead is again neck and neck with an in-zone flawless for GX. This series far from done.
Yeah, you blink and you're looking at a completely different game. Just moments ago, it was looking like Liquid were going to
so
now they're calling a pause in a moment where they don't have the money to buy. There's not a whole lot they can even hope to do in this round. I think it must just be almost like a mental reset for them. Maybe try and pull something deep from the notepad. You know, there's a lot of preparation that goes in behind the scenes for the two coaches, Lohan and Yaltsin. We'll see if maybe they've got some sort of miracle play that they could throw into this round. I'd say this is almost definitely just a, okay, guys, you've overplayed that. Let's rein it in a little.
And it was, yeah, hunting down those last kills.
For the jumping classic.
2 rounds ago, yeah. It was, you could argue, a little unnecessary.
That's all BBL, just saying.
But for Team Liquid, at 11-11 now, facing down the previous rounds that played out, it makes me wonder, man, for GX, what is up with this team?
Any
Do they
tips
need
and
to book
tricks
like
in
one
Valor
extra script before they
for
step on that stage? Because it feels like they are such a slow
beginner?
3 or 4 rounds.
Yeah, just a couple extra rounds and then they're good. Because by the time we hit a map 2 and a map 3, you know, you could look at Navi yesterday and go, well, old man got tired.
Play for fun and
we're going
play
deep into
to
the day
learn.
here, and I can't pull that
The
excuse out for
IGL
Liquid.
is 21, so I don't think it works on the other side. And yeah, I think it's insane. Like how young everybody is at this server right now. I think Paditech might be doing us unks proud. A chance for Trex, but it needed to be everything. Like, look at the buy. It really isn't enough. Paditech does have a rifle. That's their sort of small piece of hope, and we've seen those stingers do damage in the past, but I think they were hoping to maybe tickle up a couple more players, especially because with Flickless's ult online, if he activates it, it doesn't even matter if he goes down.
You see 3 players there, and it's an itchy trigger finger. You activate that right away, but well, the danger's now shining through. That ult gone for the next round, and the pressure to come onto Trex as there are 4 players rounding that corner up close. Paditech falls on the site. That's a tough fight to win for Trex, and down goes Kiko. They have credits for the next at least, but this means giving GX the opportunity to hit 12 to guarantee an overtime.
क्या को क्यों प्लांट दिया? सोवा को दे देगा ना?
Of course, top 2 is what they need.
The closest to
qualify on points.
Hello?
It's all about making it to that grand final.
If
they win the next round of this match, they're only a game away.
सोवा को प्लांट दे उसको बोल आगे हंट करने को.
The first team into that grand final. Of course, Liquid will still stand in their way. They'll come in with a bye. Come on, Fanats. He's going to try and make this one a little bit costly. It's not going to make a difference. Cloud, in fact, will execute him. We mentioned that IGL battle. And it seems that although it's taken a while, Cloud might have just come up trumps at the end.
Next round, एक और मैं
they were really hoping that someone got a little feeling of generosity deep within them. Bit of sympathy shining through, and they exited and gave a rifle in either direction. That's not the case. And this was a clean round.
0-2 wala cute wala team hai. Excuse me.
When we get to these penultimate rounds, one more to play for in regulation. 12-11. We've seen this on just the previous map, and it was Team Liquid who ended up falling. If that's the case now, they'll be falling all the way to the lower bracket, a stacked lower bracket. GX will be 1 away from qualification up against BBL in the same boat.
Fact is, right now, Heretics are ahead of them on points. Fnatic are already qualified. Liquid are making this one incredibly difficult for themselves. There was a world where if Heretics won the game earlier and Liquid won this one, they were both qualified and it was only one other team that could go through. Right now, it is looking like an absolute mess. Fnatic might be the only team smiling. Everybody else will be panicking about the potential of dipping out right at the end of the year, and for Liquid, they need to do it here and now. Make sure they get to that upper bracket match. Make sure they get themselves into that top 3 finish, put the pressure onto Heretics, and of course a team like GX. GX with 50 seconds left. Might just have one of the most important decisions of their career.
Surprised to see Cloud not playing for an orb. But now he makes it back around to A main. He may pick it up with a plant, and that could be the round done and dusted there if they get that side. But plenty of players here from Liquid. They've chosen the right battleground. Ready for this push, but revealed is Paditech in that corner, and it's been a lot of pressure put on there. The paranoia again. Even the Cloudburst covering the cross. They're going to fight much deeper in towards Camo, who's standing his ground. A triple, leaving Cloud all alone.
Wow, ये चीज नहीं होता ना अगर सोआ के बाद अल्ट होता. Wow.
There is no chance for that anymore. It's overtime, locked in with an 8-zone flawless. for Liquid.
This has been the weirdest game to read ever. I know that the Liquid fans have always had the strength of their team just leaving it so late. But the fact that it's been so flawless to win the final round to OT, it's just madness. The last three have been all GX. All those moments of madness that have brought them to this point. And then Liquid just come up like that and make it look easy. We'll head into overtime. As said, the stakes for both of these teams couldn't be higher. Liquid, the team to make multiple internationals this year, but yet to really leave their mark. GX, 2023 was the last time they graced an international stage.
EMEA lower bracket मजा आएगा भाई. EMEA lower bracket match stacked है भाई.
Nice flash, but there's players hiding behind the wall. They
ये नहीं होता अगर
Team Liquid.
So
they played a lot of rounds at this stage, and Nats is a clever cookie. They know exactly what's in the wheelhouse of GX. It's a solid opening, and the op spotted as well.
Of course, it's a little bit more of a gamble now. Unable to get those shields online. Flickless still playing in an aggressive position, maybe feeling like he needs to be there to turn around the drone. Isn't going to catch him. He's able to sit in the corner, stop and check. This is a surprise factor. He needs to go big. He needs to take more than one. And Panatek is there for the trade.
क्या ये बंदे ने $5 में $60 वाले को बताया क्या करने का?
It's in the west side who now have to face the 2v4.
Nice shot by Kiko too. West side way ahead of the pack.
भाई GX actually जीत सकता था यार. तो प्लान
for Ara.
5v2 में प्लान नहीं किया बीच आराम से. बाद में देखो तो $5. Bugs by gameplay. देखो जरा इनका. अब हो गया. आपका lolbox जाओ.
Team Liquid.
क्या हो गया ये hate group कौन चला रहा है?
Match and series point.
Really come down to the tightest of margins.
ये मेरे खिलाफ आंदोलन क्या हो रहा है?
GX.
Don't worry, I got this.
Definitely a tough one. A defeat here sends them into an incredibly dangerous lower bracket. And the fact is, the coaching staff of Liquid feel like, okay, this is the time where we want to talk to the squad.
5v2
आराम से plan. We mentioned it last time they took a pause.
बाद में वो मारा मरा कुछ भी चलेगा. एक अल्ट आउट दूर है. उसके डर से लोग और फाइट करेंगे. नहीं फाइट लिया तो किधर अल्ट मार सकते हैं.
With those walls on the B side being all
भाई, thank you for the 30 months मेरी जान के टोटे.
It's not really a popular choice anymore.
लक्ष्य भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ. लक्ष्य भाई आप ये पार्थ पिडाडी को आप जानते हो? ये नॉन मेंबर ये डॉलर वाला ये पार्थ को आप जानते हो? लक्ष्य भाई नॉन मेंबर डॉलर वाला नॉन मेंबर भी. हाय 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 हाय. पिज्जा लेने जाएगा कोई उसका ऐसा बोले डॉलर वाले नॉन मेंबर. कौन सा पिज्जा चाहिए? लोलबुक जाना तो चाहिए आपको भाई. कोई तो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप एक्टिवेट हो गया मेरे हिसाब से. सारे कनाडा वाले एक साथ आ गए मेरे खिलाफ आंदोलन करो.
A screen spam looking likely.
लक्ष्य भाई को नॉन मेंबर है.
Potentially have to dart for himself, which definitely isn't ideal. But maybe just going to be some covering fire. There is the opportunity for the spam. The reveal is there, but he's not quite managed to capitalize. The early play.
Chris, आप जानते हैं पार्थ और लक्ष्य भाई को?
Have to use this drone early just to make sure that they haven't lost ground elsewhere, which they have not.
जानते
हैं
Chris
all the way around. Trex is going
मेरा मजाक उड़ाएगा क्या?
for the spams on the switch wall. Droning out B main now as Camo finds one on short. This is great. They've got fantastic information. There were two outside B early. Now there's no one there. You know it's an A hit, so rotates can already start.
Here's this Ara. He's managed to claim middle control.
बस भाई कुछ तो पकड़ा है यूएस और कनाडा में. हाँ बे क्या चल रहा है बे?
Watching in case he splits onto mid.
जाना तो
Problem for
चाहिए
GX is
क्या हो रहा है भाई?
ground to a halt. That initial aggression is not being dealt with. Flickless hoping that someone gives him a fight instead.
कोलैब हो रहा है कि यूएस कनाडा का.
Seconds, Ara realizing there's nobody rotating for him to catch him with this trap.
ट्रम्प भाई ने कई तारीफ तो नहीं बढ़ा दिया कनाडा का. हेलो.
Nice flash, but it's turned on by Panatek. and he's found both. Spam is huge. Grabinho's barely holding on to life, and Westside, all that remains, that hope fading as Team Liquid claim the series.
कनाडा में वेट बंक्स बाय आपका लाइम जूस के साथ डांस बाय आना तो है बे कनाडा एक मस्ट विजिट वाला प्लेस है मेरा मेरी गांड जली थी समझ रहे हो जब टोरंटो में कनाडा में टोरंटो में वो मैच था मैं आ नहीं पाया था सबसे मिल लेता मैं बंक्स बाय कनाडा वाले इंडियन है दिल से दिमाग से करो लव यू और पटेल भाई जान पूछकर स्ट्रीम एंड होते होते सुपर चैट वॉर्स कर रहे हो ना तुम लोग यू स्मार्ट फॉक्स हाँ मालूम है अभी स्ट्रीम एंड होने वाली है दम में तो एनिमे आ जाओ सुपर चैट करने एनिमे यूएसबी प्लीज यूएस का वीजा है लेकिन कनाडा में आर्मी थोड़ा ज्यादा है रे प्रीत भाई आ जाओ बंक्स भाई कनाडा हाँ मने प्लान है अभी ये साल तो थोड़ा पैक्ड है 2026 कुछ प्लान कर सकते बस भाई लबुबू गिफ्ट करना है जीएफ को देना है करो कोई सीन नहीं करो फुल सपोर्ट है फुल सपोर्ट ट्रम्प भाई ने कनाडा की ज्यादा तारीफ कर दी है लग रहा है चलो 1 घंटे में मिलते हैं इन्हें भेजो वापस यही जिंदगी है भाई Hello friends.
Welcome to Post Blanc. What a day we've had now, Billy. I didn't think
Bye,
that
bye.
was going to be the series that go the distance.
Bye friends.
But GX very very close. Very close.
I actually.
भाई सोचो भाई अपसेट होता जीएक्स जीतता तो बैंचो एक वो प्लांट मिल जाता तो ना चलो मिलते हैं गाइस एने में 1 घंटे में अपन आएंगे विद अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम ठीक है बाय बाय आदियोस चढ़ पादियोस और यूएस और कनाडा का प्लान 100% करूंगा 101%। लोड़े के बाद तेरे से मांग रहा हूँ गिफ्ट कर गाली का रेट $2 इससे अच्छा तो $60 में आप नॉर्मल बात कर रहे थे $2 में गाली दे रहे हो प्लीज प्ले वैलो नाउ रब भाई आज हाइड होके जाएंगे कंफर्म न्यूज़ है चलो गाइस बाय लक्ष्य भाई लो मेरा जाते लबू लो लबू
I find you a star and we could be in love lighting up the dark but there's nothing I can do I can never get to you so I'm looking for a miracle I can somebody be so beautiful yeah it's only a dream it's how I feel that you deserve better